Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for a new year and a new season of Challengers Elite. Of course, my name is Bryce. Joining me here for this one, once again, Chris Tunn.
It's fun. You don't even need to introduce me at this stage. We're pretty much joined at the hip and have been for quite some time, Brycey. Very, very excited to get into 2026 Challengers and 2026 Call of Duty here on one of the best games we've had in quite some time, I want to say. It's an exciting season coming up here in Europe. Of course, North America is going to become later on. There's a lot going on over there as well, but plenty going on over here as well, Bryce.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's a new year and new faces making our way with the regions joining each other. A little bit of a different competition. We'll be rocking our way forward, as well as 4 elite stages, Ton. So lots more Call of Duty action to come.
Yeah, no complaints about more Call of Duty, to be honest with you. We only had the 3 last season. It kind of felt like our season was done in March. But then, of course, we now have the 4, which is nice. And, of course, the new region coming in. We've got a few teams from Saudi Arabia and other countries around that region starting to get in amongst things here in Europe, which is going to raise some questions around some of these games, but it's going to really throw something into the mix. I mean, we've seen some previous teams as well when they've come from Saudi Arabia. I'm thinking Falcons way back do really, really, really well. I'm curious how they're going to do when it does come down to Elite now as well. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the key for this one. Some new faces, but some new games for tonight. This is how our schedule will be looking. And oh, lucky you, we have many, many streams across the breadth of this Elite this time to check on every game that's going on. On Alpha today, we will be covering, of course, Clutch Rayn versus Dark Horse. But if you fancy jumping into some of these other games, feel free. We'll be jumping around as well to bring you all the action that we can.
I mean, we're just streaming every single game, which is a really nice addition that's come through this year. So whoever you want to watch, you have the ability to do that. It doesn't have to be a watch party or anything. You get it direct from us when it does come down to having an observer, everyone like that in there. That is a very helpful tool. We'll be making sure to keep all the stats. And if the players are listening, don't leave the game at the very end so we can get them and help tell your story. That is the entire point of it. But yeah, look, it's really nice to have all those games going on at the same time and all available to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is, and just going to go on to that, do not leave the game. But while we're talking about leaving the game, new to the game, rookies this year, just joining in for the Challengers. Will they be moving up into the rotation sooner rather than later? But the EMEA rookie class is here. And Tom, we've talked about this a little bit. Doom seems to be one that you've been highlighting.
Yeah, so, right, this is going to be confusing as we do go through it, though, because there's Dom X and Dom that both play for Rock Esports, but Dom X was one of the players who was kicking about, obviously, for Falcons once upon a time, but Dom himself is somebody who's newly come into that roster. He's playing for ROC, and the reason I know so much about this side of things is actually Vortex who's coaching them, so they've got somebody behind them.
I can't believe you've gone to Vortex.
I went straight to him. Yeah, so Dom is one of those players that we really do need to keep an eye on, but there are so many different ones coming through these regions, but a lot coming from Saudi Arabia. I'm really curious to see how those players are going to really fare going up against some very well-versed Challengers players that are coming from the European side of things. But every single time we've had a new player from Saudi Arabia come, there is some excitement in there. That Rock Esports roster is one I do want to talk about a little bit later, but plenty of those rookies to keep an eye on. But I'm hearing at least that Dom is one of those guys that's really going to cause a lot of problems.
So we're going for Dom and Dom X. That's going to be the way we differentiate the two of them. Either that or we make up some new names for one of them. But okay, we'll make sure we try to get that as right as possible. I also had to have a double check that Reedy wasn't the actual Reedy from way back, you know, kind of slithering in, trying to pretend he's a rookie for this year. I wouldn't have put it past him. But those are the rookies for this year. And I will say, I do think that this may be the year where we see more eyeballs on Challengers than ever before.
Yeah.
It has been, I'm going to call it the Mercules effect. I've talked about this before. Such an impact has been made by rookies on the CDL that it almost feels like teams are now way more eager to pull players up if they look like they're having a good time. And, well, this is the place to do it.
I mean, we've already seen it, right? We've seen it happen in North America already after 2 weeks of play when it has come down to players being pulled up the CDL. So, that's one of those things, though. I think it's interesting to see some teams strike while it's hot to a certain degree. They've come in nice and early. They've made sure they are making those changes if they feel like they need to make them early. Some teams had to do it. Some teams maybe just sensed an opportunity. It's going to be interesting to see how it does play out. But for these European players, you have to do even better, to be honest with you, to get yourself across the pond.
They certainly do. Well, let's have a look at our first team for the games today and take a look at Rock Esports. Now, this to me seems like some very big names that we've seen before. And I'm going to put this out there. Cobra, I've always expected him to get a trial in the league.
No, well, I thought they would. This is Clutch Rayn, of course, as well, who, well, I mean, we are realistically expecting to go on and do very, very well. But no, Cobra is definitely one of those names. I think if you would put him in a bracket of players that you would have expected maybe to get a bit of a shot, it's between him and Mythics for me. I think both those players have been absolutely fantastic. Those are both the number 1 seeds in respective groups. But this, of course, is Clutch Rayn, who we are going to get a chance to see in the very first game. Look, it's a roster full of names that we really know quite a lot about, which is, I don't want to say it's a rare thing in Europe this year, but it definitely feels like a bit of a changing of the guard. It definitely feels like, okay, you don't have Bances around, you don't have Hixies around, you don't have certain names kind of still kicking about, which is going to make a difference to the outline of the whole region. Of course, now you've got the Saudi Arabian teams coming through. It's going to make a big difference. It's going to be a lot of change over on this side of the pond throughout this year of challenges. So it's going to be interesting to see how it does play out. But this is a team who is not one that we don't know anything about at all. We very much know what these guys are about and are going to be one of the favorites to take the entire thing here in Europe.
Oh, definitely. It's one of the ones where we kind of put a lock on. All right, we expect to see you all the way towards the end of the stages and go through and go on. But this is how the groups are actually panning out at the moment. Group A, Clutch Rayn, Dark Horse Esports, Treaty 1 Gaming, LewTees Lions, that's a name we've not seen for some time in the Elite, Rauzan Esports, and Night Vibes. In Group B, Project 7, Rock Esports, Synes, Hybrid Nations, Las Lentejas, and Team Krona.
You want to try that one again? You want to try
No!
Las Lentejas, I think we're going to go with. I mean, I don't know if you took Spanish in school. I didn't, but I still figured it out. No, look, I think there's one group in particular here. If I look at Group A, I do really feel if we're going to go, I'm not going to necessarily go down predictions, but I feel as if that is definitely Clutch Rayn's to lose. I think Group B is going to be a little tighter when it does come to those first couple of spots. But what's going to be interesting in both these two groups is obviously trying to qualify to get through to playoffs. That's what you have to do. You have to finish within that top 4, and that's what a lot of these teams are going to be aiming to do. Again, Group B is going to be really interesting when it does come down to that, as is Group A, but I think the top is a little heavier in Group B and a little mixier, whereas Group A has that specific team who I think we possibly going to find out initially straight away on the very first game are kind of above and beyond everybody else right now.
Yeah, we'll see. It is only going to be the start of the year as well, and with patches hitting soon and with everything that could be changing over the next 4 months, this is just the first step on the journey, Tan. It always is. We find out not only who's good right now, but who's making more mistakes early on in the season. So it should be okay today. You can have a bad day, you can have a bad game. It's all about consistency throughout the Elite Series. You've got a lot of games to play, and if you want to make it towards those finals and even walk away the champions, that's when you'll have to really start picking it up. But for today, if you get a win, it's massive. You get the points. If you get a loss, don't worry about it too much.
No, it's not the end of the world for some of these teams. If you do go on the losers, so I'm looking at some of these other games that are going to be going on at the same time. We've got Clutch Rayn against Dark Horse. Yes, okay, that's going to be an interesting one when it comes down to this group. Project 7 against Las Lentejas, that will be relatively interesting, but at the same time, I kind of expect that to go in one direction. And that would be Project 7's way, but realistically, Las Lentejas are a Spanish team who have a couple of players who've been about for a long time, a couple of players who have not been about at all as far as Challengers Elite goes anyway, so that should be an interesting run. I'm interested to see what Rock Esports are going to go, how are they going to go up against Team Krona. Team Krona are a team we really don't know much about either. Keeping a beady eye on them, if you want to put it that way. A couple of these matchups, though, it's their mid-pack games when we're going to be coming into the very first game. So for a lot of these teams, yes, okay, we could talk about game number 1. It's important to get that first win, but you are going to be going up against some opposition that you are going to be fighting for a spot up against in playoffs. So you need to make sure you find those wins if you can.
Well, we'll see how these teams all start to shake out here. But here we go. This is Clutch Rayn. Now, we had it a little bit wrong earlier on. But yes, Clutch Rayn, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, and Melko. That is the team we'll be seeing. They will be going up against Rock just in a little while, as I believe everybody's getting ready and getting into the lobby ton.
So yeah, they're going to be going up against Dark Horse, but yeah, we're getting this one up and ready to go. This is Dark Horse, who we can talk about a little bit, right? I mean, we've got Aspect in there, a player who we've heard a lot about last year, seen a lot of last year as well, and really enjoyed some of his play. I remember again, speaking to Vortex about him at the time, and sort of he was saying he really does have what it takes, but we just need to see a little bit more of it. Going with some players who've been around for a relatively long time now, it feels as if we're running out of veterans, to be honest with you, Pricey, and maybe that's me just showing my age. But Mighty, D10 especially, but Mighty Sykes have been around for a few seasons at least anyway, alongside D10. I like this roster. I'm very curious what they're going to be able to do, but a very, very difficult game to kick off match number 1.
Yeah, not the easiest kind of shift to bet into it. Of course, they have burned some games into this, and hopefully everybody has really prepared for today. I know some people have been caught out by the coin toss, so that doesn't always bode well, Ton, but people being quite as prepared as they could be. But I ask you this, including the fact that I believe Season 1 Reloaded is tomorrow, and with all the patch notes that may bring for it, how well do you think these teams are going to adapt to what is always the ever-shifting kind of scenery of Call of Duty now that there is a bit more new blood in Elite?
Well, it's adapt or die, and it always kind of has been, hasn't it? I will still always remember a patch hitting mid-major, mid-champs actually, at one stage, if I remember correctly. And that's just one of those things as a Call of Duty player you've kind of got to be prepared for, especially if you're in the challenger side of things. You know, the patch is going to change as time does go on. Hopefully, it's not a whole host of changes. I feel as if, you know, the initial weapon balance is coming through, have kind of put a lay to the land, so to speak. We're kind of in a better spot than where we were at the very start of the game, where I mean, it was just ARs across the map. Things have changed a little bit in that sense, but I don't think there'll be anything too drastic for them to worry about. One good thing is, though, we do get Fringe back tomorrow. Not in challenges just yet, but I would like to hope on another level. We do get Fringe back, so that's an important thing. But yeah, I don't think there'll be anything too drastic, but small differences can make a difference when it comes down to this level. So yeah, interested to see how it's going to play out, but again, for these players, it is just another day of the office.
It certainly is. I mean, yeah, maybe we'll get a new map. It won't obviously probably be now. It will take until the next stage to get those new maps in. I mean, we've lost Raid, so I think for me, I'm always curious to see more about how that balance issues come through and players adapting. And hey, you know, they've got a good 2 hours to download a patch and get used to it. I don't know what they're complaining about, but hopefully everyone should be ready. We've got a lot of games starting to get underway, so we should see some of these teams pop on our screen very, very shortly, Ton, as we get this stage underway and find out just who has what it takes this year.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially for this game number 1 here over on Alpha. Again, I'm going to be keeping an eye on all the games, and you guys can too. I think we have Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot. There's me learning my... Was it the phonetic... What did we call it? The phonetic alphabet? Is that what we call it? Is that me being correct on that one?
It might be,
yeah. Me showing my age? I'm not too sure. There we go. Look, I mean, look, Ray's all over it. We're fine. Foxtrot. Was that close? Did I say that right? I can't remember. Yeah. Either way, Project 7 again. I think if I was to pick another one that wasn't Alpha, that I'd be curious to watch. I want to say I'd be interested on Night Vibes going up against Treaty 1. So Treaty 1 Gaming's Henry, Kez, Overlay, and Rush going up against a Saudi team who came in. It's actually the 12th seed, just about squeezing their way through. They're a fairly new team, and I've been told they're gentle on that roster. Very, very aggressive player. Somebody who has been causing some problems to some other teams in scrims, etc. like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes through up against Treaty 1. That's going to be one of those games I'm keeping an eye on purely for Group A. When we're talking about these teams who are going to be going through and fighting for that playoff spot, that's an important game for both these two teams. That would be the one I'll probably watch otherwise, and then Project 7 against Las Lentejas will be interesting too. But honestly, I think Alpha does have the best one, and that is, well, the luxury of being on Alpha is that we get to choose which one we want. And, well, we definitely have one of the more competitive games. And again, it'll be a real litmus test for both these two teams, right? I think Cut Train coming in as massive favourites. Dark Horse, what have they got underneath their belts to be able to do something about that? Both these two teams with some really good finishes within the cups, some really obviously solid runs to qualify. Not anything really to talk about on that side of things. Both these two teams are pretty easy, but it's going to be interesting to see again where they kind of rank up against each other. They would have played up against each other in some of the cups, have played up against each other in some of these cups, but now when it really matters in the elite, let's see how it's going to go down.
They certainly will. Well, with the season starting to get underway, and I believe this game should be starting any second now as well. Quick shout out as well to the Pit EU, who's always given us wonderful updates as it goes through the season. Always great. Just a great job, really. Just going to shout them out. They just do wonderful work. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and as it goes through the season. And I do suggest giving them a follow as well, because you really should if you are interested in challenges at all. With that going on, hello Hixie, I know he's also watching the stream right now as we get into this game. we'll see how this does kind of go out here at the same time. But realistically, we are waiting for this to start. And finally, it's here, Ton. The first map, the first game of the Elite for 2026.
Well, we didn't have a chance to come in, of course, with the maps that we did have coming up. But we've got Hardpoint Den, S&D Scar, Overload Den if we need it. It's Hardpoint and Exposure. And then S&D on Den. So triple Den, not too much of a surprise to see come on through. But yeah, for Clutch Rayn, look, they're one of the favourites coming into this Challenger season. A lot of people talking about this being mostly a two-horse race, not necessarily a dark horse race, but a two-horse race specifically between Clutch Rayn and Project 7 as this season kicks off. I think Dark Horse and Rock Esports are going to have possibly something to say about that, but this is a big game. It's a really good indication how Clutch Rayn are going to look, and well, with 21 seconds over towards P1, that's not a bad start whatsoever.
That's exactly what they're going to want to do here. Just try and gather as much time as possible, and well, you shouldn't be able to get 3. Does eventually get shut down, but what a start here for them, and all those names are a little bit wrong. The game is going so right.
Yeah, team name's just the wrong way around. That was my bad on that one. Well, it's not my bad specifically, but Dark Horse are the ones currently in the lead. Mighty and Sykes are doing really well. We've got those rotations over towards P2. Now trying to hold this one down. Not necessarily the easiest if you can't get this clear out, but now looking to push if they potentially get it. Aspect staying alive inside of the point. Clutch Rayn finding a way through, but a little 1-by-1 from Clutch Rayn so far, and they're getting punished for it. Dark Horse with a really good hold.
Oh, just continuing to put the pressure on, and it is causing issues for them. You can see them really struggling to even get any map control at all. And this is looking close to flawless so far. A big break coming through, though, but it does go down back to the 2 versus 2. Melko trying to get in here as well, but Mighty will shut the door on them, and Prezi has to look 2 different directions. It isn't going to work out for them, and this is a disaster for Clutch Rayn.
I mean, I was saying it's not necessarily the easiest to hold, but they were just constantly finding the kills. It felt like Clutch Rayn were panicking a little bit, and the rotation over towards 3 is sometimes a difficult thing to find if you don't hold 2. D10 once again, 10 and 5 from him. Dark Horse running away with this one right now, and if they're not careful, Clutch Rayn could well lose out on the rotation heading over towards P4. Still inside of the point though, D10 doing what he can. Pinstripe kill feed. Dark Horse continue to build on their lead, but eventually Clutch Rayn are going to be able to find some sort of a way in. Need to do something with it.
Well, we can still see now opportunity in abundance. Okay, looking to push out here. A little bit of miscommunication by the players there. Weren't exactly sure where they wanted to set up for this one as well, but with the crossfire coming down, it's still going to be blown up just a bit here. Cobra trying to just hold them at bay, but nothing but slaying there in there for all of the Dark Horse team as they managed to punch straight back in.
Yep, nicely done. And now they just want to be able to try and find a way through if they can. Aspect big kill, and all of a sudden the rotation over towards New is absolutely perfect here for Dark Horse. And while I was saying that it's going to be maybe a 1-horse race, I'm not too sure if I was expecting it to be Dark Horse, the ones in the lead. Sykes trying to hold down the back side. We'll find a kill over towards the back, but again, every single time a question is asked of Dark Horse Esports, it is shut down every single time. Clutch Rayn struggling to really find the kills, trying to find the breaks, not working out for them whatsoever. Some storied players on that roster, but maybe something can get going here over towards P4 now with those couple of kills that have come through. Sykes can find one. Melko will fall down. Still holding for now. Close spawns are there for them as well, Bricey. 25 seconds to play for. Can they find a break?
Is that Melko with the first clayster in the Elite Series of the year? I think it might have been. And, well, here comes the push once again. You can see that this is really going the way of Dark Horse over and over again. Detain with another 2 cleans it up. They'll take the scrap time, and well, this is a scoreline I wasn't really expecting to see this early on.
No, I think, you know, if you said that they would be in the lead, it wouldn't be out of the question, but 154 to 20 up. Clutch Rayn need to turn this one around very quickly because it could get out of hand, and it may well do so. That's a more P1 time about to head their way. If you are Dark Horse, so you don't want to try and push through the double doors if they can. Cobra does well to find that trade though, but again, they just seem to always be on their own. The trades always seem to be going the way of Dark Horse Esports. They continue to do so. Currently in control, trying to push it out. I think the only thing you have for Clutch Rayn right now is they have the spawns that they want for P2, but you've still got 30 seconds to play for here at P1, and you're down 150.
Well, I've been wondering when the other shoe is going to drop. Is there going to be an opportunity here for Clutch Rayn to strike back and do some serious damage? And, well, they get into that P1, but even with all this scrap time, it almost just doubles their score. They're going to have to really focus on this rotation. A double bounce will help them. Still put them significantly behind, but at this point, anything is better than what's been happening so far.
Synes has been causing a lot of problems. It seems as if he's the first one in, and he's always seemingly finding a kill as the entry, but Cobra holding it down this time around. Bit of a rogue spawn coming in towards the back. Deep enough. Brezzy can't find the second. It's going to be interesting. That's a big kill from Cobra. Are they going to manage to keep a hold of these spawns? Not quite. Aspect over towards the other side of things, so it's not quite as clean cut as you would like it if you're Clutch Rayn. And now the pinch could potentially develop. Yeah, spawn out now going to come on through. Is it going to happen for the two players of Clutch Rayn? Can they hold it down? Absolutely not. Synes shuts it down. I'm not sure if it was a rogue spawn, if it was just maybe somebody not setting deep enough, but they lose out. Now all of a sudden Dark Horse in a position where they can maybe add fuel to the fire. Aspect, massive job over towards the backside, but then the splits come through again. Spawn control, not quite fundamental there from both these two teams.
Yeah, you could see it kind of developing. They even knew that something was happening they didn't want to, and with that spawn block, they spawned so far away. Did a really good job to react to it as well. Got their own split coming through as Malco picks off 3 and Cobra gets the wipe. Now, while it has been better for Clutch Rayn, they are still behind by almost 100 points. And here come the Dark Horse. There's 1, 2 for Brezzy. The third with a pre-fire, and already shutting it down. Clutch Rayn finally finding their feet here in this game.
One player did spawn over towards Dojo, though, so if you are mighty, you take your time. You see in the bottom left corner in the mini-map, spawning over towards the Dojo side. The rest of the team are going to push in from the other side. He pushes in, goes for the pinch. There's Mighty, sets it up, and that is the break. That's a little unfortunate if you're Clutch Rayn, to be honest with you. Mighty gets a... I want to say it was Rogue. He's still spawned towards the back. There's some players in and around Dojo, but there you go. Dark Horse now with the back spawns. Even if they lose this next 30, they're in a great position for P4, but they lose a lot of gunfights. If you're Clutch Rayn, incredible work from Dark Horse, and now still continuously getting time.
Well, this is a little bit of a trouble because they're not really going to push it from 2 different angles. This is a headbutt. They don't want the spawn. They want to push through. Try not to give it away, but it really is pushing water uphill. And even with Cobra getting that kill, they are still secure for all of this scrap time. Almost finds the third, but not going to happen. Lins continue to put down the pressure. All this is really trying to stagger Dark Horse on the preparation for this push. And with Clutch Rayn not even over 100 points yet, it is a horrible, horrible time for them. And Dark Horse Esports just need to be okay for 1 hill, and they've got this.
Now Melko in trouble, gets shut down. Dark Horse find a way through. It's nearly a wipe if it wasn't for Lins. He finds 2 important kills, to be honest with you. The pinch was there from Mighty. If the rest of the team were there, that probably would have been a break. So big plays coming in from Lins. 100 points to go. If you are Clutch Rayn, if you want to try and find a way back into this one, these next couple of kills will be important if you can find them. Strike, kill, feed, Aspect, he can find a second though. Brilliant shots coming on through, and the pressure now follows. Aspect finds the third. The grenade falls in. Clutch Rayn in a really dangerous position. Dark Horse, I don't think they can quite win it yet. Damage is done from Clutch Rayn. They find a way back through, but Dark Horse, again, every single time that Clutch Rayn seemingly have a position to do something from, Dark Horse are just training with them. It's completely fine. That 100-point lead is pretty much stayed the same.
Well, with them on to this point, there would be a momentous comeback to kick off the elite, but it does feel a little bit too far. Lins is trying to do all the work he can here. Melko taking up prime position here, back onto the point. Does win a very important gunfight as well. And takes the second, looks for the third from the call-out, but isn't going to matter. The rest of the team are now pushing up. Time in abundance here, Ton, but it still feels they are clawing their way back slowly but steadily.
Yeah, you can see they're already trying to make a push through over towards P2. You can immediately see that Dark Horse were happy to back up onto it. Big kill coming through from Cobra, so no pinch going to be able to set up. The flank can't be there, but they're taking out of the time, if only momentarily. 15 seconds to go. It's important time if you're Clutch Rayn to get a hold of this. Now they can start getting themselves up close and personal. Getting aggressive. Dark Horse need to be able to hold this one. Cobra can't find that initial. D-Tame finds another 2. That could be the game. Aspect, yeah, okay, finds his teammate, but they continue to hold P2, and they can win again.
They're looking for it as well. Aspect shutting it down before they can get any more damage going through. Will eventually drop here, but they are going to have to go. They have to keep this pressure up. Sykes going to look for another one. He's bouncing all around. Melko will find him as well, but there are too many bodies for Dark Horse. And with that back spawn, they will just have to sprint. It is a bottleneck, and it is gunfire all the way through to the hard point. Surely they don't make it in once again.
Brezzy manages to find a little bit of a collateral damage. Just a third from Brezzy. The rest of the team are here to maybe pick things up. He kills his teammate. He is going to have a little bit of a reinforcement coming through. There's the 4-man wipe from Brezzy. But what's it going to be for? Everybody else, it's a bit of a split spawn. It's a bit of a parallel, if anything, and they're actually going to spawn over towards the backside. 18 seconds to play for. They need to get going on this rotation, and they're going to be the first ones there. 10 seconds are going to go their way. It's going to be about a 35-point game by the time we get over towards P3. You've got to win every single gunfight if you're Clutch Rayn, and you've got to win them now.
Felt like an impossible task, but Brezzy cleans house. Has he given them just a little bit of opportunity? Aspect, though, on the flank, ready to cause dreams to die. And that'll be control again here for Dark Horse. Brezzy, one more miracle. It's not going to be. 10 seconds left to go. And surely there cannot be another Clutch Rayn momentous occasion for this one. They just get cut down. And surely that's game over. All the way right to the end for both these two teams. Somehow, after that start, Clutch Rayn found a way back, but Dark Horse did enough. And what a game to open the Elite.
Yeah, they'll be kicking themselves, Clutch Rayn, to be honest, because I think it's all very well, like, being behind that much and then going 50-50, but if you can just keep a close game throughout the majority of that first rotation, then all of a sudden it's not too bad of a spot. You were like on 130 down. What was it? 155 to 20 after the first rotation. You cannot allow that to happen. Great time at P1 from Dark Horse. Turn that into a P2, turn that into a P3. It really can snowball when it comes down to Den. But let's have a look and see who's been doing the damage aspect. It felt like every single time we were on board with him, he was finding absolutely everything for the squad. 3,500 damage, plenty of hill time, lovely stuff coming out from Aspect, who, you know, we did expect to be one of those players for Dark Horse that could cause some problems. On the other side, though, for Clutch Rayn, where was it an issue? It didn't really necessarily feel like anybody standing out other than all of them in that first rotation. Nobody was at the races. It was one by one. They want to zero down and deserve to be.
Wow. What a game, what a game. And I think you're right. I mean, realistically, Clutch Rayn will be very upset with that result. Not only did they get the loss, but with how well they played in the second half. Dark Horse started to struggle to get on top of them here, but let's talk about the positives from Dark Horse. Fantastic start. We saw some very, very big kills. Complete control and smooth fundamentals in those first few rotations definitely gave them the advantage. It almost felt like they were locked in, ready to play, and Clutch Rayn was still warming up.
Took a while then for them to really get to the races. There were a couple of opportunities for them, though. I want to say on that second rotation from 3 to 4, that it's always a bit of a sticky one. It's a difficult one to try and find. And if you want to try and find that breakthrough dojo, it's not an easy thing to do. That's just be pure brute force and just hopefully you win the guns and don't shoot your teammates. But easier said than done. I felt as if, like, I think, you know, if you're going to clutch at more straws for Clutch Rayn here, Brezzy really did make some incredible players for the squad, but too little too late. I mean, it was a 4-man wipe. If you're going to say 5, if you're going to include his teammate. Those kind of moments is what this Clutch Rayn team can find. Brezzy, I mean, look, he's been around for a very long time himself as well. Being in the league, has been doing great stuff. But you need to be able to bring that on a consistent basis if Clutch Rayn want to change that one around. But we're actually now having the ability to go to, well, every single game. We're going to go over towards Charlie. LewTees Lions taking on Rauzan Esports. Now, LewTees Lions, I've got 2 players who actually coming over from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. You got Yusuf and Faisal, so I'm interested to see how they're going to do specifically in this lineup. You got Disarray and BB Krona next to them as well. Qualifying after not really any good cup performances, to be honest with you, as well. Do a really good job in the Elite Qualifier, and that's ultimately where it does matter, and did matter. Managed to get themselves through and find themselves in a comfortable lead right now.
Well, just having a good time holding this. You can see they are waiting for the choke points to come through on this map, and going to be hit from 2 different angles, and just trying to hold them at bay as long as possible, but that is an easy hold in the end for them. That's probably why they're 100 points ahead at this point time.
Yeah, looking nice and steady when it does come over towards P1, specifically here on Blackhawk. On those P1s, you really can get a great deal of time from small choke points. If you lose those initial gunfights, you start running to BB Krona, who is just going to, well, run you down. No problems whatsoever. Krona really having his influence be known on this roster, and now they got the rotation over towards P2, as you so often do if you're on this side of the map. The NPC out up close and personal for Disarray. 15 and 10 from him, holding it down. Really good rotation. Rauzan nowhere to be seen right now.
Well, this is so far so easy. Here comes the push. You can tell they're just waiting. Player at the back, Disarray, is waiting to try and call it with his teammates. Here comes the push. bodies in abundance. They have the numbers as well, and well, that's about as easy of a break as you're going to find straight into the point. They're in the control of the choke point, and this is a big kill. Gets it as well.
I think I seen specifically when I was looking through some of the results of how these teams, how LewTees Lions actually managed to find themselves in, who they went up against, and it was Harry asking the question, who let this happen? And well, BB Connor said it's the BB Connor effect, mate, and right now that seems to be the case. 24 and 16 from him. LewTees Lions looking fantastic here in their very first map of challenges, or at least LeBron and Bladeville. Doing a good job, and I mean, these are some names that have been around for a little time. If you're talking about Rauzan, Blade, Yaza, Zero, all players who have been in and around with LeBron for quite some time. They need to find a good hold over towards P3 as quickly as they can. We said that map number 1 was one-sided for some time. This is a little bit ridiculous in the favor of LewTees Lions.
Yeah, especially with the streaks now coming in, and it wipes out almost everybody on the map, and they're just checking the back spawn, but nobody's here. And now they have the opportunity. Just a couple of kills here will put this game to bed, and well, the kill feed is all full, but it's full of all the players that needed to make a comeback, and that'll be game.
Yep, that should be that. Blackheart. Probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite, hardpoint map, to be honest with you. A really, really nicely done by LewTees Lions, who are looking for an org. If they keep playing like that, I'm sure they'll be able to find one. Really nice result from them in map number 1. And again, every single game you can keep an eye on. We're going to be dipping and diving whilst we can. Obviously, we'll be concentrating on what's going on Alpha, but when we have the opportunity, we'll be keeping an eye if you aren't. That was an interesting one. I'm curious to see how LewTees Lions are going to be doing when they're going up against a team like Rauzan. That is a matchup that you're thinking, okay, is that going to be one that decides who finishes in the top 4? Well, if LewTees Lions keep playing like that, I'm sure they won't have too many problems doing so.
No, very, very strong start for them, and obviously I think if you watched all of the game, it'd probably be the exact same thing as well. But in going through more and more games, I believe we're jumping over to FOXTROT to have a look at how this game is going down. This is Project 7 versus Las Lentejas.
You still didn't get it right. Las Lentejas. Come on.
Las Lentejas. I'll get it. I've got like months.
Well, I mean, as long as they requalify. At this moment in time, they are finding themselves 40 or so down. But you can keep up with this one over on FOXTROT. Project 7 are a team I'm really curious to see how they're going to do. Some really, really good names on that roster. When you look at it, Lucifer, O'Harry, Denza, Mythics. I mean, Mythics has kind of been that guy in European challenges for me for quite some time. Him and Cobra. A bit of a toss-up, but I think, honestly, Mythics has more to his name. Well, he definitely does. He's one of those players that I'd be really curious to see if the teams are keeping an eye on him. I'm shocked that he hasn't had the call-up already, to be honest with you. Being consistent over the last 3 years in European challenges, and right now his team looking fairly solid, 50 up against Las Lentejas. I'm even doing it with the accent just to rub it in. You know?
just showing me up. Oh, go get it. You know, so just take me a little time to go through as well. But speaking of time to go through here, we're onto the rotation for both of these two teams. And here comes the Hellstorm as well. Going to drop this one down, trying to get themselves a little bit of space.
And when it does come down to Colossus, these Hellstorms, well, are not necessarily ideal. There's a big building in the way half the time, I find. And sometimes it's not quite as effective as some other maps. I mean, it does take time to bring in. Well, it takes time to bring in anyway, the Hellstorm, to be honest with you. It doesn't really find a great deal with it there for Project 7. 23 and 15 from Harry is a really, really nice start from him. FOXTROT, another player who we've talked about so often here in Europe. Really nice job from him to try and hold down over towards P3. Incredible work from FOXTROT. I'm not sure he managed to even mean to do that. But the break will come through. 20 seconds to go.
Oh, well, they've got a big push out here. I don't really see them losing any of the scrap timing. See, everybody's just posturing now, ready for this next one. Well, FOXTROT's actually going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Gets wall banged out of the point. And they will lose 5 or 6 seconds. But are they in good enough position to get into this next one? And this is just a huge hold again here. And if you want to find out how this one ends, you can go watch this live on FOXTROT at the moment. But we're going to jump back over to our alpha game very, very quickly. It should be the S&D now loading up ton. And we'll see whether or not Clutch Rayn have it in them to tie it up.
Let's see if they can bring something back here, because map number 1 was not impressive at all. D10 will find the first blood here on Brezzy as the push over towards the field side of the map comes on through. Lens will have to back on down, and maybe it's a reset, and they'll head over towards A. It should be an interesting one, though, because I think for Dark Horse find themselves in such a solid lead here after that map number 1 win. Coming into S&D, it's one of those maps that you can definitely manage to find a way through. Big push over towards this A side. Trying to find a way in, but the pinch has been set up by Dark Horse already. I love this map manipulation. They've managed to put themselves in so many different spots. It'll be hard for Clutch Rayn to deal with.
Just being careful now. Oh, it has been spotted. Really don't want to give the game away here, and you see both sides. Just not trying to take any gunfight where they don't have an absolute advantage. Aspect. Oh, he has 2 to shoot at, unfortunately. Does get him taken down as it goes back to a 2 versus 2. Detain knows where they're going to be here. Great positioning from him as well, but he loses the gunfight. And now, Mighty is backpedaling. He's seen a play there at the same time. A little bit of information, waiting for the push. He knows it's going to happen. There's the worst. Is he going to get the second? It's not to be. He knew what he wanted, was just not able to execute.
I think they've also almost tied themselves in knots, if I want to say it that way, if you are Dark Horse, yeah. Yeah, they set themselves up so well. Kind of made the push through towards Grandma's side of things. They held down from that side, then holding down over towards more the defensive spawns where you would be posting up typically. And then all of a sudden, they kind of got collapsed on within themselves. It was a bit of a strange one, to be honest with you, with their map positioning. You wouldn't have expected them to lose that one. But Clutch Rayn wanted the good here. In the search and destroy. Just to remind you all at home, though, Dark Horse Esports do lead the series.
Oh, there's an absolute rain of nades over towards it. They've cleaned out A site, but it's looking like a B push. You can see all of them now. Just trying to find their way over. Being very, very careful. Players ready for this one. Aspect almost catches Cobra. And now they know this bomb is going to go down. Clutch Rayn gambled on that A bomb site.
The gamble was paid off. It's now on the flank, but good positioning, to be honest with you, from Sykes. Gets a bit of bad timing. A few seconds later, you would have caught him off guard, but D10 finds one on the front. 3 versus 3.
Detain should be able to find a second one here. I don't think they know he's here. Oh, he didn't want to know as well. He's going to find one, but shouldn't get the second. Surely not Detain! Oh, Cobra! That shouldn't happen. Just a mistake after mistake. They lost Detain, and he took full advantage and shut that round down.
I think it's terrible timing for Cobra. Like, absolutely awful. He goes to challenge it. They both kind of slide through or past each other. And then it's just chaos from there. D10 does really, really well to find the second note. Brilliant stuff. One apiece now. You're in the search and destroy. But that was one of those rounds that, if you're looking at it from Clutch Rayn's perspective, when you find that first kill through the middle of the map, Sykes gets taken down. You're expecting the collapse to come through. Couldn't get rid of D10. Now a bit of a push here over towards this A side for Clutch Rayn to try and find that lead once more. Got a little bit of control of the side. D10 will happily back on up here with a drawback. Resi in an advanced position, but they need to clear out a little bit of these guns that are aiming down sights right at them before they do make this push.
Lots of ordnance being used. Hoping to get a bit of an advantage. That bomb is going down. Overwatch on here for Linz. Teammate, will they get out clean? Resi's waiting. And now they back off a little bit. They're going to give away some site control here. It will be on Dark Horse to make this push.
Yeah, not necessarily taking the more aggressive angles to stop that bomb going down, and that has allowed it to do so here for Clutch Rayn, but now they need to be able to make sure they hold it. I mean, really, the guy for me was going to be Cobra, but he gets cut down on the flank. Linz can find one against D10, 3v3, 3v2. Sykes will fall, 2v2.
Resi has found a little bit of a gap, but Mighty's already pinned down his teammate. I don't know if they know he's here. He got through the smoke. I don't think they saw him. It is going to be diffused. He needs to check. Brezzy needs to check. He's not looked at it. He's going to get in the last second as well. The timing is perfect for Brezzy. He jumps out to, hey, maybe I'll have one more. It doesn't matter. Round 1.
Oh, Brezzy bails them out there. It sometimes can be difficult on Skull when you're pushing over towards this site. If you do get that down, you sit maybe a little too tight in your setup on the defensive side of things. Once you have that bomb down, it can be difficult. If you're the opposition, you hold your attacks, you hold your nades, you try and cause as much panic and chaos as you possibly can. But in the end, it's Brezzy who gets that positioning up top, and positioning is so key. Finds himself in a really good spot, finds the 1 versus 2. Falls alongside of it, but 2-1 now to Clutch Rayn. Really nice job from Brezzy. Can Dark Horse answer back?
All right. Again, a bit of a stalemate. Everyone being really careful about the ordnance before they make a move. Dark Horse looking towards the A execute again. You can see the bomb is already over here. Aspect doesn't want to get caught. He's worried about the play at the top window, but nobody's really seen too much of anybody yet.
It's a nice bit of info, though. That was coming either from... Oh, I must have been his teammate. Oh, my word. I was about to say, I'm wondering when the snipers are going to come out. And there you go, Mighty. He'll catch Lins. And now, all of a sudden, that's something that, well, Rayn want nothing to do with. They'll not be checking these angles. They'll be maybe going for the pinch, and that's exactly what's happened. Brezzy can't find that. Aspect will find one on the Melko, and it's Cobra left in a 1 versus 3. It's all about Mighty. Opens it up with his sniper. Really nice job. Dark Horse answer back. 2-2.
Just played it really patient there in the end. It was all about gathering that information before they made a move. Eventually, it allowed them to kind of get to the bomb side and set up while having kind of mitigated as much risk as possible. I expect this to be very much sort of a chess game of S&D, as both these two teams really trying to work it out, and we've just seen Mighty with the sniper. Oh, no, he's changed it back.
See if he does bring that out at some later stage as well. But that was a really nice entry. And that's something we'll keep an eye on, because Melko's now going to bring it out on his side. But Rayn's roll of the dice is going to come up with 6s. Mighty gets taken down. And now all of a sudden, it's just the pressure that snipers create. They're so strong in this game, we know that. It's nice to see them back involved though, and there's some great shots from DT, and he doesn't need the sniper. Not when the Dravek exists. Lins takes down Sykes, now a 2v2.
Bomb is still down. 53 seconds left to play with here. Aspect on Overwatch. Good to see Lins up top. Almost gets cut down as well. Goes for the reach out. A little bit of insanity creeping into it as well as Melko comes to pick up Aspect. And, well, now the issue for Detain is, what do I do with 36 seconds and no bomb and no teammates?
Important one for Rayn though. Melko investing the sniper. So it's a round you want to make sure you do get a hold of. Be detained now. If you can get a bit of timing or a bit of bad timing, I'm not too sure. Did they see him through the middle of the map? Lins maybe scouting him out. DT actually might get a bit of good timing here. He's going to potentially have a 1v1 gunfight. Chooses to go the opposite way. Lins should have him dead to rights and does. Big round for Rayn to find. Now find themselves 3-2 to the good. These teams just trading blows here in the search and destroy so far.
You never really know which way it's going to go. Nobody giving too much away either side. We're not seeing any big sweeps yet. Maybe a bit of a changing of strategy for these teams now. Here's where the adjustments come in. Where is it working? Where is it not working? What have we tried and where can we expect players to be? Both teams will be using that information. And it looks like Dark Horse might be going towards A again. A lot of bodies going over here. I would say this would be fast, but that sniper's still up. This could cause more issues.
Holding it. And yeah, they are conscious. Oh, Aspect checks it again. Melko dips out at the right time. Now, does he think Aspect is back done down? Has he got aggressive? It's kind of opened the door a little bit. Aspect finds that info. Dark Horse can walk through it. That's a big nade. Melko just about surviving because his shoulders are a little skinnier. Nade's going to be sent out. He'll back it on down. Aspect can now get aggressive. Melko should be in a lot of trouble and is, and that's where the sniper can be a little bit of a problem. You want to hold it as long as you possibly can. Aspect shuts him down. The rest of Dark Horse starting to collapse. A 3v2 in their favor.
That bomber's backed off a bit here. I wonder if they're just going to wait to see if any pressure comes in from Rayn. Detain is within the scuffle. Isn't going to. Cobra brings back to 2 versus 2. Mighty's moving though. He's waiting for this opportunity to get it, and Cobra somehow still alive. Gets away. Mighty's now taking shots. He turns and burns. Oh my goodness. The movement makes the play, and they pulls out what was a very bad situation into a win.
That is a disgraceful gunfight win coming in from Mighty. But probably an awkward angle when Brezzy was dropping down, but yeah, that's the worst one so far this year. I know there'll be worse ones. I know there'll be better ones. But that is the kind of play that can come through in Black Ops 7. That was incredible turnaround. 3-3. Cannot separate these two teams so far. Rayn now trying to find something on the attacking side. Melko should be putting that sniper away. I believe he will have. Lin's now pushing through over towards it. It's just a hit over towards this. Pricey, this is going to get mixy.
Everybody in, everybody tango, and well, there's 3 down. I said there might be an adjustment, and they've gone for the blitz. Now, a 1 versus 3. Technically a 1 versus 4 if he pulls it off completely, but surely they're just going to get him with numbers, and they get him before he can do any more damage. Clutch Rayn strike right back, ton.
And that's, I mean, look, we so often have seen everything go down over towards A. That's one way that can work out in your favor as well. But I think if one gunfight goes the opposite direction, if that first gunfight, I should say, goes the opposite direction, it can be a completely different start line for the attacking team here. Trades just do not follow. They had the numbers. They used them to their advantage. Really nice job from Clutch Rayn. And again, as mentioned, they just can't separate them. It's been 1 round. The most that's been the difference between Clutch Rayn and the lead. The majority of those, though, it's been these attacking rounds of... I believe it's been all attacking rounds. Should have been. Yeah, it's been back and forth all the way through. Clutch Rayn just had attack. That's how it works, Chris. You've done this for 14 years.
Don't worry, I appreciate the self-pep talk going through it, but wow, Cobra takes down Mighty before he can make a move, and well, that's probably done. He's shut down that entire push. The rotation looks like it's coming in, but which way are they going? A little bit of hesitation maybe in the call.
That's cool. This as well should be able to win this one, no problem. Lynn's finding Aspect as well. This is the first time we're going to have a bit of daylight between these two teams. Cole's game in the middle of the map. Shop completely shut down by Clutch Rayn. 5-3 now. It's the right time to find a defensive round. Over towards the attack now, where you've been so successful, and it will be for the game. And that's just the one time they kind of rotate over towards the B side, get caught out, get aggressive. Cobra catches him through field, and then after that, that's your linchpin. That's the tip of your spear. As soon as he falls, what's the plan? Well, there wasn't one. Clutch Rayn hold it down, 1 round away from going 1 apiece here in this series.
Dark Horse, do they find a difference? At the moment they are set up for mid control. Melko with a sniper once again here, and Clutch Rayn may be looking for a pick. This might even be. They'll be patient and wait around and look for it. Mighty, I think he saw him. Little flash against the skyline. Says Mighty has a sniper as well, and with Aspect taking control here on the B side, is already going to kill go down. Lins finds one.
Takes a bullet as well, has to dip on down. Melko, incredible work. Finds another one to detain, and now all of a sudden this is a tough spot for Dark Horse. Hold on.
The drop shot sniper. Don't get to see those very often. Mighty looking to try and do a little bit more work here. Isn't going to work out though. Aspect finds one. He's on for a 1 versus 2 if he can do it. A few seconds remaining. Aspect versus Lin. Suddenly, this round is alive.
Just has to be patient. Just has to be patient. Linz is the one who has to make the move. Aspect is the one that has to find the round. He was patient and he held out. Good job from Aspect. Dark Horse will find the round. 5-4. They answer back with a defensive one of their own, and now it's their turn to attack as well. Again, you just can't split them.
Well, we thought that round was over. Mighty with the sniper managed to find 2. And somehow this game continues. This might be a bit of a blitz here. They're moving in numbers. No, there aren't going to be the snipers here this time around. Trophy's already going down. Ordnance hitting this like an ongoing barrage. But trophies from both sides have mitigated it. Now about whoever can just find the difference for this first blood.
Detain's in a nice spot, but they need some info. Very close quarters in and around the A side here on Scar. Brezzy, he was waiting for the push to come through. It's typical behavior when you're going through A. You want somebody in that corner. Brezzy knows exactly what's going on. Dark Horse have to do it with a number disadvantage. Make it even numbers. Sykes will find one. Mighty jumps back and through and finds the kill into Melko, who found a trade himself. Linz finds another. An Aspect left now in the 1 versus 2.
Oh, should have been a 1 versus 1. He finds the first, trying to get out of there. Desperate to fly away. Pause. He's a little bit weak. He's going to call it wrong, and he goes the wrong direction. Should have zigged, but he zagged, and Rayn will take the S&D. Close again for him, but you could tell as soon as he made that kill, a little bit of panic in the blood ton.
I was panicking. I was really panicking because Aspect has been shooting very, very straight, but Cobra finds the kill that he needs to, and there you go. That is the round, and the Search and Destroy going Rayn's way. One apiece now between these two, and very, very good series, to be honest with you. Pretty comfortable in the end. Map number 1 coming from Dark Horse after what was a 150-point lead or something along those lines, but now Search and Destroy goes back and forth, but Rayn just about taking the 6-4 win. So everything going on over towards A, and it just feels as if those first bloods did make that little bit of a difference. What is it? Let's quickly do the maths. 5, so it's completely dead even, to be honest with you, Bryce. So maybe they didn't make a difference whatsoever, but a very, very tight game. And I don't know, it just felt as if the moments where they needed to go their way, Rayn kind of found it. There was a couple of occasions as well where they should have done better. This being one of them, DT and finding 2 here somehow. Cobra, maybe just a bit of bad timing. You think of the round as well where Brezzy kind of got spun on. Those are different moments here and there that could have made this a lot more comfortable for Rayn. It felt like they were the ones mostly in control. They were the ones that really took that 2-round lead first, right? They put themselves in the driving seat. Only needed to win 1 of the last 3 to get it done. Dark Horse very much here to play in this one. As mentioned, 1 apiece in this series. The Rayn find their way in map number 2.
And it was still, I would say, tight the entire way through. Realistically, while it felt like Rayn were maybe just a heartbeat ahead of the half, it could have gone either way. I mean, Aspect, like I said, he was a little bit damaged, going for the slide. He was worried that player was coming around, and he tried to get away. Unfortunate, but it has been very close games between these two teams. The hard point, Rayn were down significantly and almost fought their way back into it. In that one, Rayn just felt a little bit ahead and maybe even could have been a bigger scoreline from them, but just didn't play out that way as we go into Overload.
And Overload's going to be really interesting between these two teams. Brand new game mode coming through. Obviously, we've seen it for a couple of months now. I'm a big fan, especially when it comes down to Den as well. Obviously, the changes coming through. That did happen, well, a little while ago now, so teams would have had some time to make that adjustment. Has it changed the way you've had to play? Does it slow things down with the what were we calling it specifically? I'm kind of happy to go with ball, but I think a lot of people went AMP.
I think we call it both and not really worry too much about the details.
I'm actually so down. Let's call it ball. Let's just annoy the devs instead.
Look, here's a conversation I've had about something very similar in the past that you well know.
Oh.
I don't think anybody's going to be confused if we use either ball or EMP, right? No, so what are they talking about? I don't know what he's carrying anymore. I have no idea. You've completely lost me from the game. No, you're gonna understand. Like, it's going to be fine. Relax. It's Call of Duty. There's an objective. You know who's got it. I can call it basically anything, and you'd understand. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. It should be okay. But hey, I'm looking forward to kind of seeing this game mode. It was definitely what I would say a mixed reception initially. Some people were really not a big fan of Control. Some people worried about how it was playing out. From what I've seen of it so far, it is definitely developing into a decent game mode. Obviously, strategies are always kind of keeping going. It's a very brand new thing, so we're only, like 3 months in for the players to really get to grips with it, and probably even less with the competitive settings coming forward. But I think from what I see, teams are enjoying it. It does feel like some teams are definitely better at this game mode than some of the others, though, and they come down to maybe some teamwork and strategy that players have got now and some other teams don't.
Well, it's a completely new concept for the majority of these teams, right? I think a lot of people are kind of towards the side of, okay, well, did you play Uplink way back? I mean, go even further, did you play CTF? I think it's more CTF-like than Uplink in a certain way. So I think for some of these players, if you had that experience of playing those kind of modes, is that going to bleed into this? I'm not too sure. It's just really about teams who are willing to take risks. I think that's when it comes down to a thing, specifically on Den for Overload. For me, I think if we were, well, you know what, actually, maybe it's not the time for that because we do actually have other games to keep an eye on, but we can really dive deep on Overload when we do jump into that one. But we're going to go over towards FOXTROT to see how things are going down on that game between P7 and, just reminding myself how to say it correctly, just to rub it into you once again, the last Lentejas. Oh, close one, 4-4.
Well, it is certainly going to be close as these two teams look to get this one forward. For Project 7, of course, this will put them 2-0 up in the series. For Las Lentejas, they will be going to try and get that tied up. And right now, everybody backing off, but it will be P7 who take mid-map control, Ton.
I've thought just doing the classic hop-up. Raid really has changed, of course, with the wall bouncing. Some angles that never existed before. Well, very... existable? Lucifer.
Hey, I'll go with it. It's existable.
We'll go with it. Full existable. We're just inventing words, inventing terms. This is what we do. We've been around long enough. I think this is actually fine. Project 7 Esports in a really good spot. 4 versus 2, making it 4 versus 1. Synes is a player who... I don't want to say there's been a whole lot of noise on, but as soon as he came into this roster, they looked... Well, the results looked a lot better. I wasn't thinking he was going to pull off the 1 versus 4, and that doesn't happen. But once again, Lucifer, Harry, phenomenal player. Really has been a stalwart of the European Challengers scene. Quite some time. 12-4 from EMEA on Raid.
Speaking of our age, he hasn't been Harry for some time now. We keep referring to him as it.
I know, but
he'll always be Harry to us.
That's fine.
Certainly is. Well, this is a very important round. I mean, obviously, Lucifer picking up so many kills in that last one. Puts him in prime position. The big gun, 12-4. Already checks this mid push here. It's going to be a heavy A push. They're going for it. And I'm going to get this wrong a million times. That's Lentejas.
Yes.
And they're actually just taking map control.
Push themselves through laundry as well, so... Got a good setup over towards it. They need a little bit more mid-map control, and I think they'll wait for an NVIDIA to get in a position to do something about it here, but unfortunately for him, it was Mythics that he ran into. He dipped out, if only momentarily. That now should be the bomb going down over towards A. They got the control that they need to, but still waiting to find maybe a little bit more, and maybe find us in around 11. F-Dot in a 1 versus 3 to try and stop that from happening. Cannot. Round 11 we go.
All the way through, all the way good. Who walks away with this final one, and you've got to say they did a good job here. Really take map control. They didn't go for the quick plant. They didn't try to get it and then allow themselves to be pinched. And even when they lost NVIDIA, stayed resolute.
Well, here we go. Defensive side for Project 7. Las Lentejas going to try and find something on the attack. They just got a lot of control over towards Laundry. Over towards the A side. Project 7 are going to do the exact same thing as they did in the previous round and just go for the mid-map control. And try and scout out from there. So that's with the sniper out as well. So saving it really till the last minute.
Just trying to keep an eye here and hoping they find a pick. Not going to happen. I think the call's been made for him to go over. Not going to watch mid. Going to look for this long range, which will cause so many issues for Project 7 if he gets up there. Now he's on Overwatch. It's all about Synes in the situation. He's got to cover Reedy.
That's down. And that is going to be a sniper watching over that as well. And really, Project 7 are not in a position to clear this one out, and Fatal has somehow slipped the net. This should be absolutely diabolical for Project 7 now. F-Dot, he can find one, but Fatal will find two. When you snip the net like that, it's just impossible to do anything about it if you're Project 7. And now F-Dot and Lucifer need to try and find something. It'll have to be a 1v3 from F-Dot.
They're not going to allow him to have it as Fatal. He buries them in the end, one flank. And that is going to be them taking that away. And realistically, it is not as clean-cut, these games, as some of the ones we thought they would be.
No, I mean, look, I did point that one out because you look at some of the players who are on that Las Lentejas roster and what they can do. And you did wonder if P7 would be pushed, and they are getting pushed. Now on a piece. Now onto towards Overload, Lins, and Cole. Looking to try and find something here. They found the Search and Destroy. Do they have the wherewithal to manage to find something here on Overload? Specifically on Den, which can be very fast and it can be very furious. Lins just holding it tight. Making sure his team are not going to get caught out in an odd position over towards the rooftop side. It's going to be a push over towards this B side now. Got a lead blocker in front of him, as I like to call them in Cobra. He's been shut down, so Lynn should be falling alongside of him, trying to keep that pressure on. They cannot Dark Horse defend well.
Yeah, pick this up as well. They're going to have Sykes trying to move forward. already going to get taken down, so they're going to try and shift this all around. The EMP now going to be into the middle of the map here. Neither team really in a great position to make a push as everybody just takes those positions with the head cover and tries to get a few kills rolling.
I was calling it the ball. Never mind. Taken down the middle of the map. This is an opportunity. I tell you what, if Train can find the kills, they cannot. Sykes had to find one. Gets shut down by Cobra, but doesn't have any backup. So for him, it's just about waiting. Doesn't need to necessarily get aggressive. Find a corner to hide in. He's going to have to back on down. Actually, have to be really careful now, so they were passive, if anything. Melko, well, he's not going to be ready for every single one of them jumping around the corner, and this is now an opportunity for Dark Horse to try and get this one over the line. The kills are starting to fall their way. Cobra can find one, but Sykes finds two. Cobra again catches up, though. How on earth has he found that? It was Lins in the end. God bless the scoreboards. That's still an issue, but Lins is the one who finds the job done, and that's a hell of a defense coming through from Lins. Had to find those kills.
Everybody in corners here. Bressy's going to check the wrong way and does go down before they can do any more. Cobra trying to put shots down at the same time. They're looking to move forward now with this one. Cobra tries to help out the teammates, and the ball is free and available, but Cobra cannot get through. No reinforcements, no teammates, and no way to break into the spawn.
Opportunity is being presented for both these two teams. Not quite able to execute. Those final moments is what can really make the difference when it comes down to Overload.
These teams are waiting. Really trying to just set up ready for this one again. I always find on this game mode it feels like it can be a stalemate for so long, but once it goes in once, they start rolling with it, and this is going to be a score. It's guaranteed and locked on. It will be Dark Horse Esports that tie this one up.
And then once they can get themselves set up over that towards that B side. You have to be careful because you can try and start maybe getting a bit of a relay going, but now all of a sudden Sykes has to find a kill, and you're right, it has opened up. Sykes, you can find one. You got to find this if you're mighty. Yeah, they wrap back through. They got brave, and it paid off in the end just about. Oh, if they can find that kill on the Lins as well. Yeah, they can. It was Melko who falls. Now he can start to push forward. Aspect setting himself up here. Have to make this opportunity work pretty quickly though, because the pinch is starting to come on through. If the tin dies with the EMP here, this could start to get run through towards the B side pretty quickly. Brezzy will be the tip of the spear. He'll start to push. Needs to find minimum one here. Nah, they position themselves well. Well played from Dark Horse. Game of, well, back and forths, to be honest, Brezzy. The search of destroy was the same. Neither team really getting themselves involved in getting any relays or anything like that. It has been a very, very close affair. Not until Cobra and Lins just guns with the pistol. Are you kidding me? That's 2 or 3 to find. To find his way through 16 and 7 from Lins. 2-1 clutch Rayn.
Oh, Cobra and Lins trying to go to work here to get this one moving forward, and we said the floodgates may open. Melko all the way into the backfield, looking to cut down reinforcements. Damn. They are moving straight into his gun site, but the teammate didn't get it through. He continues his reign of terror, though, and it still doesn't go in. Somehow they hold it at the half. And that should have been another score, but everybody pulling out all of the stops here right at the buzzer.
I mean, that's just a monumentally large kill come through from Sykes. Yeah, Lins is trying to push it through here. This was the first one, obviously, but I think it really did come down to Sykes finding that moment. Yeah, Sykes, you can see he was the one that found the kill towards the point, trying to get it out. Lins finds it, but not quick enough. And that's a big moment. That could have been 3-1 clutch Rayn, and you're kind of just saying, all right, okay, yeah, we'll shut up shop now. Not going to have that opportunity, but still 2-1 to the good.
Well, here we go. A smaller lead than what it could have been. But Rayn will be just a little bit despondent with the fact that it just did not go their way in the end. They just choose not to pick up the ball here. We'll go for the kill. Sykes also looking. There's one. Knows where the second one is going to be, but has lost him a little bit in the fog of war. And neither team really happy to carry this yet.
Just trying to get themselves set up in a position, to be honest with you. It's all about map control. You don't want to necessarily just go for a run with the EMP if you don't really have some power positions, and now you definitely don't have any if you're clutch Rayn and Dark Horse can set themselves up. A little bit of an easier run over towards this B side on this side of the map, specifically for Dark Horse, so maybe they can get something going here. I like this aggression, though, coming through from D10, just trying to cut them down as everybody else is trying to find a way through, but the core spawns are going to be there here for Cut Train still. So if you're Dark Horse, just take your time here. Not necessarily any reason to get too aggressive. Sykes now in a little bit of trouble, though, needs a little bit of back from his team and doesn't get it. Nice defense coming through from Cut Train.
And everybody just really able to kind of clean it off the goal line at the moment. We're trying to push forward, but goes down as well. Here comes another flank. Aspect finds the first and the second and the third.
Damn.
Now the route is clear. The rest of Clutch Rayn are going to have to sprint this one through. Aspect is going to try and cut down his reinforcements as quickly as possible. Finds one. Finds a second. Hasn't managed to get in as well, but surely that's going to be able to get in, but his teammates just cannot make it work. Aspect now on a 5 streak. Keeps challenging. He's got 6 health in a dream. Eventually will fall, and that will be the tiebreaker. Monumental work to get that one over the line in the end, and somehow, some way it works.
I honestly, if I'm Aspect, I'm like, what more can I do here? He finds like 6 in a row, and he still has to nearly basically be the one to carry it over the line, but it's set up a little bit more pressure. Clutch Rayn are being, well, trying to find themselves a way. Oh my god, Lins. I mean, this pistol in this man's hands is deadly, to say the least. Mighty and Co have really got a hard task on their hands. They were on the attack. They were seemingly going to find another one. They are not going to be able to find another initially, but neither are Clutch Rayn. It does get shut down. With the very last moment, this one is to and fro, Bryce, because everything's happening down this side of the map towards the rooftops. It's just one of those moments you find a couple of kills. It's so tight that you can find a way through very, very quickly. Every single gunfight on the outside of this map is so important.
Trying to be careful. Tame finds one, and Clutch Rayn will now have to adjust for that one. Also incoming. They'll go try to find something. He's going to get nothing but information there in the end. Tame going to try and continue to push this one forward. You can see they're being careful. And there are players basically standing on that goal. They are not letting them move forward at all, but they've lost a lot of momentum and map control. Here they come, though. A huge push from them in the end. I said, all right, enough is enough. Off with the back foot, onto the front, and now they're moving forward towards their own.
This is just why I love Overload so much. There's so many moments for plays to be made. And that was one of them from Cut Train. Stout defense, and that's a gunfight you would have liked to have back if you're Lins. Aspect will take him down. Now one's going to find his way forward. D10 will also get taken down. So it's all about the map control, which right now belongs to Cut Train, as does the EMP. Trying to force a way through if they can. I mean, that's just one of those moments that you don't necessarily need to get too aggressive. And now all of a sudden, you may well have a walkthrough, but Lins is not necessarily in the best of positions, but he does have the cover. The cover is there. The cover may well be dead, or is it? Brezzy squeezes it over the line. 3-2 to Cut Train with a minute to go.
And you could tell he knew. He didn't want to turn. He knew somebody would be shooting him. Eventually, the teammates just carry it over the line, but here comes revenge potentially. Sykes will have to be a hero for the ages to get this one through. Reinforcements now flooding in. They know there are players are going to be here. Mighty is trying to look for them in the backfield. Doesn't find them. They know where the rest of the players are as well. They go around the corner for the trade at the same time, and everybody trades back and forth. It's pinstripe all around. It is not good enough for Dark Horse Esports. And now Clutch Rayn with 35 seconds left to go. They can play possession. They can play aggression. But more importantly, the game is now theirs to lose.
And the opportunity was when the push came through broken. You're looking for the flank up through the alleyway. You cannot find it. Now Cobra and Co can just take their time. They're finding the gunfights. They're looking to get aggressive. Keep this EMP forward. Cobra with 2. Over the top, not going to happen. D10 was able to find it, but that may well mean nothing. Grenades actually come through, though. They're able to shut it down, but with 7 seconds, I just don't know if it happens. I just don't know if it happens. They're going to be given an opportunity in overtime. They just have to set themselves up, but they have to be perfect.
In the backfield now. Aspect.
You've got to anticipate this.
Where is everybody? He's checking the corners. There's one.
Hold on.
He's around the back. Looking for the second as well. The rest of the team going to strike, and there's a player in the midfield. They're going to get away with it. Clutch Rayn. It's just enough for them. They will walk away with that win. They will go 2-1 up in the series as well. But what a back and forth from both teams.
I actually love this game. It's so exciting. I think some people will say, oh, right, okay, could it be better? Could we make some changes to maybe turn it in a certain different kind of way? Possibly, but it's so exciting when you have games like that, so back and forth, so many stops where you wouldn't have anticipated, so many moments where, I mean, players just popped off when they needed to, that maybe got something going, but the players that were popping off more were the ones on Clutch Rayn. They managed to find a way through. I think it was Linz on multiple occasions, was finding 2 or 3 to either defend or attack, and they were those moments that changed the game. 3-2 scoreline probably is fair. Clutch Rayn find themselves now in the lead in this series, Bryce. Absolute cracker, that one.
Yeah, it certainly was. And even towards the end there, you're like, I don't know which way this is going to go. Genuinely, at no point, I was like, this could happen either way for both of these two squads. And I think they're very close all the way into it. And you got to say this about Dark Horse, you know, we knew they were a good squad coming in. I was unsure if they were going to give Clutch Rayn as close of a game as they have ended up doing.
Yeah, no, look, to be honest with you, I really was looking at Clutch Rayn specifically as arguably the most consistent team. I mean, Cup number 1, they were first. Cup number 2, they were second. Cup number 3, they were second. You look over towards Project 7, who were the other team who really had been there. Cup 1, second. Cup 2, third. Cup 3, first. So pretty similar, but Clutch Rayn have been the one who have been in more finals. They are the ones who have been able to find a way through. So a lot of people were saying they seemingly are the best team here in Europe right now. But there are going to be questions around MP7 have lost themselves the map. Clutch Rayn, of course, only 2-1 up. Really curious how the Rock Esports game is going as well. They're another team who I think are going to be in the mix. And Dark Horse are kind of proving that they're going to be another team who are up in and amongst it towards the top sides of things in both of these groups. It's been a really good game so far, and there may well be a couple more maps to go, Bryce. We're heading into map number 4.
Yeah, it certainly will. And for me, again, we're going to the hard point. The hard point from the first map, if you think about it, Clutch Rayn had such a poor start that for me, I'm wondering whether or not they'll be in a completely different gear at the start of this one. But before we find any of that out, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Elite. This is Stage 1, Day 1, Week 1, and we're having an awful good time so far. Very close games as we watch all of them across multiple streams as well. Challengers has gone up a notch this year, and we're here to bring you all the action. Ton, so far so good.
We've been dotting around everywhere, mate. We even accidentally coordinated the quarter sips. Everything is going on today.
I have already received messages, Ton. People aren't happy.
Well, you know what? I don't know if it's maybe showing our age or showing how long we've done this together or, well, showing other things that I probably won't want to talk about too much. But other than that, look, it has been a really nice return for day number 1. We've been dotting about all over the place. You know what? Do you want me to zip mine up so it doesn't look so bad? Now it looks like I'm wearing a turtleneck. Now it looks like we're not actually the same at all. That we're kind of vibing. I might suffocate, frankly. But other than that, yeah, look, I think it's been really interesting, though, towards this alpha game to see how it has went down. Train coming into this one really was expecting them to be relatively comfortable in this game. It has been anything but. Map number 1 did not go their way at all. But map 2 and 3, well, the Neslo is on the cards. They're going into another hard point now. Up against Dark Horse. Need to try and find something here if they can. Because, my word, they don't want to be in this position. They don't want to be going to a map number 5.
Certainly do not. And, well, here comes the first flurry. Everybody getting into this one very, very quickly and trying to get everything down that they can as players fly all over the joint. And look for this first couple of points. But at the moment, it will be Dark Horse Esports that start getting it.
Train are the ones with the lead. Let's see what they can do. Can they turn around? They were brilliant in map number 1. Honestly, it was kind of shocking. Oh, I'd imagine Train are a little bit more warmed up this time around, though. And are able to maybe do something about it a little earlier, not fall behind. A 155 to 1, well, what was 20 in one stage. Aspect trying to light it up where he can. He's really impressed me throughout this series, and we'll have to continue to do so. Did you want to find something yet? 25 seconds, and, well, not quite rising anymore, but the rotation over towards P2, not looking too bad yet. Now for the side. Dark Horse Esports. Getting some more time on the bottom.
Cool Aspect. Just a clean kill there in the end, but this has been kind of echoes of map 1. Over looking for the punch here already, though. Here comes a flank, and it's Aspect. He's been doing this an awful lot in basically every game mode so far, and, well, it looks like they just weren't ready for the fire to Synes. Thank you very much. A 5 streak to open it up. Surely, history cannot be repeating itself from map 1, Ton.
If Dark Horse want to do anything and claim they're going to starts in hard point seems to be it. Cut Train, not so great. In all fairness, this has been brilliant from Dark Horse. Feels like Cut Train a little one by one. Pinstripe kill feed might help them out. Mighty cannot get his way back in, and Cut Train, well, going to get a little bit of something, but the rotation over towards the next hill is not going to be it, though. Lynn's trying to find a way through. They're sitting at 3 and 6, but 3 of those kills being found in a row, and were a big reason they found a break over towards P2. Now need to find a break over towards P3. That's nice.
Here comes the push. 2 through the stairs, but it's just an absolute gauntlet as there are so many through as well. Melko trying to stay alive. Look at everybody bouncing around. Melko somehow comes out of it smelling of roses, but there just is not enough bodies for the trade. As Sykes now into this point once again. Clutch Rayn are not having a good day on the hard point into this one as down they fall once more.
Yeah, that's a really big break coming through from Dark Horse, but Clutch Rayn, it kind of came down to 1 versus 1 in the end, but because the spawns are so close to Dark Horse, it is a really hard break over towards P3. Difficult to find a way through. They tried, but you need to be cleaner. Right now, Mighty is looking real clean in the middle of the map. That's 4 kills in a row from him. The rotation over towards New, now incoming. Aspect, first one there. Honestly, Dark Horse Esports, their hard point game looks absolutely phenomenal. They've been close in the other 2 game modes, but hey, if they can tighten those up, they may well be a strong squad, because right now they are 100 points in the lead. Rotation coming around, Aspect sitting deep. They're just so ready for it. Everything that Dark Horse are doing is turning to gold right now.
This is ridiculous. Dark Horse laying down the law on the hard points. Clutch Rayn barely able to really get anything going here as well. They're going to have to start fighting for scrap time. They're going to have to look for something. Detain gets 2 again. Once more, under lock and key. Aspect on his own 5. Detain continues to put down pressure. For Clutch Rayn, it's almost like all teamwork falls apart.
it's just it feels like it's very one by one. Trying to find a way through, but they're finding their way through for what, 5-6 seconds at a time. It's just not good enough. It is literally a carbon copy. It was like 150 to 20 after, well, the first full rotation. Over specifically on Den, but we do indeed have another hill to go through here on exposure as we head over towards P5. A bit of a difficult one to try and find a break if you can't find some mid-map control, and well, Mighty is here, so I'd imagine it's going to be a bit of a struggle. Sykes finds the gunfight inside of the point. Mighty has got mid-map under cover. 45 seconds to go. Dark Horse could be touching 200 points before we head to a second rotation.
And this is actually looking worse than the first game. Rayn just really not able to find anything here. Still in control here for Dark Horse, and even then they've managed to get Lins into the backfield to try and contest here. The rest of the players now piling in as well. Rayn trying to get some bodies under this point as finally it starts ticking up for them again, but it has looked less than pretty for them across this map, and with 9 seconds of scrap time, they could really do with it. It's about 20% of what they've got so far.
I mean, it's totally necessary that they do get a hold of it, but have they fed Dark Horse a little too much? Is there going to be some Hellstorms on the other side of things? Honestly, I've been keeping an eye on the map more rather than anything else, but Aspect sitting in 19-7 now, he may well have something cooking on that side of things, and when it comes down to exposure, you do not want the opposition to have Hellstorms. Aspect not too far off on himself. Can he find this kill? Prezi shuts it down, that's important. I say it's important, they're 150 points behind.
Oh, it almost feels like there's nothing Rayn can do. They were set up there, they lost every single gunfight, it went every single way wrong that it could possibly do. And Dark Horse refused to take their foot off the accelerator. They continue to pile in pain as Rayn are wondering, will we even break 50 points right now?
I mean, this is seriously impressive. From the side of Dark Horse Esports, as said, I mean, look, they haven't won this map just yet. Rayn are a very good squad and do momentarily have a little bit of a rotation over towards P2, but you wouldn't call it a money hill. 50 seconds to go, but they are looking so impressive when it comes down to this game mode, and this is what I said. You don't want to be allowing these Hellstorms to do anything. It clears them out. They find a way through. Rayn forced away from the point.
Aspect trying to just put this one into the history books because that's the way it's going. Rayn looking to maybe find some pride here at the end of this hard point. Something to bring them back into the realm of reality. There's nothing they've really been doing that's been working. They've been heavily outslayed, heavily out-rotated, and broke anytime they had an opportunity. 216 to 53 tells a story all of its own, but even this point, Aspect cleans it up like it's easy.
I mean, we talked about it in the Overload, and we talked about those moments that made the difference for Rayn. They were able to find those moments. That was through somebody like Lins, who is now sitting at 13 and 24. It has to be something that's a problem for Rayn here. It feels like the communication is maybe off a little bit. Right now, they are finding themselves about to be potentially 53-point club. 15 seconds away for Dark Horse Esports. Maybe a break here for Rayn. It looks that way. Find a way through, but detain. I mean, he's just slipped the net, and how easy is this? Continuing to survive, if only momentarily disrupts them. Dark Horse not too far away. Can they find a break?
Prezi just looking to find another kill for himself. I'm going to keep the pressure off for one more just tiny Aspect here, and if you're Rayn, maybe the silver lining is, can you keep yourself out of the 100-point club? Aspect, it looked probably worse than it actually was, but that looked horrible as Cobra finds 3, but not the 4th. Really made a bit of a comeback for himself. He was 8 and 20 at one point, but surely not again. Rayn firing on cylinders at the end of a hard point. It really has to be much earlier.
I mean, yeah, it's a carbon copy. You were down 150 to 20 or so, and then you decide to start turning it around. But, I mean, I think they were down maybe even further, to be honest with you. Sykes and Cole finding a way through. They're 3 seconds away. This has been a beating here on Exposure. The hard points have been one-sided. This series has not. We go to a map number 5. Incredible work, though. They're from Dark Horse. Again, it's just that start, man.
Yeah, very, very bad start. Welcome to the 100-point club here. Clutch Rayn, you're one of the favourites to win this one. You find yourself in game 1, entering the 100-point club in map 4. I've also been told that we should be going straight to Bravo from this, so we're not going to go straight into this S&D as we have a quick look at the stats. We will be going over to have a look at Bravo, as that game is also ongoing.
Treaty 1 Gaming going up against Night Vibes, and this is one I was interested to keep an eye out on, because Night Vibes are a team from Saudi Arabia. We're interested to see how they're going to be going throughout the entirety of Challengers Elite. I'd imagine they'll be here to stick around. But Treaty 1 Gaming, some very, very good players. Henry Overlay, Kez Rush. I mean, we know all of these names. Going up against a team who, well, look like they're going to be causing some problems. Gentle, another good player who has been talked about with some high accolades coming out of Saudi Arabia. So let's see how he can do. The Night Vibes currently find themselves in the lead. Treaty 1 Gaming, though, the ones in the lead in this series.
Oh, Overlay, just trying to get back into this point as well. We're looking for a bit of control. Henry just flying out of that top. Isn't going to get everything that he wants to as well. Rush looking to just shut the door here at the same time. That's a wonderful 2. Was expecting pressure from upstairs, but nobody's going to know exactly where General's going to be. And, well, cleans it up for his 4th streak.
Nicely done. A little bit of scrap time in the rotation now. Over towards New is, well, a lengthy one. Kez find the kill, though, onto Soul down the outside, and that's going to open up the field, and that's just a easy on walk through for Treaty 1 Gaming. Now to get the position, try and close this down. Could do with finding the kills and a little bit of control over towards Top Church. They get a hold of that. Oh, force spawns out. Henry trying to get that job done. Finds the first with help from his teammate. Will get shut down, though. Back and forth, but Treaty 1 Gaming not in a bad spot.
So far, all is good for these squads, and with it being a very close game, who's going to get the advantage here? Of course, let's feel Night Vibes. And we'll take this to on map 5. At Treaty 1, they'll be looking to get their first win of the Elite in the books if they can. And, well, they have control at the moment. They have the lead, and they should have the scrap time depending on how this goes. But Shay looking for the second isn't going to be able to grab it. The reinforcements will pile in very, very quickly. They have the closest spawn, and they should be able to grab this scrap time with that 2.
Charm finding 3. Nice job. Really, really close game. Between these two, Treaty 1 Gaming will want to get this one shut out as quickly as they can. They don't necessarily want to go to a map number 5. Kills being traded across the board, though. 45 seconds to go here over towards P1. P2 rotation going to be coming through very, very shortly. 40 seconds to get yourself set up, or just try and find a break over towards P1.
A lot of kills hitting the kill feed here, as it will be Night Vibes that take that one under their wing. Oh, over the top, Rush! Where'd he go? Well, able to find what he was looking for, and just trying to sneak in here, Henry, and find an easy kill, but doesn't manage to get it, but does stay alive, and, well, that's put so much pressure onto the map, the rest of the team kind of come in and help him out.
Good time, though, for Treaty 1. Take that all day long. Picking up some more time up towards P1. They got the P2 spawns. They got that lockdown. Motel is not an inviting option here for Night Vibes whatsoever. Gentle should be dead to rights as well, and is. Some good time potentially on offer. They've got them where they want them. Honestly, it's the position of Overlay. It's just so difficult for Night Vibes to find a way through. 45 seconds to go.
Rush being careful. Finds another kill here. Just really making impactful kills when he needs to, and has given them a modicum of control. Unfortunately, they are going to be outnumbered here from any big push, so any player they lose is going to really hurt them. And with those first few kills going down, Kez trying to stem the tide, but will not have enough life to do it. The flank is also going to come in, and Night Vibes will pick up the scrap.
Yeah, no problem. Happily find a way through. They've got a nice rotation through the middle of the map over towards the field side, so you can see that Treaty 1 happy to hit old, and they'll find their way through past the motel through mid-map, and that's where they want to try and set themselves up here. Henry, good down. Charm, happy to have a little look, just trying to farm them away. Keep an eye on the spawns, where they're actually going to be now spawning over towards the church side, so that is kind of worked out really for Night Vibes. That push that comes on through, mind you, didn't know that was coming in. Overlay, he will find not 2 but 3. With his Hellstorm, there's the break for Treaty 1 Gaming. Still around a 40-point lead for them, 45 seconds to play for, and you can pick up some decent time here. You can get a hold of the spawns. Overlay once again starting to cook, though, and Night Vibes struggling now.
3D1 just trying to get into a good position here as well. You can see Overlay trying to do everything he can, but this is big from Night Vibes. They are putting the pressure on Rush, trying to backpedal to stay alive as long as possible. That player might actually get caught here. There are players near him. They don't know he's calling this in. A lot of information gathered as well. Finds two, tries to turn it. Probably good with it. Not going to be good enough quite, but scrap time to Treaty 1 here, Tunt.
Scrap time in a not bad position to try and find a rotation either. Cares towards the backside. Does have Overlay with him as well. So if he can continue to survive here, just needs to do so. Got the rest of his team starting to find a way through. Got one player forced all the way back as well, so spawns are going to start coming in here for Treaty 1 Gaming. The break is surely going to follow, and it does really nicely work. They were patient. They find the break. 45 seconds to play for here. Night Vibe's not far away.
Rush just trying to hold the door. It's not going to be as successful as last time we saw him onto this hard point. Night Vibes piling in. They have the bodies and the positioning. Henry could be the linchpin of this attack here for Treaty 1. Could be the furthest out. Signs of play already, but will go down very, very quickly. This is now a much harder push without him there, and they are cutting them down the kill feed readily enough that you don't see Night Vibes losing this point. We're going to the next one.
Rotation's going to be there for Treaty 1 Gaming, but they have to make sure they commit to it. You can see Night Vibes have had the opportunity to find a way through. Shit, can't do anything. He'll get cut to ribbons through in the middle of the map. Treaty 1 Gaming now about to hit 200. Alpha about to start up as well. We'll stick with this as long as we can. Close game between these two squads.
And this could end in the next 50 seconds. And if you want to keep up with it as well, you can watch this straight away onto Bravo as it goes into the dying seconds. But we need to jump back onto our main game. Alpha is on the cards. It's S&D for our two teams as they go all the way to map 5 to settle it. Let's take a little look.
And over towards Den we go almost immediately. Dark Horse on the defensive side. Clutching getting aggressive. Finding a kill as well if you're Cobra. So first blood on Clutchrain's way. Second is going to fall the way of Lin's. He's just about survived it. Pressure starting to come through. Aspect guesses this wrong. Lin's doing God's work right now for Clutchrain.
Oh, Lin's trying to get out of there. Nades there. Defensive pre-fire as well. 4 versus 2, and this could be a nightmare for Dark Horse to try and take. Will he get caught? He will. 2 versus 3 time.
Always have that covered up. Cobra will find Sykes and detain now in 1 versus 3. To be honest, I just love the middle of the map play coming through from the side of Clutchrain. Got themselves in a really good position, but the position for you guys at home is I hope you've got 13 monitors because we have every single game going on here on YouTube for Call of Duty Challenges this year. If you want to watch any of them that are currently ongoing, you can do Call of Duty Challenges YouTube channel. Every single one of them ongoing. Now, Treaty 1 Gaming, Night Vibes game, going the distance. We're here on map number 5 between Clutchrain and Dark Horse Esports. The lead for Clutchrain, who, I mean, safe to say, have not been great in the hard points whatsoever, but every other mode, they've been just about the best. Dark Horse need to find a way back yet. Only 1-0 down, though.
Where is he tucked? Hasn't been seen and will pick up that first blood because of it. Just an angle they didn't expect on, and take the risk to get there. This time the gamble paid off, but you can already see the movement on the other side of the map means Dark Horse might be able to get this plant down.
Kind of a bit of a weird one. Maybe they were expecting the pressure to come through, or they're just happy to go for the retake with numbers. I think Mighty is going to be really important here. Where does he show himself? Which way does he choose to help his teammates out? Whatever he does, he needs to do it quickly. I mean, that is just massive information. Detain is all at sea there. Position it. Not quite there. Mighty, though. Is he going to be able to find the pinch? Well, he can find one, but the rest of his teammates are very, very dead. Got Train, 2 to the good. And that's just one of those spots, like, they've done well to get over towards A a little bit, maybe fortunate with some timing, or just the fact that it was open. But then put themselves in a terrible position to try and defend it. Got Train, 2 to the good.
Just managing to look pretty practiced on that point. And like I said, that first kill, it's a risk to get there. The angle worked out for them, and then they had a plan for the rest of it. Nobody peeked, nobody went for anything too risky. to try and make the play or the hero play. They waited for Dark Horse to kind of give them the information they needed. Will this continue? Will Dark Horse have the adjustment in mind? It looks already that Clutch Rayn are going for this with numbers. Smoke's going to be down. Trophy's going to be down. Mighty looks to backpedal as well. There's a huge tower coming through. And Mighty's running for his life, and down he goes.
And they never seem to be ready for anything that Clutch Rayn are going to do, but it's not necessarily out of the ordinary. As soon as that smoke comes down, you know it could be potentially shocking all. And I mean, Detain's just sitting there twiddling his thumbs, not expecting it to come through as aggressively as it does so. Clutch Rayn are catching Dark Horse off guard. And it hasn't been something they've been able to answer. Sykes and Aspect now left in the 2 versus 4, but it feels very unlikely with 30 seconds to go.
Gotta be careful. And they try to make a little bit of a valiant hero play there at the end, but Clutch Rayn with another one. And you could see it as well. That was just a play call, Ton, right? They knew exactly what they wanted out of it, and they just went straight for it and executed. And even Mighty was like, trying to get out of it as quickly as possible and hope to salvage something from that push, but didn't work out. So far, all Clutch Rayn.
And they keep it up, though. There's a very close search and destroy in map number 2. But right now, here on 10, this ain't close at all. Your 3 collective kills from Dark Horse Esports. Rezzy's got 4. Cole now just trying to find a little bit of information. Not much going on through the middle of the map. You made a push through A so well. 2 and 2 together. It's making 4. Push over towards B. That's definitely what's coming through. Clutch Rayn know that's what's happening. They're setting themselves up in a pinch position. Dark Horse going to be able to deal with it. The bomb is down.
Mighty looking for him as well, but they do manage to get a trade through, and this very much becomes about the pressure on the pinch as the Taint under a little bit of trouble. Knows he's weak. Players coming from both sides here. Clutch Rayn will look to squeeze this as much as possible, but already one going down. A 2 versus 2. A 2 versus 1. Melko, with low health and 20 seconds, will need a miracle for it. And it's going to be shoulders all round. Nothing but the shakes. Nothing but mistakes, and down they fall. Dark Horse get around the board, Ton.
And that's just one of those situations that it's impossible. Aspect not going to be able to, well, give Melko anything at all. It's just a 1 pump, we're fine. But really, really good work there from, well, the side of Dark Horse. They took a bit of a gamble. Clutch Rayn did as well. Knew exactly what was going on, but not able to execute. That was a round they needed. 4-0 would have been bleak viewing for a Dark Horse Esports fan. But here we are. Cobra. Cool. Still 3-1 to the good. Where do they choose to go? It looks as if A is going to be the nominated point, but they have to be careful of this aggression. It's over the top from Sykes. Lins is ready for it, and they've read them like a book. Lins, a second kill will fall his way. Clutch Rayn in flow state right now, Bryce.
That's just what you kind of want when you're planning out your S&D moves. It's almost being gifted to them. And here comes the push from the mid here. Mighty might be able to catch a little bit of timing, but now they are watching that flank. That opportunity has left. He won't know this. He should walk into the trap. Lins will call for a bit of reinforcements. They know this is a 2 versus 4. They have bodies to spare. Mighty finds one back down to a 2 versus 3. Cobra finds the first. Down, Mighty gets his second. A 1 versus 2 for him, but 28 seconds and a lot of cover.
Oh, it's not one of those moments that's a must-do, but you really could do with finding it if you're Mighty. Lins is separated from his teammate, though, needs to get aggressive. Oh, he jumped off the map as well! So he had to only worry about that kill. Oh, you wouldn't have expected it, obviously. I don't think Lins would have either. 4-1 at Clutch Rayn, just about.
And that could have been very, very dangerous. That snap was there as well from Mighty. This was a gunfight. Seeing him get hit obviously wasn't quite as clean as he wanted. But it could have been a hero story. Not to be. Clutch Rayn now up in this final map, 4-1.
Mighty needs to turn it around here for Dark Horse. Sitting at 5-5 right now, but some of those kills are being inconsequential because the rest of their teammates are dead. They put themselves in a better spot. Feels as if they are just losing out on too many of these initial situations. And now we're getting aggressive. Lins and Cole well set up here. It's a brilliant nade. Detain will be shut down. The damage was done over towards the others. Aspect is able to answer back though. 3 versus 3.
Everybody's really close now. Rezzy Probably wants to go for Sykes. The Sykes is waiting for it as well, but there is a crossfire. Oh, Sykes goes in. They're making the push known. And Dark Horse really springing to action here. And Linz now has to backpedal. He finds one, but not going to be the second. And 1 versus 2 now for Melko. Do they know where he is? Melko already going for one. He's going to get the weakness, but there isn't going to be enough. Dark Horse do just enough. The coordination and teamwork put them over the edge there, Ton.
Nicely done. Just force their way through. Got to get something going. I suppose, you know, it's been difficult for them to find a great deal in the search and destroy so far, but they forced the issue here down the B side. Put themselves in a spot where 4-2 doesn't feel too bad. Clutch Rayn, the win not quite out of their sails yet, Bryce, but they were in a really commanding position a couple of rounds ago. Dark Horse starting to close that gap. Getting through the middle of the map from Melko there. That's not going to be far away from landing. Aspect not going to catch anything of it. A little bit more of a stalemate, a little bit more of a steady round of search and destroy here.
All quiet here for both teams. For Dark Horse, I know they've done pretty well to get a couple of rounds on the board here. There's no check there, but Sykes will make himself known. Linz has to back off as well. Clutch Rayn have given up an awful lot of map control now. If they don't execute on this fast enough, they will find themselves squeezed. They're already going to be worrying about who has hit the flank.
They've been forced to back away, but they've done so quickly, so not the end of the world. D10, yep, info, backs on down. No need to challenge this all on your own. To find a pick, brilliant, but oh, Aspect. But because of the information that was given from D10, knew that that could be happening. Gets the ADS, they've wiped them out. Dark Horse Esports, this should be another round. 1 versus 4 for Cobra.
Dark Horse, they've made the adjustments, Ton.
Yes, yes and no. I just feel as if some of these initials, they put themselves in a better spot with that. Maybe getting a bit more of a read on what Clutch Rayn are going to do. But these have been important rounds. Get to the stage where what you're 4-1 down, must win to make a 4-2, 5-1 down. It's curtains, but all of a sudden, just like that, you only 1 round away, and the momentum is really only in one direction as well. Dark Horse Esports now looking for 3 in a row on the attacking side. Gonna go for the mid map. I quite like a mid map control coming through from teams here. To be honest, you can kind of stick, twist, go whichever way you want. But you have to do it quickly. You don't want to get caught here.
Everyone being a bit careful. Pressure's mounting, but they found a gap here. It looks like they might just go for this straight away. Detained in such a good position as well.
Well, they've manipulated their way around, put pressure where they needed. Got the bomb down to B, thanks to all of that. The map, Linz. Oh, does he get a bit of good timing, bad timing? I'm not too sure. Tagged up, teammates are here. First gunfight's massive.
Linz goes for the strike. The smoke's making it a bit more difficult for everybody to fight. It's still a 2 versus 2. Brezzy finds one though. They know where the second one's going to be. He goes for it. Player's going to be weak. He's trying to get both there. Detain finds the first. He goes for it at the same time. It's not going to be enough. And Clutch Rayn will get a round back on the board. Dark Horse did so much work there. What a scrappy fight around the bomb site.
Oh, that was micey. Clutch Rayn had to find that. They had to stop the bleeding. And now they're 1 round away. But it's just one of those over towards the bomb site here and then that it can happen. It can get extremely violent extremely quickly. And it works out for Clutch Rayn. To be honest, Brezzy does brilliantly. He finds 3 over towards the B bomb site. Continues to survive as well. Clutch Rayn, as mentioned, 1 round away from, well, the Neslo, to be honest with you. Dark Horse have looked fantastic in the hard point, but Clutch Rayn have pipped them in every other mode. Still need to find 1 more round.
Oh, there's just so much smoke. Linz wants to make a move forward, but this is not easy for him at all. And, well, I say that, and he finds a kill regardless. A 2 versus 2 has developed now onto this point. Linz being very, very aggressive. He might get caught out here as well, and he does. Cobra's been found with a stun check at the same time. They now have the information on him. They know he's not planting. The Dark Horse, this is their round to lose.
He has managed to find a way through, though. Might just slip in with, well, very little HP. But the problem is he's going to watch in two different directions. Chooses to cut one off almost immediately. Knows he has to go on Aspect pretty quickly and does the right thing and finds it. Knows the pinch is maybe coming through the other side. Sykes will back him down, but Cobra's in a great position now.
Cobra's going round. He's not even hesitating. He's going to go all the way through. Oh, he's going for it at the same time, and Sykes with the movement. He goes up, he goes high, and he gets the victory. Dark Horse Esports continuing to stay in this game. And it's now 5-4 to clutch Rayn, but it is not over yet.
So important. That 1 versus 1. Brycey, it's first game of the year. We might as well go around 11 map 5, right? I mean, why wouldn't we at this stage? Get me in. Get me involved.
Don't know if we're going to have a choice because the way this has been going. Hey, round 10 might be good enough. This has been so close. What is the play call? What have they got left in the locker? Well, leave bomb back at base, apparently. Is that a mistake that might cost them? And, well, Lin's just calling this out. He's going to find one. We'll have to back off. It's not as clean as he would have liked.
And that's a play call that you make to go through mid-map. You've got to expect somebody to come from the jump-up side. You've got to be aware that that's going to happen. Now a 4 versus 3. I don't even know how Lin's got out, but Cobra will find another 2 versus 4 now for Dark Horse Esports. So this series is done.
Need some hero plays. Will he check the right corner here?
2v2.
Aspect and Mighty. They brought it back. Mighty trying to get out of this one. Running for his life. He's being chased as well, and he will go down. Brezzy, that is a bold call to make. He hounds the other player until he can get him out of it, knowing that they need that advantage back. Aspect, 1 versus 2 in a dream. And the players are actually stacked here for him. They're looking for it. Finds a few bullets on the first. The second comes to slide in at the same time. Aspect, 33 health. It's not going to be good enough. Clutch Rayn take the round, take the S&D, and they take the series ton.
And Brezzy does an amazing job there, to be honest with you. Gets aggressive on the sniper and Melko, who was able to find a pick, but as soon as you get up close and personal, they have to kind of try and take a gamble. He had the pistol out. He got aggressive. Really well played because he finds that kill and makes it all immediately a very winnable situation for Clutch Rayn. Fantastic job from them. They get the job done, but maybe not as comfortable as we maybe thought they were going to. It's going to be an interesting group that now. Clutch Rayn forced all the way there up against Dark Horse, but as you know, we got every single game going on. We're going over towards Bravo. Treaty 1 Gaming up against Night Vibes. Went to map number 5, did it?
Well, it looks like it has, and well, we're going to see how it plays out. At the moment, Treaty 1 Gaming in a very good position. They're just trying to continue to put this on, and well, Gentle gets the first blood though.
And I think this is kind of a bit of a hallmark sometimes of some of these new teams. Search and Destroy sometimes can be a bit of a struggle. Right now, though, going up against Treaty 1 Gaming, some very good Search and Destroy players in this team, to be fair. Knife Arms, though, have got that bomb down. Overlay. Find a way back through to try and get the defuse on this one. Big win from Real Charm, though. Nicely done. He's there to able to answer back. Finds a second. It was one that you should be maybe covering if you're Gentle, but Soul left on his own now. 1 versus 2, just positioned so well. You're gonna have to jump in if you're Henry, and you will do. And the trade is there, 4-0 to Treaty 1 now.
Just looking a little bit smooth when they need to be. And that is going to be a little bit the wrong way around, but that's okay. Oh, it seems like this may have gone the distance as well, Ton, but the S&D doesn't seem to be that close.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how some of the rest of the series are played out as far as the maps and which direction they went in. We have Treaty 1 game looking very solid here. 4-0 in this series. There's any of the others still going on. You got Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, the lot. All going down to every single game and challenges this year is going to be broadcast in some way or another. Overlay getting aggressive now with the recon. So we can find something though. Makes it a 4 versus 3 in favor of Night Vibes.
Well, He has a couple of big kills. Henry certainly making his presence known, and this round might already be over. He's trying to get out of there as well. It doesn't have to be too flashy, though. That's the key here. They have the numbers advantage now.
Henry. Oh, there's just no need for him to find that one.
That's
Treaty
not okay.
Gaming. Oh, they're 5-0 up. That is incredible. Final kill. Coming through from Rush. Nicely done. 10-2 from him.
It's not okay. That was a double chow, and he went, oh, okay, I'll just take both then. I'll just have both. It's fine. 5-0 now. We'll find out how this one ends up falling by the wayside, because realistically, this has been a one-sided game.
Henry's sitting, what, 6 kills in a row now. It was him who just found those final couple on the kill cam, but, well, yeah, we'll figure it out another day. So we'll find overlay though. It's 4 versus 3 now in favor of Night Vibes, and they're getting the bomb down, so can you find something? Can you find a route?
Henry a little bit hesitant to make this push here, hoping that somebody makes themselves known.
Needs teammates to help him though, doesn't he? Henry finds one. Time to make the push now. Soul can find another one back. That's a cheeky little corner from Shay. Now Henry left in a 1 versus 2.
Decides it's not worth it. Knows he can't get there, knows he can't defuse. We'll choose to just keep the streak going. Maybe looking for an exit kill?
Yeah, I mean, it's smart at this stage. You're 5-0 up. There's no need necessarily to overcommit to this Hellstorm, particularly on exposure can well, be quite brutal for the opposition, and that's what you'll be thinking. Treason Gaming do give one away, but 5-1 to the good still.
And well, will Night Vibes find some sort of Cinderella story? Is there an opportunity for them to come back into this S&D? One round is just one round, but sometimes it could be the first step.
Can we get an aggressive fall? Let he continue to play his life at the back end of that one. Gets aggressive here. And we get the Hellstorm. Rauzan left all on his own, and that one is done nice and quickly. Nicely done from Treason Gaming. They will find the win in map number 5. But Night Vibes shoving them all the way. Search and destroy, though, proving to be a little bit of a problem. Something they may well have to work on throughout the rest of Challenges Elite. Nice job though, from Treason Gaming, getting their win over on Bravo. Map number 5 is all ready to kick things off. Pricey, we're in for a good season.
Certainly is. Well, I said we're going to kind of wait and see how everyone develops out. There's going to be a few more mistakes this early on in the season and stage, but everybody really putting their best foot forward and giving us great games. I'm expecting to see a lot more of it in this Elite, as we've had some new faces and new names and maybe some new ways of thinking. But yeah, some really great games to kick it off, but I feel like that's always the way with the Elite. It's always a great first day.
Yeah, no, I think it's about teams trying to figure each other out, and when the better teams do start to figure things out a little bit more, playing at the highest level possible for us over here in Europe, then things will start to maybe potentially get a little bit more one-sided as time goes on. We'll start to figure out when we have our top teams, but I mean, I'm actually being told we've got another game, number 5, going on over on Charlie. I mean, kind of proving the point, Pricey. Things are always close at the start.
They certainly are. Well, we've got another game 5, and I'm surprised that they're all still going. I thought that was the last one we had in this set, but somebody must have started a little bit late today to get this one in, but we are switching sides. What is the score? Currently 3-1.
I mean, we've seen the very first map of this one. I think it did start a smidge late. So, LewTees Lions took that one pretty comfortably, but Rauzan Esports have turned this one around 3-1. Now to the good. Here in this Search and Destroy. Kind of the big nid. Yazoo will get taken down. Colin needs to be that guy for LewTees Lions if they want to try and get this one, but currently, as said, 3-1 down.
Just being a bit careful. Can he get this bomb out? Is it safe? It is not safe. Doral gets one, but Blading comes down and everybody gets killed so far. Cabron left in a 1 versus 2 and not going to be good enough. LewTees Lions get that one.
Needed it. Really did. You go 4-1 down, you're in trouble. Kind of finding that big win for him to get. There's been a lot of COD for us to watch already, Bryce. Been absolutely threatened day number 1.
Everybody determined to be a hero on day 1 and not letting the games go. I don't even know if there was a 3-0 today, to be honest. I think there was one, but there might have been a forfeit as the team was AWOL. A lot of pressure towards the mid-map here.
That's right. Sitting 1 and 5. He'll take that one for a second, no problem whatsoever. Just getting super aggressive here. Not respecting the jump up on the top of the wall, just getting up close and personal. Elbow with Faisal on the defensive side. Yaza just taking a pop shot, if anything. I'll have to back on down. 3 versus 3. Another kill will come through, though. Yep, Yaza taking down. Well, we'll get this one. Or try to get this one down. I mean, the read wasn't there. Kill's been traded. Blade is dead. LewTees Lions find another round.
Well, that one fell apart a little bit quicker than I thought it might do. I thought they had some more control than they did here. You still for Rayn to really go for the plant on the opposite side, but obviously it wasn't clear. He was just kind of hoping that the enemy team had switched sites completely. And now from what was a 3-1 game, Rauzan is now LewTees Lions tying it up.
Honestly, it's just very, very difficult to split teams at the moment, isn't it? Brycey, honestly, we're going to be here all night if these games keep going game number. We'll just delay the NA start. Not many people are bothered about that anyway, I suppose.
I was actually wondering that. Normally it's about 10:30, 11 they want to start. But obviously we started an hour earlier and still we might encroach.
To be honest, Andrew told me he wants to stay up till 5 AM anyway. He's very keen.
Yeah, I've heard that, to be fair. On that note, talk about keen here. There is a big push about to come in. Somebody is going to get caught. And there it is. And Krona gets found.
Now, what's the position? The map's been playing a little bit strange, to be honest with you. Neither team seemingly able to get a great deal of control. It's kind of come down to a couple of gunfights here and there. Yusuf now 4 in a row. Going to try and add to that, him and Faisal. Left now in a 2 versus 2. This bomb's going to go down, and it's a bit of an awkward one for Rauzan to try and deal with. Faisal going to get out as well. So he's just going to play it almost possum, if you like. He's going to dip around, and look at this move coming in from Yusuf. Problem is, he'd be on the wrong side of the bomb site if he doesn't make this pinch nice and quickly. Faisal finds one, 2v2. Perfection. Absolute perfection. I absolutely love that. Yusuf makes the play. LewTees Lions find 3 in a row. Plant for the other side. Don't expect the wrap. The wrap comes and absolutely destroys them. Brilliant round.
Who walks away the victor in this S&D ton? I really don't know. And that has felt like that for quite a few of these S&Ds so far. It will be LewTees that have moved on with the advantage. Here comes the push. Full map control. RZLF has a sniper out. Sees nothing. Knows even less. A bit of information gathering over towards the A site. Slowly but surely. Walking around the pit statue. Moving into laundry.
I want to get aggressive, get a little bit of control over towards this side. Yusuf, the sniper watching over, have to be careful. You should be alright, but this is a big gunfight. It's a massive gunfight for Yaza to find. If he can find a second, that would be brutal. For the side of LewTees Lions, he has done. This Ray was able to find another. But that bomb is now down for Rauzan. Krona, not much he can do about it, and now it's all down. So Yusuf to try and find something. One with the sniper, surely not with the pistol here as well. Tries to go for the beatdown. This ain't happening. And there's a round back for Rauzan. They steady the ship.
And these rounds are being predicated on tiny margins. He was unhappy there. He knew he had such a disadvantage being down low, pistol or not. You take away all advantage because the other player had the high ground.
I wonder how many of these search and destroys have went this tight as well in map number 5's. Another 6-4. Is that going to be the case here? LewTees Lions have brought this one back. Stun not going to land. You'll catch that off your own teammate's noggin. Not what you necessarily want to do. British term for head, if anyone's curious.
We should do more of that.
I don't. We'll get ourselves in trouble, if anything. Faisal trying to push forward now, so a little bit of control over towards the end. He'll say thank you very much. We'll get this one down. This is really going to be on Yusuf. He needs to keep some mid-map control. Yep, Krona, don't mind it at all.
Problems if they check it, it's not easy to get away for the trade. He's going to have to make the absolute most use he can. Needs to find this kill now. He's made himself known. Almost finds a second with the slide pistol, but it's not going to be enough. A 2 versus 3 now developing. Krona will have to check his own back. Looks for players as well. We'll call this one out. He knows where Zero is. He knows he's going to come under a lot of pressure at the same time. Realistically, he's not going to be able to do too much. They're going for the defuse. Here comes the push through the mid. He knows he's here. He goes for a little bit of a dangerous chow as he flies out into the middle, and it's not going to be enough, Ton.
Back and forth. Rauzan Esport now 5-4 to the good. I honestly thought that Yusuf actually might get himself a little bit of timing. Just spots him come through. It's actually Faisal, sorry. As Yaza will find it. That was a few kills for Yaza. Over the last few rounds have really made the difference. Match point now for Rauzan. Not too far away from finding a map 5 win in the game. These are games where you're going to be going up against opposition you're close with, which is possibly going to make the difference for a top 4. And that's where the money is likely to be made, or will be made here in Challengers Elite. Yaza now. We're going to try and get a little bit of a pick if you can over towards Laundry, get a little bit of information. LewTees Lions need 2 rounds in a row.
Map control slowly being taken at this A site. Rauzan looking to try and get this bomb down, maybe. Disarray looks for the first one. That bomb is going down, though. That was a kill they desperately needed. They have to get off it as well, though. They've done enough, Ton.
Yep, they've done enough to disrupt them. I love that from Disarray. He found the spot. Oh, he expected the flank. He expected a flank, and Fabron hasn't rechecked it. Oh, they know where he is. We should have that. The call out comes. Disarray, how you found the second. Zyra will fall. Faisal will find another. And round 11 beckons. How has Disarray done that well there?
Oh, I tell you what, he is good, but sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, because there was a lot of luck involved there as well, Ton. A bit of timing, a bit of actions. His teammate could have gone down as well. But when you get a little bit of luck, you could seize on it with a lot of skill, and that's exactly what happened. Round 11 beckons now for these two teams.
Well, here we go then. Time to lean forward. The first round 11 of Black Ops 7 for us. Well, actually, it might not be. Actually, if I remember correctly, we had one a few weeks ago. That was at 5 AM. That was pre-Christmas. Different ball game entirely. This is the first one of Challengers Elite. We're going to get to see on broadcast, and which way is it going to go? We're going to have to back on down here. A lot of pressure coming over towards the pool side. Just looking to try and gain as much information as he can, because right now his team have lost control of this side of the site. And you've got 2 players up top bedroom. This will be a nightmare if it gets planted. They're trying to prevent that. They're trying to get aggressive. Faisal will find 0. 4 versus 3. LewTees Lions in a good spot.
A lot of firepower going now. Disarray finds a second as well. They tried to get him out of that point. And, well, Faisal pretty much just put the final nail in the coffin there as well. Blade looking for a 1 versus 4, but they've been found. And there are so many guns up waiting for him as well. LewTees Lions walk away with the win in a round 11 stormer.
LewTees, the Jose Mourinho of European Challengers, apparently. Incredible work from Faisal, Connor, Disarray, and of course Yusuf. Interested to see how they're going to do. We've got a couple of new players in there who we haven't seen too much of over the years. In with some veterans who've been around for a very long time, and now all of a sudden we find ourselves with a round 11 map 5 win. Incredible work from them, and we've had so many close games in this first round of games, Pricey. We've been here for nearly 2 hours. We haven't even started the second set yet. It has been an absolute banger of a day so far. And who on Rauzan Esport left the game?
Ah, for shame.
Yeah, we're going to shame you. No doubt. But either way, really good job from LewTees Lions to find that one for Brown as well. I expect better. 6-5 win, though. That's got to sting. Really good job from LewTees Lions. That could be a massive win for them. Realistic, you talk about where you are in the grand scheme of things in your group. That's a win up against an opposition who you could be going quite literally toe-to-toe with for that final spot. So, nicely done from LewTees Lions. That's a big win for them to find.
It definitely is, and was looking a little bit nervous around that point as we go through the highlights here in that round 9. This, like I said, a little bit of luck here for Disarray, but really made the most of it. Timing worked out, and in this last round, of course, all went their way.
I mean, they would find themselves in a really difficult position as things did go on, but this is how things have, well, played out throughout the majority of these games, and this is how the standings are looking as we do finish things off in our first set of games. Project 7 sitting over towards the top side of Group B alongside Rock Esports, expected to get their wins and did so. I think Rock Esports actually getting their win against Team Krona via a disqualification, or somebody didn't show up. Either way, they get the win. Interested to see what they're going to do in their second game, but Clutch Rayn finding their win up against Dark Horse here on Alpha in a very, very close game, and I'd imagine the rest of the games this evening are going to be just the same.
Yeah, I think we've started off the exact way we mean to go on. Realistically, everybody putting out their very best games. But speaking of best games, the first set is done. The second set will now call to us. But we're going to take a quick break before it gets here. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are stage 1. We are set 2 now on our first day. A lot of very close games in our first set of games has given us a lot to think about where we put them in the power ranking ton.
It really has, and I think this game is going to be another one that helps decide where teams really are sitting in their groups. We've got an absolute banger coming up from Group B. Honestly, which could go either way. It's going to be a real setter for this group. It's two of the very top teams in it as well. We've been really tracked some very close games so far, and I imagine we're going to have another one here.
Oh, 100%. And this is always the kind of the best part for us is it's okay to talk about these teams. You know, people talk about scrim results, I find too much. The cups are maybe a little bit more accurate, but when we get into it and we see these players play each other week in, week out, it starts to give us a real idea of just how good they are. So from week to week, we kind of get a good eye on the ball, I would say. But not only that, but now we've seen some of these teams be a little bit more closer than we thought they might be. It's always kind of our predilection to go to the players that we know and have seen over and over again. But truth being told, I don't even think there was a team that really stood out for me in that first set.
No, I think you look at Rayn and their ability to find the Neslo, but I would say Dark Horse, you look at them and how brilliant their hardpoint looks. I mean, that's going to be an interesting one as time goes on throughout the rest of the season to see where those two teams end up, where they look like in playoffs, and I imagine both of them will make it. But we're going to actually concentrate over on Group B for our next game here on Alpha. But as mentioned, we've got every single game ongoing. We'll be having a look at the schedule and all that good stuff very, very shortly.
They certainly will. I think we'll get it all down. I believe we're even getting some of the kind of vetoes come through for these two teams. As we look at this Rocky Source versus Project 7. It does look like that has now been put for us away. But yeah, so the teams are ready for this one. The vetoes have been done in this game as well. Nothing too unusual for this one that we can see moving forward for them both. And of course, it's also the case that these teams will start to learn more and more about, hey, maybe we shouldn't play them on this specific map as everybody gets a bit more information from stats as we go forward.
Yeah, no, it's hard to really judge anything when it does come down to the map picks. As time goes on, it'll become a little bit clearer. But it's Project 7 taking on Rocky Esports here. And just to kind of have a chat through it, if you're talking about Project 7, Denza, Harry, Mythics, FDOT, players have been around in challenges for a long time. A teammate that they had was Vortex. He retired. He's now a coach. He's coaching Rocky Esports, who they're going up against, who's a full Saudi Arabian team. A couple of players that you will know about, and really, Bryce, I'm not looking forward to having to go for the call-outs on this one. But you got Kix, or Khalid, who was on the Falcons roster. You've got Rixelt, who is a new player that I've been told to keep an eye on as well. You've got Doomex, who obviously did have a bit of a stint on Falcons as well. But then you've got Dom, who is another player who I've been told is the man to watch on this roster. It is a group of 4 Saudi players who, I mean, I think if you take us back to when Falcons really emerged on the scene in Europe before they even got in amongst the CDL, you think of some of those players that went in around those rosters. Well, one of them who was probably, for me, I think it was between him and Xnid, who was the best player on that roster. Kicks, for me, just about edged it. Things didn't necessarily work out for him in the CDL. They may well do in the future, but this team has a lot of talent and a lot of raw skill, but it's going to be about their experience and their fundamentals. That could be their issue going up against somebody like Project 7.
It certainly is, and this is the way this is going to play out. We said we had the videos in. Here it is now in wonderful visual form. So, Blackout Hardpoint to kick things off. Then Search and Destroy, Scar Overload, Scar Hardpoint, and Scar... Oh, that won't be Overload for the last one, I can tell you that for nothing, but we'll obviously be going into the S&D for the last one here, but this is how it should all play out for these two teams going through. So we will see who walks away the victor here.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Plenty of scars, never a bad thing as well. Big fan of the map. Honestly, big fan of a lot of the maps and how they play out, specifically here on Black Ops 7. But Blackout to start things off is always a nice way. I always chop and change between... I actually really like Colossus for Hardpoint, to be honest with you. I'm an agent of chaos, but at the same time, Blackheart plays very traditionally. I think Hardpoint just in general does on this game in particular. So we're going over towards Blackheart. I think, you know, if we've got any predictions for this game, Project 7 is theirs to lose, I would say. When we're thinking about Rocky Esports, I think it's going to take them time before they really are at the top level. It is going to take them time playing up against the top teams. But let's also just caveat all of this with the fact that both these two teams, hosting is going to make a bit of a difference. We kind of have to talk on that. It is going to be influential with this online play between these regions, or between this region now, who is as one as a whole. But this is this Rock Esports team, who I'm really curious how they're going to do over the year. They've got Vortex, who, as mentioned, is going to be their coach, but his first time coaching a team. But very, very talented roster. Very, very talented lineup as far as their mechanics go. But it's about learning the fundamentals of the game. If they can get there, Bryce, they're going to be a very, very strong team.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I mean, for me, these are one of the two. In fact, these two teams, I feel like we'll be talking about this in 2 or 3 weeks when we come towards the final kind of leg of this elite stage. Saying, we spoke about it at the beginning. We know they're going to be good all the way through. I expect to see them there. The question that remains for me is, and probably everyone looking at home, is what do they look like when they get to that stage? Are they a clear favourite, or are they like a fourth, also ran, has a potential sort of upset? And this is the kind of game where we get to reference this later on. So I'm very excited to see how they play this one out. And also, we keep in the back pocket for how these maps play out and how they've adjusted over the coming weeks.
Yeah, it'll make a difference as time goes on for them to really make an adjustment. One thing I did have a good chat to Vortex about is their overload really does need some work. So if you're going up against P7, you know that they're going to be good at it. So let's talk about it if that is how it goes. But going into the hardpoint, we're going to be going to Blackheart. They need to come out firing here if you're Rock Esports. Project 7 are probably the team who is going to finish first in this group. I'd be surprised if it isn't the case. Rock Esports are going to try and combat against them as best as they possibly can.
Lucifer going to get cut down by Dom. It's a very big start of 4-0. And well, there's the 5-0. This is about as good a start as you could possibly have.
Oh, Ponce already TNA over towards P1. They want to be making sure they get the rotation over towards P2, and it's there. I mean, Dom, I was told he was the one to keep an eye on. He's 6-0. Yeah, the 7. 8? About to follow through. Gotta be. Oh, okay. Right. All right, then. Yeah, well, I was told he's quite good.
Get him in the CDL. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. Get him in.
And this is the kind of moment, though, you need him to settle just a little bit. Okay, never mind. Just let him do what he wants. 10-0. 11? Oh, well, he can be gone. Mythics will eventually find him. 35 seconds and rising for Rock Esports. Project 7 yet to really get themselves going here, but try and find a way through over towards P2.
What a ridiculous start. Still going. Not going to get that second one as well. I was going to say slow down, but only because of the pace he set to begin with here as well. But what a start here for Rock. 53-2. Still have position here. Got to be careful here. Doom is really going to feel the pressure. He knows players are coming through as well. Still manages to find a kill here. But with players piling in behind him, discretion may be the better part of valor.
I'll find a way through. Slow down just a little bit, but 62 points to their name. And he find a way through, and not quite. I thought he was able to find that in some good time, potentially on the cards. Project 7. Can they get rid? It's been unrelenting pressure. Constantly playing the scrap because they know they've got the rotation, but there's somebody else slipped the net. Lucifer towards the backside, but the shots were out. Doesn't find anything. Rexfield will manage to shut that one down. Good start here from Rock Esports. And again, just something I do want to mention as well. I'm not taking anything away from Rock Esports, but I have to keep an eye on how hosts and everything are going to play into things here. I don't want to mention it too much, but it definitely is going to have a bearing on some of these series. When Rock Esports, all based in Saudi Arabia, and Project 7, based over here in Europe.
Well, let's see how that plays out during the series here, but at the moment, Rock Esports are having everything their way. This is a very commanding lead. Project 7, nobody really even close at this point.
Max has actually managed to find himself a Hellstorm as well. It can be very, very effective on this map. You might find a little bit more. How on earth is he found those 2 kills? The rest of the team keeping things alive and kicking 110 and rising. Rock Esports, hell of a start.
I'm trying to find a little bit of magic from that first hard point, but still playing well, but not as well as that point. But realistically, this scoreboard talks for itself, ton. 113-20, Project 7. They want some points off of this one, but already losing again in the kill feed, losing these challenges as it continues to tick over.
And Kicks is somebody we haven't really seen too much from. Of course, he was one that was on the starting lineup for the Falcons roster. when they made their inception into the CDL. Well, they won over and challengers here in Europe a couple of different occasions. This man knows what he's doing. I think so. Another guy who really does know what he's doing. A bit of a slow start from him. 5 and 12, 7 and 12 respectively. Denza just trying to get his team going here. 15 seconds over towards P4 and looking, well, very nice for it. You'll take those all day long and maybe this will get the ball rolling for you.
They're waiting for the pressure they know is coming. And eventually are going to get cut down already. Mythic's not able to get at the door. There's the second one as well. And this is a huge break if they can make it, but they aren't going to be able to get anywhere close. And now you've got to ask yourself, realistically, a rock just going to continue ticking over here. The points all going to them again.
Just every single time they get an opportunity, they're making sure they use it. The shots coming in from Lucivec. The push up to come through, and now if you Domex and kicks towards this back side. Yeah, just trying to stay alive as Denzo actually managed to find himself a Hellstorm, and that's going to be the break that comes through. 25 seconds. This is the moment now where P7 can try to start getting themselves back into the game. 70-point lead might not sound that bad, but Kix has played his life so well. Just reads that so perfectly on F. Here come the cavalry. Nice job from Rock Esports. That was looking like a bit of a dire situation. Project 7 had the potential. They hold it down though.
Here he goes again. 25 and 14. Oh, the reload coming out of the jump is not something you want to see. Bit of a trade going on there down that long corridor, and now both teams still piling bodies into the middle here. It does seem like Rock, this is where they like to fight best.
Seem to do well in these mixy moments, don't they? I mean, Dom's 25 and 15. Have an absolute world star of a game. Domex already sitting there as well with the Hellstorm. You know what? This whole Dom and Domex thing isn't actually working out too badly for me, Brycey, so far. I think I'm kind of figuring it out. My brain's working.
Yeah, it's not as bad as we feared.
Yeah. I was told their name is exactly the same. So they both are just not willing to change. I've told them they should do it for the brand. I think if I'm Dom, not Domex right now, I'd be getting to change 27 and 15. Domex, well, he's trying to say, yeah, I've got it as well. Don't you worry, Sonny. Either way, Luciferenko trying to find a way through. 200 points is being broken before we even hit over towards P2. Den's a big window. And that might give them a little bit of momentum to get over towards this hill.
Den's up looking to fly in here. It's going to be two bodies, only able to get one as Domex gets them. And they clean house once again. This has been a very clean hard point for Rock Esports. And we said Project 7, they were the team to watch in the Elite overall, but so far they are looking like the underdog.
Struggling right now. Managed to find a way through. Big kills coming in from Dom. It's the third in a row. Are you kidding? The guy's looking absolutely final. Make it 4, 5, and 6. Not quite. Lucifer, F. Managing to do just enough there. 10 seconds away though, Brycey. This has been very convincing.
More than a little. And now they're trying to get this last player out. Really wasting a bit of time for them as well. And, well, doesn't really need to do an awful lot more. 7 seconds until Rock Esports put this one into the history books. Do they 100-point club Project 7?
Be a hell of a statement to come into their very first series up against some serious opposition with. And it's looking like it's going to be done. Post or not. That is convincing. 250 to 70 for Rock Esports. Hell of a start.
Yeah, not even close for them in the end. And at no point did Project 7 look like they were in control of that game. Started off with Dom hitting 10 in a row, and it never slowed down from that point. Project 7, welcome to the 100-point club. Is there a way back for you now in this series?
I would imagine so, don't get me wrong. P7 are going to be a very, very well-rounded team, but I almost feel like that was a map that Rock probably did have to win. You're kind of coming into it knowing that, look, okay, our Overload isn't necessarily looking too hot right now, but those stats are going to tell a big story. Dom, 34 and 20. Highest streak was 10. Incredible work from him. Really convincing. And again, I will just put it out there, and we'll bring it in the equation. That was a Rock Esports host in map number 1. We do flip-flop, of course, between the modes. That is going to help them out. But that was still a convincing performance. I really liked the fundamentals we were seeing. I loved the gameplay we were seeing from Dom, who just looked absolutely invincible at times. let's see if Rock Esports or Project 7 can turn this one around in the Search and Destroy.
You got to question yourself, you know, with that kind of a start, where do we put Rock Esports? We know from what we've been told just how well this team was regarded coming into it. I mean, we've already spoken a little bit about Kicks as well. You know, obviously a lot of players were, and a lot of fans wondering, you know, when he was on the Falcons, he was very, very good. You know, a lot of people wanted to see how that talent would have developed.
Well, I think, you know, when we, I mean, you'll remember yourself when we did cast over Falcons, when it was that full roster, those two were the guys, Xnid and Kicks. He was known as Catlett back then. And again, I'll kind of reiterate what I said back then. I genuinely think that Kicks probably had the more raw talent, I want to say. Like, I mean, every single week we'd be questioning some of the gunfights they'd be winning. The boys have got the gunny, that is of no question. But then Search and Destroy are going to be coming up next. It takes more than just the gunny to be good in European challenges. You have to have it all. But host or not, that is a very, very convincing win. 250 to 71. A brilliant way to start with Blackheart Hardpoint.
Wow. Just not what I was expecting again. Sometimes these games throw a little bit of a curveball at you, and while you could say, you know, maybe you expected Rock Esports to do very, very well in that game one, I don't think you expected a 250 to 71. We're going into Den, Search and Destroy. Project 7 will be looking for revenge.
I think they'd be happy with how they played it, though. I think, you know, it's important to do all your fundamentals correctly, and you don't win a game 250 to 70 up against a team like P7 without some good gameplay. Hibernation's taking on Team Krona over on Bravo Stream, or maybe not, who knows. Synes taking on Las Lentejas over on Charlie. That stream, Dark Horse Esports against Rauzan, that should be an interesting one. Dark Horse, that's one that they want to be able to make sure they are going to win if they want to make themselves in the top 4. Treaty 1 gaming up against Rayn. Again, another interesting one. Treaty 1 will be looking for some sort of bounce back. Night Vibes against LewTees Lions. Another very, very close game. We've got some interesting ones to kick things off yet. In week number 1, day 1. Stage 1 as well. Don't let that graphic fool you.
Well, it's going to be just a lot of Elite this year as well. We have got 4 stages this year. So we'll be seeing a lot more of these teams and players as it kind of continues on for them. But hey, all this and more to come, Tom.
A lot more to come. A lot more to come. But for now, we're going to flip-flop around potentially. We're going to figure out what's going on. Map number 1 is done in this series, but for now we are actually going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Alpha whilst everything else is going on. Then you can keep an eye on the other games on Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, and FOXTROT. But we'll be back with Alpha in just a sec.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We had a little break there to see whether or not we can get into another game, but unfortunately we're not able to. But fortunately, Alpha is going to be ticking along for us as well as we look to get all these games underway from all these teams. Just a lot of moving parts, Tom.
Yeah, but it's week number 1. Everybody just getting themselves sorted out. They take their time most of the time, but if it's week number 1, I'd imagine it might just take a little bit longer. Anyway, then Search and Destroy going to be coming up next. We're able to find that one. We are heading in to map number 2. Can they have had a second year as well? This would be absolutely massive. Project 7 looking to bounce back nice and quickly after what was a little bit of a drubbing on map number 1, but it won't be too disturbed behind that one whatsoever, will they, Bryce?
I don't think so. At the moment, Rock looking for a bit of mid control. They've not committed to a bomb side at all. And well, there goes the first nade because there are no trophies.
Nade comes through. Project 7 looking to add further fuel to the fire and do so. So just an easy walk on through. There for them, really nicely done. I mean, Rixel has done sensational to find 2. And now a 2 versus 2 all of a sudden, but the bomb is down. Trying to hold it, cannot. Rixel has found his third of the round. Is it going for his 4th here as well? He doesn't need to. Dom X is the one who can find it. That's a 2 versus 4 to kick things off.
Well, that is just something that should not have happened. And now, Rock Esports, they get the first round in the S&D turn. I thought maybe we'd be finding a bit of a switch here, especially after that first blood went down, but doesn't matter.
I mean, it was just that for Rixel to find those 2 kills in mid-map just set you up for success, give you the opportunity, but to then take it as well is one thing. Really good job. Now they're on towards the attacking side. Project 7 looking for the defensive round if they can. But let's mention, if Rocket Esports can find the Search and Destroy here, you're in a really nice position. Oh,
just trying to find out exactly what's happening with our game. We've had a few issues here now. We will have to wait for that to resolve itself as we go over to a different game.
Over towards a different one as things keep it rolling. Rauzan taking on Dark Horse. Dark Horse, though, I mean, look how good their hardpoint looked when they were going up against Rayn. They need to make sure they bring their A game again here up against Rauzan Esport, who'll be looking for a little bit of redemption after a loss in their first series.
Both teams trying to pile into this point here as well. As soon as Alpha is available to us again, we will keep you updated as much as possible from everything that is going on. But we'll be sticking with this one until we get to that point. So we'll just enjoy this game as it flows out.
Rauzan putting themselves now a bit of an awkward position if they want to try and find a break here through towards the window. How on earth is 0-1 that one? We'll find it. Pinstripe kill feed suits the team inside of the point, and with the team it's falling just behind you. Might be. Is he going to be able to hold anything down? Honestly, just wasting the time and staying alive might be good enough. Thanks finds one. Rauzan trying to find a way through. Aspect doesn't lose those. Nicely done. That will be the hold. 25 seconds to go here. Rauzan Esport. Honestly, kind of showing that Cuttrain's hardpoint might just suck right now.
Yeah, that could very much be the case. Right now, Sykes just trying to hold this one down for his teammates at the moment. Hasn't really gone the way he wanted it to. Now for Brian out towards the back end. Knows he's going to be under a bit more pressure. Trying to play the angle as best he can. He knows he's looking for Mighty and still gets it done. For Brian doing very, very well to hold that.
Done well. And the rest of his team trying their best to go out in the middle of the map just to further solidify this. Yes, I can't find the next one. Boyd continue to do what he needs to do here, though. Oh, the kill's going to line up for him. Not quite. Aspect Mighty did fall. Sykes, he's found 2. That's all he can get, though. Zero's there to pick up the pieces. Nice from Rauzan. Really good rotation coming through. One they had to make. They fell down extremely well. Backs against the wall just a little bit now, though. They've lost a little bit of mid-map control, but they're winning the gunfights with the backs against the wall. Nicely done This round in Esport will pick up some really, really good time over towards P4.
Blade just trying to stay alive. They've got some work to do here to break this. They're just trying to keep the bodies in the area. Blade will eventually go down, though. A little bit slow on the snap. Treason coming here for reinforcements as well. And right now, Dark Horse in the better position for this, but players streaming across that middle here. It's not going to be as deep in numbers as they would like at this point, especially losing 2.
You need that mid-map control. It comes down to P5 right now. Detain and Co. just have to produce God's work here, and they've already done it. Detain finds 2, Mighty finds another, and they've taken their time. They've bided enough time to hold this one down. Big wins coming through. That was an opportunity for Rauzan to try and find a way through. This one's so back and forth.
And they are holding them at bay. Completely and utterly. This is the turnaround they needed. This is the opportunity they craved. And now Sykes looking for another one. Not going to be able to get it. More pressure now coming through as well. Mighty has to backpedal a little bit. Reinforcements coming through, and it will be Aspect who cleans up for him. And that's the teamwork you need. If you are weak, somebody has to be your gun.
Super tight game. Heading into the second rotation. There's quite literally nothing in it. 4-point game. As we now look over towards another rotation of Hill. Sykes and Co. Just trying to get a little bit of control. It's hard to get some good time without, well, some bodies on the ground here. Rauzan can't find Sykes. He's dipping and diving. Looking over towards the scoreboard. It's very tight across the board, Bryce. It's a super close game.
Who blinks first, though? Because at the moment, both teams really just countering each other over the map here. It's going to be Dark Horse that get a little bit of advantage now into the middle of the map. It's not a hard point you can expect a ton of time from, but Sykes doing all he can to stem the tide of reinforcements.
Doing his best. His team are just picking up those points. 5 in a row from Sykes. Looking for 6. Finds it. Tell you what, you get yourself a Hellstorm on this map. It's going to cause a lot of problems, but Blade will shut him down. Detain is there to pick up the pieces, though. And 5 or 6 seconds to go. Rotation over towards P2, starting to come in. Detain, trying to back down. Has a little bit of help. Uses the movement to get away. Nicely done. A little bit of split spawn coming on through, though, and I don't know if Dark Horse are going to read this, or are they? There's one coming in from the other side. Can you manage to deal with it? It's a difficult one to try and get a hold of. They want to try and push out and make sure they have P3 spawns. They now don't, and Rauzan have control of the hill.
Just looking for the players he knows he's going to go for the cross. Oh, looking for it more, but cannot get it here. Dark Horse starting to get a little bit of a lead going through as they turn the tempo up just a little bit here, Ton.
Alpha is back up and running, but if you want to catch the end of it, you have to, well, the end of this one, I should say, sorry, you head over towards Delta. But we are back into Alpha, I believe. It's a 3-2 lead for Project 7 now, by the looks of things. It was, sadly, an observer crash on our end, but you know what? These things happen.
Well, I'll also say this. Esports are leading this series 1-0. And yet, in this S&D, as we rejoin to a bit of an anticlimax, as nothing is happening.
It's always the way. Nice from P7, though. They were down 1-0. Find themselves now 3-2 up. FDOT on the worldie, sitting at 8-3. Domex, though, going to find Mythics. Sniper out. Working well. Picks and Co. Just looking to make sure they do solidify this round with the sniper is being used, and it's looking like they're going to. FDOT now left in a 1 versus 3, and it's just not going to happen for him, you would like to think. Not necessarily working on the streaks or anything, so may well just try and find a pick.
Well, as there was an anticlimax when we joined, the next 30 seconds is going to be real slow. Well, Kix is hunting.
I didn't see it was a 1 versus 4. My eyes are not going, I promise. They've been gone for a while, but you would have liked to find it. I think, though, if you're Rocky Esports, you just make sure your sniper doesn't get involved. Yep. Okay, maybe you do.
Ooh.
Oh, that's why he was trying to survive himself, though.
Yeah.
He had the sniper. I didn't even realize. Honestly, eyes. Work, please.
Hey, you're forgiven. We're covering more games than ever. We're going back and forth. we're adjusting, we're adapting, and we will overcome. But right now, speaking of that, we'll see whether or not it can be P7 to overcome that first hard point. Because they would really be in dire straits if they lose this S&D ton.
Yeah. Not a position you want to be in whatsoever. Search and destroy here is crucial for P7. A little bit of information for kicks. Oh, a lot of aggression coming out from his team through the rooftop side of the maps. And while Dom's going to get caught out, Rixold seen. Well, even if he was or he wasn't, FDOT will find him. And now that double flank that came through and was not successful has pretty much put a nail in the coffin of this round. 7 looking good here. Nice shots coming in from FDOT. Kicks will lose that one. Now Domex left in A1 versus 4.
He's been seen, but didn't even get a bullet off, really. And now it's going to be an advantage to Project 7. I mean, if FDOT being 14-4, you'd think this game wouldn't be quite as close.
Well, he's at least running it, isn't he? 1,500 damage already. We're into what, round number 8 now?
Yeah, you'd be a little bit upset with the rest of your team. Like, we should be quite far ahead at this point.
What more do you want me to do?
See if this continues, though. That's got to be the main man at the moment, FDOT. He's already going out, and, well, there's going to be some kills going down as well. Even with that trophy going to be there, maybe it's a second too late. Advantage now to Project 7.
Kicks will find one back in the Denza, but not before he did find Dom. This is 2, though. Kicks finds a second. As he said, the advantage was there, but it's been blown away by Kicks. Gets himself across, takes a bullet in the face, and also guns FDOT. What on earth was that? Lucifer can answer back with a kill onto him, so shuts him down and leaves a 1 versus 1. That's Rixold versus Lucifer.
Oh, Rixold actually gets the first bullet against him as well. Goes for the reach out! But just a little wobble in the aim there. Just off to one side. Takes that win away from them. And now Project 7 will be on map point.
Oh, that was a huge round from Kicks. And a bigger one from Lucifer. To find those 2 kills. Now puts your team onto map point. Rocky Esports are being in this, though. There's been a couple of close rounds. From what we've seen it so far, anyway. They need to now find 3 in a row. Easier said than done up against a roster like this P7 team. FDOT getting aggressive, finds Rexel. Don will find one back in the middle of the map, but FDOT again finds Kicks, but not before he takes a grenade to the face. 2 versus 2 again.
Does Dom strike at this point? Checking the corners. Has absolutely no idea this team is left, by the way. But it looks like they're waiting for it. They're expecting something. Mythix has gone all the way around and he's caught perfect timing. This is about as easy as you will find to take the map. And Mythix says thank you very much. And they will take that S&D away. It's done and dusted for them. A wonderful time in the end.
Yeah, P7 needing to find the map and do so. Nice job from them. And that now puts them in a really nice position with Overload coming up next. They'll be feeling confident in that mode. Nice job, though, from the side of P7, because that was close at one stage. A couple of rounds here and there where you need your big players to step up. FDOT did that throughout the entirety of that series. 16-6, nearly 2k damage just to his name. That's almost pretty much double of anybody else's score throughout the rest of this this leaderboard. That is incredible work from FDOT. And a good job, really, because it would have been a close game without him.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the talking point. I mean, just the damage alone, you can see how the rest of the team were maybe struggling to keep pace with them. 10 non-traded is just a phenomenal stat in any S&D. But hey, they got done in the end. I mean, that call at the very, very end there for Mythix to go on that long flank just really caught Rock by surprise. They just weren't expecting to have nobody out towards this point at all. And if anything, they may have waited a little bit too long to get some information on the site.
Yeah, it was one of those. It's just a little bit of bad timing. I think if Dom turns right and not just left, you maybe have a 1 versus 1 that could come down to instead. But a really entertaining final round. Yeah, you see, it was that moment that Mythics got through and finds Dom. Dom turned the wrong way. That is tough. It was going to be a P7 win in the search and destroy. And now we head into an overload with everything tied up. Again, this is one of those modes that, speaking to them, they had struggled with just a little bit for Rock, so improvements are going to have to come pretty quickly. I'd imagine P7 are proficient at it. You know, the players on this roster, you know exactly what they're about, and that will be being solid in every single game mode.
Yeah, it certainly will. Well, while we wait for this overload to grace our screens, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We had the interesting scenario there where all of the games ended at the same time. So rather than us just talking to you, we thought we'd give you a quick break to get a drink and now come back and enjoy even more Call of Duty. If you are just joining us, however, Project 7 and Rock Esports are currently all tied up. A dominating Rock Esports hardpoint has been revenged by Project 7 by getting a pretty good win on the S&D.
Yeah, really solid. I think, Rock Esports did well show them decent. What am I trying to say? They showed some decent prowess in Search and Destroy, is what I want to say, but 7 getting the better of them, well, thanks to FOXTROT. Finding plenty, and this could be a massive opportunity. This is an opportunity. This is a capture. You would like to think here, though, for the side of Rock Esports, and absolutely it is. Kick 6 in a row to kick things off.
Oh, trying to get this one a little bit further forward, and well, they were so good in the last respawn, we probably should have expected more of the same, and oh, that's not good kicks. That's actually really bad. And down they fall.
They do. But they got themselves a point now. What position are they in to defend? Well, maybe not too bad. Have to be careful, though, because if you get around the corner, you need to be able to find those shots, and you don't find them quick enough. They are mostly clear up, but Den's in a real power position. Yep, they do the right thing. They turn around, they get rid. FOXTROT trying to keep this pressure on. Can't. So now about the fight throughout the middle of the map. Currently being, well, a little 50-50. Kicks 8 and 3. Still struggling right now, sitting at, well, now 2 and 4. Domek's trying to keep things going, trying to get a bit of control, but that's big kills coming through for Project 7. Now they're an opportunity where they can get something going. If we're going to move forward, doesn't have any opposition, doesn't have anybody to help him, though, and that's one of those moments I'd love to see him just wrap back around through mid-map. 3 HP, wasn't going to find anything, and now all of a sudden, further side of Rock Esports, you can kind of walk it through Motel. Kicks and kill them, still in control over towards this Motel side, Brycey, and that's all they need to be in right now, to be honest with you.
They do. This is all about making sure you make the right moves at the right time. Dom, if we can get this going, it might just be the gap they needed. It's not going to happen, though. Bit of a wild chow. Doesn't help out his team in the end, and now they're looking to push forward. FOXTROT is going to try and make some magic happen as well here, and he is holding them at bay. He's actually grabbed it. Oh my goodness, they didn't clear anything there, and one kill leads to a point.
And that's just one of those moments where Rexel is waiting for the push to come through. It doesn't. He goes for the child. You lose out if you're Project 7. That's one of those moments you look back. One gunfight goes the opposite way, and there's no capture coming through. And well, not only was there a capture coming through, there might be a second. There is. Dom-X finds it. Hell, he finds 2 kills on the back of it as well, but can keep that pressure on. 3-1 Rock Esports, and that can happen on this side. The B push is something that you can start to string together time and time again. And if Dom and Co are shooting like this, putting themselves in positions, they will benefit from that.
Rock still trying to push the pace here as much as they can, and every kill they make staggers Project 7. It means they cannot put enough bodies behind this to make a push. 2 kills down, and need to get the last one here as well. That's a huge kill to slow this once again. Players now pushing forward. They know there is an opportunity if they can find a wave of kills, but they are not making any of them easy for them.
Not at all. Mythics is there, though, to back it on up. There's the second one coming through. Can't win that gunfight, though. Would have put them in a really nice position to try and find something over towards this A side, but you can't. Trying to get that relay going.
Yeah, that makes it a 1-point game. Close here, though. Kicks will have it, but he goes sky high into the middle of the map.
It's a big win, from Mythics, because it just slows it down. Rixel can't do anything himself. So he has to wait. The rest of his team are now here, though. Project 7, though, you've just got to kind of buckle up and hope you can defend from this position. It's a really hard side to defend from when bomb is over. The bomb, the ball, EMP, whatever we're going to call it, over towards this B side. It's really tough. On the other side, not going to happen, but Denzel with the nade. Is this going to get them out? No, Rixel found a way through. That's going to keep that pressure on. It's maybe going to come down to a 1v1 gunfight. Dom's going to go for it, doesn't find it. But again, for Project 7, they just can't get out.
They can't. They're also leaving it just almost a little bit vulnerable and too close to their point. FOXTROT going for a walk with it now. needs a little bit of help, needs to find these kills before he can move forward. Sliding back and forth isn't going to be good enough. Domex has it. There are bodies here in abundance.
Going to overtime. 2 seconds to go. Can you formulate something? Rixold waits. If you're Rock Esports, you can't wait that much longer though. 15 seconds. Mythics with a big kill.
Up high, finds one.
No
finds
shot.
A second. Oh, it's not going to go through. Surely, but they've got enough bodies to get this point down, and that'll be half time. 4-2 to Rock. And you are right, Tom, with what you said. P7 have been really struggling. As soon as they get pinned back there, they are not able to clean.
I think the only thing that P7 will take away from that, though, is that they have the opportunity on the other side now to do the exact same. Just keep that pressure on. Easier said than done. I think, honestly, what Rock did well at is just keeping somebody alive in and around Motel, and then you find a kill, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, everybody else in off the respawn is going to be here shortly. How far do you want to push? Because then you're pushing into a disadvantageous situation if you're Project 7 on that defensive side. And Domex and Co. find themselves 4-2 to the good. Project 7 looking to try and turn this one around. They can absolutely do it. Shots coming in from Mythics and Co. Trying to get a little bit of control over towards this Motel side almost immediately. And doing so. Now if they can get this EMP moving, got to clear out the middle of the map. They do now. Doesn't have much backup, does F-Dot. He might be able to sneak one here, Bryce.
Well, he's trying to. It's not going to work out. I find this game is just really quite difficult to make those solo plays with. So that's probably the biggest difference between this and a gamer like Uplink that we've spoken about before. You're in a position like that on Uplink, you're going for a three-pointer over the top, but just isn't going to work out here. Rixel looking like trying to clean house once again. And for Project 7... the problem they've got at the moment is that he's so close they can taste it, but they just cannot get bodies into the zone to make the play.
It's just a case of trying to get it over that line, though, right? You don't want to be overzealous and maybe try to overdo it. You have to make sure you find those kills. You have to dot your I's and cross your T's, so to speak. You'd be doing one of those things, but not both. Denzel looking to just try and be that guy moving forward. But you can see, you know what the problem is here? Is that Rock Esports have sent one player all the way towards the spawn. Project 7 have to weed him out before they can do anything, and now their backs are against the wall. Shots coming
Project 7, I think they need to find a way to be more consistent moving these bodies forward. You feel like they're almost just trying to push it up the map over and over again, but it's costing them players.
It's just this mid-map fight that they're not winning it. And now they're in a bit of a precarious position. What was going through Grandma's, and that usually means one thing. 5-2 now to Rock Esports. That could be the dagger that kills this one off. Domex finding 5. Before he does eventually fall. The only thing here for Project 7 is that they could potentially get a relay going, but they need to be able to find the kills in the middle of the map first.
Oh my goodness. Just floating around making kills, and you are right, I think that might have been the beginning of the end. They're looking for the relay here. Kicks laying down, will find another. Looking for them up top. Isn't going to be able to get it though, and that has stalled. There is a clear here from Project 7.
Here we go. Now they can move forward and maybe try and do something about it. You've got to win that second wave of gunfights, though. Think of how quickly Rock Esports found 2 points over towards this other side when they had the opportunity. You need to do that here for your Project 7. Struggling right now, though. Lucifer does well. A little bit of map control. There is still an opportunity for P7. That should be a capture. Gotta be a capture.
Oh no! The stuns slow them just enough that they have put that on the edge of the point, and they have not got through. For Project 7, hope died in that moment.
There's Domex who finds 4. The stun is so influential, it slows them down. That might be that. If Project 7 can get that through, get a couple of kills, keep that pressure on, then maybe there's a comeback on the cards. I don't think It's looking likely now. Domex is going to slide in that force spree in his spawn. A capture with it. Make it number 6 now. Up against FDOT. And that should be game. And that should be Rock Esports in the lead heading into a hard point.
The respawns have just been better for Rock. Oh, Kick says, hey, what are you doing? Don't shoot me. Easy cleanup for them. Oh. Domex looking to put down a little bit of pressure here from the sky. Oh, and he finds the 2. And that is a clear up there, and that might have been a few more bullets than he needed, Ton.
Looks that way. Looks that way. Just making sure. Nothing much that P7 really can do here now. Just quite literally is not time. Really good performance from Rock Esports, though. They did what they had to do. They're on the more beneficial side, get something going over towards Motel. And they did what they needed. Project 7 needed to be desperate. They couldn't quite find a way through. Rock Esports would just dog it through the middle of the map. Domex, 86 and 23. Not a bad return whatsoever.
And well, this does not bode well for Project 7, Ton. The respawns have not looked the best from them, and now as we go into another hard point, the question is very much so, can Rock put this one across the line? Dom, again, being a standout player for Rock. And this is what we kind of wanted to see. New names, new legacies to be made, and, well, that was probably the worst part for Project 7 is just how much effort they put into getting that one in.
Yeah, look, those are the kind of moments where you need to be able to turn it around, and then from there it was where Rock really did start to stomp away with it. But if they get that one in P7, they can maybe get the relay going, but couldn't quite get it there. So the highlights we go, but apparently we got a round 11 to keep an eye on here actually as well.
Yeah,
we're going to have a look over on Charlie to see if anything's going to change up here. Round 11. Synes taking on less Lentejas, and that is a big snipe to be able to find if you're Synes. Now 2 versus 2. For a retreat through the middle of the map.
Invidian. No, we switched on to deeper, and
they've read it.
They have, and now they can't really go anywhere.
But they need to get the bomb down, that's the problem. So Invidian and Co, they just need to keep them off it. Depot will go up against it. Bomb's going to go down, and Synes needs to 1v2.
Oh! I was going to say had to rethink it, but no! I think that was just a Semtex through the window. I thought he was going to back off more than he did. Or was it? Who actually got this final kill? No, it is going to be the nade. Straight through, onto the toes. And there's nothing you can do up there after that. He took a few bullets earlier on, and, well, that game will be over 6-5.
Yeah, really close games. I mean, everywhere we've went, it's been 6-5 close games across the board. Series going all the way into map number 5s as well. Incredible work from all these teams. Are really showing up for week number 1, day number 1, Bryce. And we are just absolutely flying through these games, and every single game seems to be going the distance. Don't know what to really say. I mean, we didn't see much of it. I think I kind of want to revisit this more than anything for Rock Esports, finding the overload. Really good job from them. And as mentioned, it was said that it was a mode that was difficult for them. This wasn't their host, and that obviously helped them out, but really good performance on the side where they needed to get it done on. That was the thing. Find themselves in the lead, what was it, 4-2 or so? After the half, and that does make a difference. Project 7 left chasing their tails.
And this is the same question I keep coming back to. Is this just Rock Esports dominance on the respawn carrying them through? And how does that play into Scar Hardpoint coming up next? Because, I mean, performances from Dom in both has been exceptional. He's been putting the hurt onto them, and if you are P7, you're hoping to get something to get into that next S&D and get forward. Because coming into this, didn't we say Project 7 with a better overload team?
Yeah, well, we would have presumed so, right? I mean, it's first game of the season, so it's always kind of going to be one of those things where you take a stab at it, of what you presume was going to be one way or another. But I believe we're actually going to go over and watch what's going on Echo Stream, I should say, sorry. Treaty 1 Gaming going up against Clutch Rayn. And this isn't the search and destroy, so the series is already underway. And based on what Clutch Rayn were doing beforehand, I'd presume they're 1-0 down.
Oh, we've got Kez all the way backing.
Ball here though for Treaty 1. That bomb is going to go down, so Clutch Rayn have completely given up this side of the map. Happy to go for the retake. Bomb not quite down yet. Got to give maybe Clutch Rayn an opportunity to get themselves a little bit closer or weed out some of the Treaty 1 gaming players. Kez can find a second here, that would be absolutely massive, but Linz may well just leave it. Well, not quite. Just surviving for Kez here is enough. Nobly finds Linz. Rush finds Melko. And this should be a 1-0 lead for the side of Treaty 1.
Cobra. Just so deep.
Can't find a great deal there. Treaty 1. Very, very solid. I think it's just Kez's position towards this backside. Just so hard to really try and get rid of. The fact that he finds one, slows Linz down, allows the rest of the team to come through and pick up the pieces. Nicely done, Treaty 1. The nice round to kick things off.
They're not having too bad of a time. I mean, we've seen pretty good plays out of Treaty 1 as well from the game we saw of them earlier. The Clutch Rayn, of course, probably not having their most confident day. Like I said, we've got a couple of favourites here that we think will probably go the distance as the elite stage develops, but Clutch Rayn were one of them, but they're not having the best of times, and not on this round either, Ton.
Oh, wow. I mean, that one is over very, very quickly. Treaty 1, 2 to the good. We're back. It did say we'll be right back, and, well, it was right.
Well, let's see. The Clutch Rayn have a bit of a change now. They know the sniper's out. It will shut down a lane for them. It will be a bit of an issue as they move forward. Here comes the push from Treaty 1. It looks like heading towards B in numbers. Emery just has a double check on the inside, and now they're trying to get these nade checks out.
I mean, Clutch Rayn for the life of them can't read this correctly. It seems as if Treaty 1 have had their number as far as being able to push through towards sites. Clutch Rayn happy to sit in the middle of the map and maybe go for a retake. See it. This retake's going to come a lot quicker, though. They are here now, very much in numbers. There's just no chance Henry can get this down. Surely not. Shots coming out. Have to back on down. Back them up a little bit, but the rest of this Treaty 1 gaming team are kind of just letting... I think is it Henry and Rush just try and do this on their own, and they may well get away with it. Henry forcing them away. Bomb goes down.
Linz trying to play his life and has done so quite well. Goes back into it. It's a horrible fight in the smoke. I don't even know if he knew he was there. The other player did. Everybody fighting in the smoke. It's not going to work out, and Cobra tries to be the hero.
He's just went for it.
He's going to his overlay, see this in time. I think he does, and goes for the chow here. Cobra has to do something. Has found it, brings it back to a 1 versus 1. He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again, but I think Kez is going to check. Kez does check and finds him. And Treaty get another round on the board here, Ton.
3-0 now. Absolutely cruising. I think Cobra just doesn't get the read. Does really well, actually. He kind of shows the shoulder to overlay as he's defusing. No, it's going to come back, so goes for the chal. 3-1, absolutely cruising in this one, Bryce. Really, really nicely done. Everything down B side seems to be working out for them.
Yeah, and truth be told, keep doing it. It's Clutch Rayn that have to make the adjustments now. They really have to work out what is the best way forward for us. And, well, that's not the best start here for Clutch Rayn.
Rush now. Gets taken down. Melko, Brezzi. Get something going here. This bomb's going to go down towards B in a 3 versus 2 in their favour. Looking good. Overlay versus Nkez, sorry. What can they do? B has been their playground so far, but can they find something back here?
This is a hard retake. You can expect a trade. Whoever goes in first, and well, Overlay somehow finds one and it doesn't get traded straight away. What? How has Kez found that one? Overlay gets away clean. It's now a 1 versus 2. This shouldn't happen. Melko finds the first. He dives around the corner for the second, and Melko now with the pistol switch is looking for him up top, up high. It is messy, it is scrappy, but it is good enough to get the round. And Clutch Rayn finds something finally.
Oh, that was nearly a disaster. 2 versus 3, and you've left Melko in a 1 versus 2. He does so well to clean it up, though. The first one, no, okay, it's nice and easy kill to find. But the second does so well to just hold his nerve around that clutch Rayn absolutely needed.
And they almost threw it away. It was so close to being thrown. Big push out. Clutch Rayn have made a play call. Outside control completely. Do they call this in time though? Cobra will be feeling the pressure. Might be a double tap that comes from as well, but Overlay has taken down one. Lint has fallen. The aggressive push around the outside has not paid out for them, and now they're back to back.
Clutch Rayn now left in a 4 versus 2. What you would love to do though is find Overlay, get that sniper going. Information going to be gained here. Would they've heard that? I'm not too sure, but trying to just get aggressive. As that bomb is now going to go down over towards this A side. Prezi will do well to find anything here. Okay, good shots on the Kez. Great shots on the Kez, really. Looking for the trade. Can't find it. Prezi now left in a 1v2. Just impossible scenario. You need to cover mid. You need to cover over towards the bomb site. Overlay. We'll clean that one up. Treaty 1 game looking really solid here in the search and destroy.
And as we've got confirmation, you know, if they get this one done, they'll be 2-0 up ton, and that is a huge scalp to take. Just seem really kind of comfortable, I would say, with the way they're playing around this map. Clutch Rayn tried to make something happen there for them and got completely picked apart, and you are right, that sniper's still very much in play. Overlay will be looking to do more with it.
Clutch Rayn, what can you do? Can you turn this one around? Actually, Treaty winning map number 1, by the way. Which is a surprise to me. Well, is it a surprise to me? Clutch Rayn's hardpoint is really abhorrently bad considering who's on their roster. But either way, looking to try and bring it back here in the search and destroy. Melko can find one up against Rush. Kazansa's back. 3 versus 3. It's a bit tight for the sniper, Brycey, honestly. Not going to happen. Clutch Rayn will find another.
That's what they need. Need to get this one done, and well, we've been told that the alpha game is starting to chug to life. So if you want to watch the rest of this one, you can do. You've got to remember all of the games are being streamed over the elite stages, so you can catch this on one of those and watch the end of it. But we're going to go back and have a look at alpha as it gets underway. And I'll be honest with you, I've never seen that walking tank before, and I've been on this map a few times.
Well, let's see.
I've just never looked at it. I've just never looked at it.
Never paid attention?
No, normally I'm looking at the buildings. I've never ever seen that before.
Well, here we go into the hard point, which has, I mean, look, the respawns have looked good from Rock. But can they do it here? Can they win this one? 3-1. That would be something, but Scar's not going to be an easy one to do it up against Project 7. Look how good FDOT looked in that search and destroy. Incredible work from them to tie the series up, but they are now behind. They need to find 2 maps in a row.
That's a good retake there from Rock. Oh, FDOT trying to put some bullets down, but really wasn't able to get the kill here at the same time. And Well, he's going to try and contest for a bit of time. And oh no, F-Dot. Oh no. That's a lot of damage for the scoreboard, but not a lot of kills.
And it's also
everyone heads over this P2.
Some great time over towards P1. You get the scrap time, and the P2 rotation's already there. Brixel in the middle, finds a kill. Sees the transition over there as well. Wants to make sure they're not getting pinched. They are, but the setup is here for Rock. 50 seconds to go. Can't find anything there. It's a nice break coming through from Project 7.
Brixel not able to get too much going with that one. And you see Project 7 now trying to get some time back onto the board here. Domex looking to try and make a pick, and it's a little bit shaky when he goes through, and there's not really anybody who can help him get that trade either. For Project 7, this is a wonderful hold for them so far. Looks like they've just lost a little bit in the numbers category.
6 spree for Mythics. We're going to get things going now for Project 7 after a slow start. There always seems to be somebody here for Project 7 that is carrying the torch. And right now over towards P3. Easy way out. Esports happy to pick up this scrap time. They want to push through the back spawns if they can, and that's what they're going to have the opportunity to do. So it's going to be a little bit of a pinch to the middle of the map as well. So trying to get themselves set up as quickly as you can if you're Project 7. You get the spawn over towards the Grandma's side, so they know to turn around, flip towards Church. What can Esports do from here?
Oh, just a lot of fighting. An awful lot of fighting as everybody jumps into the blender. F-Dart is just trying to get that last kill, but eventually does go down to a teammate as Lucifer steps onto the plate. Also not able to get either much themselves. Everybody piling through, and Mythics is alright. I'll try and make a little bit of this one. Doesn't quite get the 3. But this really has been a bit of a bloodbath.
Damn. F-Dart's starting to heat up now. The snapper is there, and this is some great time over towards P3. You got the rotation by the time we head over towards Grandma's as well. Mythic's just being done in by Dom X, but at the same time, you do the damage. Now, Denza, what can he find here over towards Motel? A couple would be brilliant. One is good enough. Rest of the team, though, not able to hold up their end of the bargain. The spawns go towards the back Grandma's side. Esports, and opportunities for some good time.
Rock looking for it. Dom. Oh, he's not going to be able to do that one. He gets the wrong angle. And now Dom X is going to fall as well. Project 7 are not going quietly in this respawn. In fact, I'll say this right now. I think it's been better than their last 2 combined just at this point. They are certainly more than holding their ground.
Good break coming back through. Dom over towards top Grandma's, though. Yeah, would probably spell a break coming through. Lucifer done well to survive as long as he did. He's distracted enough for his team to be able to find a route through over towards Grandma's side. Dom looking to try and just find something, but the rest of his team have done his job for him. 10 seconds to go. Very, very tight game here, Bryce. There's going to be quite literally nothing in it by the time we head over towards Top Church, over towards this side of the map. It's a big transition over, but a bit of a split spawn coming through. Honestly, Rock have done well through the middle of the map yet.
Oh, F-Dot just not winning those fights in mid as much as you normally expect him to. More setting up here. Rock trying to hold towards that back spawn. They're waiting for the reinforcements to come in now as they go through. Domex knows the player's going to be there as well, but just gets out-timed a bit. Kicks up top, holding down the winners he needs to as well. Goes to a long-range gunfight against F-Dot, and it hasn't worked out as Dom managed to get into it. That should not have been 2. It shouldn't have happened. Somehow still alive. Finds the 3rd. Must have been weak. But it hasn't been quite enough to squeeze them out of this point as well as they would like.
Not quite enough. Oh, you thought he was dead to rights. Denza, stop shooting him. 15 seconds to go here, I think. Honestly, Rock would have had it anyway. But it's been a hell of a first rotation, hasn't it? Rock do look like a dangerous team. They look like they're going to cause some issues. Project 7, though, trying to find their way back into this one. Denza having a quiet game, just fully on the interaction side of things. Hasn't been able to get things going, but get yourself on the point, son. A minute and 15. He's pretty much got it all here for P7.
Lead swap. Esports will get it, but by 1 second. And it's not going to matter for very long. Project 7 got to work. They retake the lead. They're already taking control of the building. F-Dot trying to get enough done here as well, but Rixel gets more points onto the board here as both teams now piling bodies into it. It does look like Rock might get away with a better trades into this one. The kill feed feels in their favor. And now it's a lead switch once again. truthfully, honestly, no idea how this game is going to go. Both teams tied up.
Over on Echo, Train have sent it to around 11 up against Treaty. If you want to keep an eye on what's going on there, but we got a very, very tight game in this hard point as well. Over towards P2 we go. Project 7 are the first ones here over towards the motel. Want to pick up as much time as possible, of course, and have themselves in a really good position to do so. Spawning them over towards Grandma's side, that means you get a bit of map control. The transition to 3 in 50 seconds is all but easier, but a lot of time to play with. Before then, how has Dom found even 2, not even 3? Incredible work from him. The break will come through, but did you see Mythics has that Hellstorm? I don't know if he'll use it yet, or may well do so. The break could be coming on the back of a couple of stuns. Here come P7.
I'll keep it on the min, mate. You see whether or not he stops. He's not going to do with no teammates up. Looks to find one here as well, though. The rest of the team are going to stack this and going to try and take it here, but kicks in from behind. He finds 2 as well. That'll break the bones of the push. And now FOXTROT Last Alive has to wait for reinforcements again, but he gets taken out before he can do any more. This is the biggest hold so far in this hardpoint. Rock Esports have given themselves a lead.
So back and forth, though, that you wouldn't put it past Project 7 to be able to do what they did last time, and that was get some great time over towards P3. The thing is, for them, they've got that Hellstorm, which would be brilliant to try and find a break here specifically, but they don't need it right now. They can keep a hold of that in their back pocket. 50 seconds to go here. You can hold every single second over towards P3. You will retake that lead.
Domex trying to find something here, but maybe waiting for Rixel, but Rixel also doesn't get it. You can see that Project 7 really have just thrown up the defensive. They are taking every gunfight. And what you thought was a game for Rock Esports has suddenly been balanced, as all things should be. It's only a 5-point game now.
Lucifer able to find a way through. That was the first opportunity that Rock really had to get a break in over towards that hill. Honestly, Dom's done brilliant to find Lucifer, and that's actually going to be a spawn out momentarily, entirely for Rock Esports. That last push may well have stunned them. Rixled over towards the back. He can't land anything. He does manage to find a kill. The rest of the team are on the way from through the middle of the map. But Project 7, they managed to get a hold of the spawns. They get the rotation, and now they're in the lead.
Here comes the push, though. All sides. Already pre-fire going out for FOXTROT. New players were coming towards him as well. Rockies will technically have the advantage here. Lucifer gives them a toe hold back into this point. He throws a nade at his own feet to try to deflect some of the pressure coming forward. Hasn't worked out, though. More Rock Esports pouring into the kill feed as well. They now have this. It's a lead switch again in this game! As Kicks is on 6! And that may have just given them the boost they need. Everybody move, everybody rotate. It's scrap time to Rock. It's Project 7 who now have to make this work.
Kicks can't miss right now. 27 and 23 from him. On rotation. This would be a big gunfight. Denza, is the trade going to be there? He's holding it down. He's slowing them down. And has done a great job. But the rest of his teammates over towards the point. Yep, just about holding on. Mythics will take down Rixel and they get the spawns over towards the backside. This should be time for Project 7.
Kicks us in. Dom has made a clever kill, but unfortunately, Dom's going to go for it. And now Mythics brings in the missile from the sky. They need some breathing room. This will give it to them. He finds one. Just flying it about. Finds two more. Lead change again.
And what a time to do it. 25 seconds to go here for Project 7. What a hard point this has been. Rixel trying to get forward, and just after that, Mythics finds nearly everybody with the Hellstorm. They break back like that. It's for 13 more seconds, and the rotation now coming in. They've got them pinned back just a little bit. This is going right to the wire.
I genuinely have no idea how this ends. 2-point game, P1 up. It will be Project 7 here first. Denza will now have to hold them at bay. He knows they're moving towards him. Already Rixel finds the first, but he gets traded out as well. Mythics looking for another one. It's going to be Rock back onto the point, but nades raining down, and off he gets. Another lead change. Another nade kill goes through, and Project 7 holding now for 20 more seconds, and they can get this win. Kills going on in abundance. That's a huge one by Mythics as he looks to split the map. It looks like Rock Esports have stalled. They really aren't getting anywhere, but Dom comes through. He finds 2, but so does Lucifer, and that might be game. They are too far away. Project 7 should be sending this to a map number 5.
Got them off, got them off.
4 to the last second, but no! Surely it's not going to go this way. They're back in.
They're still not on. They're still not on. Kix is going to try and keep them off. The rest of the team are here, but it's about the rotation. These kills over towards P2 need to happen right now for Rock.
Not a second to spare. Not a breath wasted. Surely they're already on it. It doesn't end with a bang. It ends with a whimper. It's just a rotate that causes it. And it could have been different. It could have been a return. But instead, it is a map 5, and that is good enough.
Oh, my word. What a hard point. Just so back and forth all the way through. In every single time that you thought someone took a step and it was definitely going to be their game, there was an answer back on the other side as well. Map 5 we go. Oh my goodness me, Bryce. I need to lie down. This is only day 1.
That could have been so different. Everybody piling through. I believe, like, realistically, Rock, I think, maybe hesitated a second there. You could see that they were just having a few issues. Mythics made a very big kill onto Kix, which cut down their avenues of attack. But everybody was moving like madness into that final hard point. I didn't even know if it was going to end there, and it didn't in the end. Somehow Rock got a toe in before it could tick over.
That was absolutely insane. So back and forth. Honestly, the highlights were that good. We're struggling to load them at this stage. It was just everybody was popping off on every occasion. Each team having their moments. I think, honestly, Mythics having that streak just to try and clear out as much as they did over towards the final hill in the second rotation. That maybe give them the honest just a step ahead, and then they kind of just took over towards P1. That kind of kill feed you see from Kix there is the reason that I was excited to see Falcons when they went over in that iteration, that first team last year. The guy is an absolute maniac. But not enough of a maniac to stop Project 7 forcing this map number 5. We go to a search and destroy. It's still anyone's game.
Well, how does this last map even play out? I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. It could go either way between them here, because for a second there, I thought Clutch Rayn were getting 3-1'd.
Honestly, it felt that way. It really did feel that way, honestly. When Rock retook the lead over towards the final hill of that second rotation, I genuinely thought that might have been that. Scar Search and Destroy is coming up. And we're going to another map 5. Brycey, you know what? At this stage, again, just give me that. You know what? Well, let's just have one round, because it's going round 11, I'm telling you.
Just start on map 5 every time and say, hey, this is where we need to be, realistically. But unbelievable from those two teams. The battling towards the end here. It's very rare you see that kind of both teams just have to pile into a P1 and then the game doesn't end.
Mental. Absolutely mad. And I think, you know, some of these teams, as things go on, they'll start to develop a little bit more, and they'll start with understanding of what time they can pick up. But hey, look, I mean, we'll wait for that map number 5 to start up. We'll be in it as soon as it's ready to go. Into this one, Night Vibe's taking on LewTees Lions. Night Vibe's 2-1 to the good.
Oh, looks like they might be able to get this one over the line if they can. 150 to 98. Obviously, they don't have that P1 control, and well, LewTees Lions actually do have P2 control as well. So this is an opportunity for them to take the lead back if they can get this first wave of kills and hold on.
Just around 4 in a row, and he was the guy that really did clutch up the LewTees Lions in that map number 5 they went to. They're going to have to see another map number 5. If they do want to find themselves with a win yet. Faisal finding a couple. Back and forth we go. Nobody seemingly in control.
So far, time still ticking for the LewTees Lions. Oh, catches a little bit of a nade to the face there as well, but the gap has closed. It's certainly not over and done with yet. Oh, Real Charm just trying to make a little bit of a long-range gunfight for it as well. But Night Vibes, they'll be happy if they can take the scrap here. Nobody really in a commanding situation over towards that next point yet. You give it to Night Vibes. They've taken full map control somehow. And while they lose 2 seconds of scrap, they'll be happy to be on the P3.
It's a good time to be on offer here as well, but that church control for LewTees Lions is going to be a little more difficult. There's the pinch. Nicely done. Really like that, actually. Krona pushes through from the other side. His team stretched through over towards the church side as well. Really good job, and now some good time potentially on offer. Now how can you find a break? Well, via utility. Shea will find the nade over the top. BB Krona. He'll get taken down as well. This array. Faisal can't do anything. Just break for break. Nobody can seemingly hold anything, Bryce.
It is pretty much chaos across this map. Everybody just looking for the kills. It will be Night Vibes who come out on top in that scenario. Bit of scrap time. Real Charm tucking real tight against these nades. Nobody's caught him yet, and realistically, he doesn't really have to do much more than survive as long as possible. Will go down here. Buys a tiny bit of time for his team, who are now looking in towards this 4, but that is a spawn out. They are a mile away. That pinch might come in handy. He'll be calling out to his teammates. Here's what I can see.
Can they find anything? No, can they manage to find a way through? Shea on a 5 spree. He's the only one who can really answer for Night Vibes because LewTees Lions find a way in. 40 seconds to play for here over towards back Ron. Find a way through. If you're Night Vibes, they'll put you in a hellish position. Still in a really good spot to close out this series. Check over towards the back. Honestly, haven't a clue what's going on. I don't think either one of these two teams do either. The spawns are all over the place. The kills eventually goes LewTees Lions' way. 6 kills in a row from Faisal. Here are the rest of Night Vibes once again fighting for every single point.
7 for Faisal, but he's so weak at this point, somehow staying alive. And well, they have brought this a lot closer than it was just some time ago. I'll probably take him off of this yet. No 5 seconds of scrap for you, but looks like Connor may have failed to jump there, but eventually will get up and should be an easy kill for him at the same time. They are back onto this point. Connor says, all right, thank you very much. I'll just take 2 easy kills, get on the point, and start taking the time. Here comes the headbutt.
Yeah, Charm was just trying to stay alive over towards the backside. Connor tries to put the shot in, throws it back over towards the field, but Soul will find 2. This is so back and forth. Connor gets shut down, and no, honestly, nobody, each and every single hill we've seen, the other team went, okay, well, you can have the spawns, and they went, no, we don't want them. And it's just so back and forth. Charm trying to stay alive. He's read it perfectly. And now some really good time. Potentially on the cards for Night Vibes. Well, which means LewTees Lions are going to find a break, and there it is.
Just when you think the setup is good, the setup turns sour very, very quickly. What is going on? Why can nobody find any consistency? It is pinstripe kill feed all the way down, and nobody is sure what is the best way to work this map at the moment as we go back over to P1. Everybody, Tango, everybody get ready.
Well, here we go then. Which way is this one going to go? So back and forth. This will be a massive win for Night Vibes, and if Shea keeps popping off like that, it's gentle, never mind. Then maybe they can get it over the line, over towards P1. Faisal crucially has a Hellstorm. Because to be honest with you, Night Vibes are looking good to try and get some time. They only find 1 on the Shea, but combination looking good for LewTees Lions. They can get on the point and get some time.
Faisal very, very weak. He's eventually going to go down as well here, but LewTees Lions trying to get back into the point here. 5LF will go up top looking for the player, but he pre-fires a bit early and he gets knifed for his troubles. That's going to be 3 down. 20 seconds left to go. I don't think they have the tick for this.
Not quite. Not quite. It depends if the 0 tick comes in. No, it's not going to happen anyway this time round. LewTees Lions do enough. They need to get over towards P2 and need to defend it like their lives depend on it. Rotation is there. Gentle is going to get forced off here, so LewTees Lions are going to get some time. Night Vibes may only be 9 away, but they haven't got to panic. They have to take their time. It's 1 good break.
And that's good. That's better than good. That's everybody down. That's game. They've just called it. Nobody can get anywhere near. And Night Vibes will take this map. They will go 3-1. They will take the series. They've had a great time there in that game. Wow. Unbelievable.
Oh, man. I mean, every single game we've been to has been an absolute movie. Scar Hardpoint is absolute mania. Every single time. We'll take that one into series as well. That is a massive win for Night Vibes. What about LewTees Lions, who just won a series as well? Bottom of that Group A is going to be incredibly mixy. But we do have some Group B action to continue, and we are going, of course, to our map number 5 between Project 7 and Rocket Esports. I presume that's where we're going. Honestly, there's so many games going on. We could be going anywhere, Brycey.
We certainly could. And to remind you of how this has been going so far, if you haven't been tuning in, well, it's a Game 5, which seems to be the norm now for everything moving forward. 250 to 71, that first hard point may have set the tone, but it has been a battle. And Project 7 have managed to bring this to a map 5 after a pretty disappointing hard point and overload. So we'll see whether or not they can get it, or do Rock Esports move forward.
Rock Esports on the defensive side. Project 7 trying to find a way through over towards A. Totally important, especially in round number 1. Pixel backs on down. Now has his own utility. I'll tell you what, that grenade is going to hurt. Mythics doing a good job to find Dom X, but Khaled does instead back with one of his own. 3 versus 3.
Well, Kicks with a lot of bullets thrown. Mythic's also making away. This could be perfect timing and positioning.
Oh,
finds all 3. 1, 2. Can he give him the 3? And he does. He says, all right, thank you, with help of a teammate. And that is just not the scenario you want. You could see them in the end there, all a little bit squeezed together. And perfect timing makes perfect plays. And it is Denza stole this.
How dare he? Mythics is the one who makes the play. The flank comes through, and it is devastating. Really nice job, though. Mythics having to get it done there, and that's Project 7 with an attack underneath their belts. Rock Esports maybe just turtled up in that a little bit. I don't want to say... Maybe distracted is the right word, actually. A little distracted by everything else going on. And Mythics finds 3 of the... Well, 2 of the freest kills he'll ever have. Dom getting seriously aggressive over towards A. Cross will be being watched by Project 7, and it is being watched by Lucifer, so you gotta be careful.
Mythic's looking for any information, hoping that somebody crosses his path. Dom also throwing shoulders. Rixel finds Mythics, though. Mythics must have just peeked a little bit too much as Dom goes for the plant.
Oh my word. Domex, that's a big kill to find. As the bomb goes down as well, this should be around for Rock Esports. I'll be astounded if it isn't, but... Denza and Lucifer, what can you do here? Domex is going to fall. Make it a 2 versus 3. Tell you what, they're finding the kills, Brycey. I don't believe it. Denza's now left in a 1 versus 1 against Kicks.
Kicks has to check as well.
Yeah, he has to. He knows where he is. Did he see him? Oh, he's taking a lot of bullets. Firing away. Can't get it done, Kicks. Brilliant job. Rock just about find it.
And does just enough. Didn't know where he had gone. You could tell a little bit of worry, but decides, hey, he has no idea. I'm a reach out just in case he gets lucky with the wall bangs. And for what was around that felt very much in favor of Rock, a 1v1 is how it settled.
Lean forward and lock in. The last... I don't know if it'll be the last map of the night, to be honest, Brycey. There could be other games going on still. Who knows? F-top. Sniper out. This is where you have to be influential with it. And now if I am Rixel, I do not check that again. Dom X is also brave to be chopped church. Watch your head, son. Oh, no, he's not brave at all. He's smart. He waited for it. He finds the pick on F-dot, and it's a massive one. Dom onto Mythics as well. 4 versus 2 for Rock Esports.
Now, Denza has technically managed to get in a position they're not expecting from him. Problem being is they don't have the teammates. He's picked up the sniper. It's not going to do anything, though. He falls with it as well, and Lucifer left in a 1 versus 4. Oh, he was hoping to get the sniper out of the hands.
I think that's his objective now. That's the rules go. All the unwritten rules. You can only use that sniper. 2 deaths is what you're allowed with it. Didn't die. You can keep it from the next round.
Pretty clean in the end, and it probably all came down to that sniper battle, if we're honest. Once that happened, we felt much more secure in it. And Rock Esports up 2-1 now in this S&D.
Put themselves in a good position. Trading back and forth, though. Now onto the attacking side. That's the first defensive round that's been won. Fans want to get interested in around field. Happy to defend from here. Don't think he realizes there's 3 players from from ROC over towards this side. OMiT wants everything to do with this smoke though, and he's opened up the door. I really like that, honestly. The sniper came out, distracted Dens. Dom moves forward. Wipes him out. 4 versus 3 in the favor of Rock.
Dom just gets caught sprinting. Lucifer was tucked. Now in a 3 versus 3. Pressure slowly moving forward. You can see Rixel's just going to get this bomb down. It does give him a slight advantage when it does. However, nade's coming down already. Trying to stay alive for this one. F-Dot's fine. One is ready. F-Dot finds the second. And now, Dom X up top. Sniper in hand. And our bodies swarming all the way down below him. And he's going to see one as well here. Oh, they're going to wallbang him. Surely not! Finds a snipe. Oh, he's going for a wallbang with a pistol. He's brave, but unfortunately it isn't going to work out. And now, there's another one back on the board for Project 7.
Nobody wanting to give a single inch yet. 2 apiece. Able to answer this one back nice and quickly. A little bit stressful towards the end when Tomix was able to find that kill. Well, there's a death with a sniper rifle. That was an important one for them to find as well. So that mini game within the game. We'll keep an eye on how that one's going. It's a good job from Lucifer and F-Dot. They are able to combine F-Dot. I think it's important to remember in the first search and destroy, Project 7 had F-Dot go 16 and 4 or something along those lines. It was very impressive. Right now, just sitting at 2 and 3, just doing what he needs to do. 2 apiece is still a very tight game.
Information game once again. That is unfortunate. Trophy clearly working for the enemy.
Despicable. Doesn't come find the pick. The good thing is here for Rock is they're sitting defensively, so they're not the ones who have to make a move. And they have actually, even the odds. Kicks finds one. After that gets taken down, and Mythics and Co. have, well, not necessarily going to go back to the drawing board here. They still have a bit of control over towards A, but Dom is keeping them at bay for now. That's a nice nade. Oh, trophy's down, and it's so crucial that it was. They may just pressure Dom here.
Going to push out as well. They are. And Dom is panicking. He's flailing, trying to get out of this and get into a better position. Somehow stays alive. Kicks going on overwatch as well. Time is being burned here by both sides. Now a 1 versus doesn't matter. Dom takes it down. ROC Esports get this one done. A little bit of luck, a little bit of circumstance. And the player who almost didn't get away finds 2.
Actually, 3 in the round. To be honest, though, the way that it kind of worked for him, he was the one that pushed through because these 2 teammates actually went for the flank. They were able to find a kill. And, well, because Dom knows the pressure has to come because his teammates are flanking, he does extremely well to survive. RK Sports 3-2 to the good now onto the attacking side. Nice position to be in. Brilliant position to be in.
Here comes the push. ROC. Dom will be looking for any information saying, hey, this is clear. You can come over here. There's the first bit of ordnance landed. As backup. Dom X is with him. F-Dot has a sniper though. Dom X is down. It looks like he's going to crawl his way across here to take the extra gun.
Yeah. So F-Dot Using what I believe is his final sniper rifle to do things like that. Okay. Well, you could do with getting rid of FDOT this round because you don't want this in his hands again. Sniper race, anyone? Yeah, well, there's a third. Rixeld will be the last one on the chopping block. He's able to find one in Mythics. Come on, FDOT, we gotta greet this, surely.
Can't give up the sniper. No. Otherwise, I'd be saying, you know, spin out the window, 360.
Oh, well, he may well be coming into FDOT's realm. He has done. Wallbang is? No, we'll just take the sniper one instead. Ace. FDOT, incredible work. Showing the power of the sniper. 3 apiece, and it's all about FDOT taking over in the search and destroy again.
All right.
Oh my, I've no idea which way this one goes. Well, I know that we can't get off the... Oh, the trade! Are you joking? Well, that's both snipers gone for both teams now. Out of the game entirely. Won't be seeing them again. 3 apiece, 3 versus 3.
I think you're wrong. I think it's just been picked back up. I think Kicks would have got it.
Nah, you can't do that. Oh, wait, no, you can. Wait, hold on, I don't know. Kicks has got it out.
It's aggressive, though. Is he going to be able to hold this? Oh, he gets it as well. 2 versus 2. Oh, Mythics is here.
Yeah, Mythics is there. Oh, Rexel turns, but Lucifer's able to find it. P7 find the round.
Well. How does this go? How does this end? Who wins?
Honestly, it's just been so back and forth, I haven't a clue. I'm going to move forward over towards A. That should be snipers off the map, though, is what I'm saying. It should be entirely off now. That shouldn't be a factor for either of these teams to have to worry about now.
Project 7 with the advantage. Ooh. A little bit of information. Dom throws a long one back. Mythic's trying to get in close. Takes a little bit of a wobble from some ordnance.
Bit of pressure here, though, for Project 7 to have to deal with. Rocker advanced. Yeah, now this should spell bomb going down. With Dominics having that control, it's going to back them down. Really, for me, it's Rixel in the middle of the map here. He's got to find at least one. Denza. He's going to start moving quicker. Rixel finding one through the middle of the map. Denza may well be on a good flight, but the rest of his team not had a chance to wait for him, Brycey. That's going to be a round over towards Rock Esports. 4 apiece now.
Finds 1, finds 2. It's just not going to be enough. Too many bodies, too many bullets. And now, with a tied game, round 11 calls to us.
Oh, it's coming. It has to. Surely, Brycey.
Well, well, well. Who walks away the victor on what is quite an even S&D, even the kill death ratios, it's all everybody. Dom pushing forward, taking prominent position mid-map. Mythic's actually waiting to see if they get too aggressive. Nobody moving yet.
But I kind of like this positioning from Rock, though. Did Mythics get a tag there? He didn't, but I don't think he's even sure if he should have or not. Oh, he's in a tough position. Oh, Kix hasn't seen it up, but Kix finds one and FOXTROT. Mythics trades it, but is Mythics in a tough spot? The answer is yes. 1 versus 3 for Lucifer. And Rock Esports may well be going 5-4 up.
Expecting more of a push from behind. Nobody's here, as we can tell. Surely they do not give him a kill here. Rexel's good calling for this. This might be a double chow. Oh, there's too many. There's just no angle for him to win that many gunfights. For ROC Esports, 1 round in what has been a very back and forth series will give them the victory.
It has been so back and forth. You know where we're going, don't you?
Sure. Does it happen? Sure. Does it give us...
It's taken us almost 4 hours to get through 2 games of Call of Duty, so why not just make it a little bit longer, eh? Give it to me. Lucifer and Co backing on down. The stuns, the utility. It's very good for Rock Esports. Good nade goes out. It's going to back them down, though, so utility used on both sides of things. A nervy round from both teams.
ROC really have given up a lot of map control. They have got nothing, potentially. They are looking for a pick. This is what this is. Lucifer is actually getting, I'd say aggressive, but it doesn't look very aggressive, but it will work out for them. Domex goes down, but it will go back to a 3 versus 3. So they've made a kill. I wonder if they're going to move the disposition of the players. Has Mythics just slipped through? No, he's been seen. Dom will take him down. 2 versus 3 now.
You got to clutch up somehow. You got to clutch up. I think, honestly, Kona's over towards A, but they're going to go head over towards shop in the middle of the map. Was any information gained there? I'm not too sure. Dom, he's spraying away, but he's being caught 2 versus 2. Rixel needed to find that one. They need to get the bomb down.
Oh, finally gets his health back, but that bomb has to go down. It's now 1 versus 1. He needs to reload. He can't get it in time. Oh, no. FOXTROT is going to find the kill anyway. He finds it as well. We're going to a round 11. Pistol in hand wins the round. FOXTROT.
Oh, Rixel got so nervous. He gets it down, just immediately presumes that FOXTROT is going to be rapping. But he reads him, and he sends us to round 11. FOXTROT has been the guy for P7 again in Search and Destroy. Dropped 16 in the first one. The 1v2 there, the ace with the sniper. If anyone deserves to win this, it's FOXTROT. Look at this aggression from Dom as well. He's in no man's land. How is he surviving that?
Pressure mounting. The Project 7. A little bit shocked by that opener, but they've recovered. Trophy now going out. They are setting up for this. So many trophies.
Trophies are down, and they have helped P7 find their way through. Bombs going down. Rixel doesn't necessarily have any help almost immediately, but he doesn't need it. Cuts him down. 4v3.
Now they've got to hold. They've lost 1 gun already. They're trying to hold the flank at the same time. This very much rests on FOXTROT's shoulders, but he's been taken down, and now comes the squeeze. ROC have it in their sights. Lucifer is going to find them. He's not going to get enough. And now Mythics in a 1 versus 3. One already flies out. He finds the first. He has to back off. He's all going to find the second. They almost put themselves in harm's way, but it will be ROC who win round 11. Unbelievable.
What a day to kick off challenges here in Europe. Incredible win coming through for ROC up against 2. Will be their competitors for the top spot in P7. And what a series. I am, honestly, I actually can't believe how close some of these games were today. What was it? I mean, there's been 2 rounds separating teams in both of our alpha games. There's been map 5, round 11s, all over the gaff, Pricey. I'm going to need a good night's sleep before tomorrow. If this is how it's going to keep going.
I told you the first day is always the best. And I don't know why. Makes no sense, but that has been just a very, very tight game across every series that we have seen. This is how it plays out in the end. Devastating for Project 7. Victorious for ROC. And you can't really put it on anyone's shoulders. Everybody was flying into every engagement.
Absolute lunacy, to be honest. I mean, we've seen 3 back-to-back-to-back scars. And every single one, a banger. Alright, okay, the overload kind of petered out in a certain sense, but it was close until it wasn't. The hard point, back and forth all the way through. The search and destroy, the same. But we were curious what we were going to get from Rock Esports. Yeah, look, yeah, we'll talk about hosting and whatever, but you know, I think it's important to know that both teams, I believe, will maps on the opposition host. Really, really good game between these two squads. And that one is one that will continue throughout the rest of the year. There's another game going, Game 5, actually. It's Dark Horse versus Rauzan, and that's on Delta, as far as I'm aware. Don't know if we're going to it. But you can tune into that one ASAP as we just break this one down. What a series this one was. 6-5 to ROC. That's the important map window. And map number 5 to get it done.
Well, it was brutal all the way through. And who would have thought, with it starting 250 to 71, well, that's how it would end. Wow. We thought it was going to be a good game, and great game it was, Ton. But that kind of sums up today in the Elite, really.
Yeah. Close series, one-sided hard points. Team's not really sure what's going on in Overload. I'm really not sure what's going on in Overload. Teams who you'd expect to be significantly better at hard point aren't, not necessarily pointing towards this series, but I'm looking at Rayn, who have had a bit of a struggle of a day. A lot of people have them as the most consistent team in Europe, and it's been a struggle for them, to be honest with you. We're going up against some tough opposition as well. But ultimately, these series have been absolutely insane. I'm here and we're going to Delta. There's another game to cover, mate. Let's lock back
in. Turns out it's not over. This is the end of this, what could have been.
Yeah, it turns out 4.
It takes it all the way to a map 5.
Yep, the end of game 4 was a close one. And they are currently in a map number 5. Which we're going to be jumping into very, very shortly, presuming.
They lose it from this point?
Oh, the team's the wrong way around.
Ah, there we go.
Lose it from? Oh, wait, hold on. Well, they're not. They are not the wrong way around, so they must lose it from this point. No way. Unless the scoreboard was wrong. Oh, no, they do lose it from this point, do they? Yeah, they do. All right. So is that a 250 to 249? Are you kidding me?
Surely not.
Oh,
that is devastating. Oh, that is unbelievable.
Oh, no. That was contested for a little while. Oh, that is so incredibly tough. And that's going to send us to this map number 5. I think we're going to it. I think that's what I heard production say. So, yeah, look, let's jump in as soon as we possibly can if this is going to a map number 5. And it is being pushed back a little bit, boys. We've had map 5s coming out of everywhere at this stage. This is being incredible.
The funny thing is, I kind of called this over an hour ago. I said it was going to happen. Looked at the schedule and went, yep, I know exactly what's going to happen with this one. We'll be pushing back North America. Well, North America, you will have to wait. We still have games here in Europe to get underway. And we'll be curious to see how this one plays out, Ton.
Yeah, honestly, it's hard to say without seeing the rest of the series and see how things went down, but I believe we're going over towards it. I'm curious if we've already started, if we're just trying to get a feed. We'll be jumping in shortly, I presume. But this has been a crazy, crazy day. And you know what? We do it all again tomorrow, Brycey. And then we do it for another 6 months or so. Incredible. Honestly, as long as it's this close all the way through and we have this drama all the way through, I'm more than happy.
Now, let's have a quick look as I go through. I think we can see where everything has got to as we move forward. But this is how today has played out so far. Of course, we're waiting on the results of the last game. You can see Rayn sitting with 2-0 at the top there. Synes and Rock Esports also 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of would have expected that for Treason, to be honest with you, but I think that the manner of their results will be ever so slightly concerning. Their hardpoint hadn't looked good. I think we know they lost at least 3 hardpoints today, so they will have to step it up. But nobody else in Group A has went flawless from there, which is not too surprising. Yeah, Synes. Did they actually go on to win that map number 5? I have no clue. Either way, 2-0 to Synes. They must have won that map number 5, and I think we just had the highlights of the end of map number 4. Incredible day. Insane, to be honest with you. Rock Esports sitting at 2-0, though. That's got to be massive for them.
Yeah, that is a very big kind of scalps to take in this beginning. Who really knows how they continue on forward? But we did say we thought they were some of the better ones. We are just finding out what is happening at the moment, so please bear with us. I know. It is a benefit to all of you who have loved listening to us that you get us for some more time. So
they're
I know
so lucky,
they're all
right?
cheering in their seats. They're all having a great time. Just listen. Maybe we just continue on. We don't let North America come on. We just talk for several more hours.
You know what? I know Andy and Dan are really, really keen to get on, but we're just gonna we'll just keep them a bit. Maybe a bit too keen, if anything, and we're just okay. That was that. Now we're done. I believe Synes going to go through and get that one done. Oh, honestly, what a day this has been. So many map number 5s. I've actually lost count. How many round 11s we've had. It'll be as good tomorrow. And not only will tomorrow be as good here in Europe, we've got N8 coming right after this, Brycey.
We certainly do. Well, it hasn't disappointed. Challengers Elite has returned to our screens. And if this first day is anything to judge by, you're going to need to hold on for the rest of the season. Game 5s, upsets, and close games galore. But that has been Europe. If you want more action, well, North America is about to hit your screens as well. So don't go anywhere. They will see you right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Challengers Elite here in Season 1. My name's Dandro, one half of the duo, bringing you North America here today, but I don't know, it felt like we had a little bit too much fun with some of our Brits, so we had to bring in my favorite Brit, no shade to Bryson Tunn, of course, Mr. Enigma. How you doing today, buddy?
I feel like you don't need to ask that question. Of course, we're doing it because that is our flow, but you know how it is at the minute. It is a joy to be here. And having watched everything that just went down in the EMEA, Game 5, Round 11's being dished out left, right, and center. We got some big bangers set up today. It's going to be a hell of a time.
It's not often that I wish for a lot of Game 5 Round 11s, but man, here in week number 1 for NA, give me every single one of them. I may regret saying that in 5 hours. Okay, let's talk about what we got going on here today in the North American side of stuff. If you were going ahead and watching EMEA, you know a little bit of what we got going on through here. But here we have new to challengers this year, 6 different streams going on. Okay, so hey, we love you. Thanks for checking in here on the Alpha stream. But over on YouTube, you can find Bravo all the way down through FOXTROT for all of the matchups that are happening. You can go on over there, youtube.com/COD Challengers, if you want to see your favorite matchup going on. We also have some fantastic people in the community who are doing their own watch parties as well. But if for some reason, you know, the matchup we have here on the Alpha stream, Telluride Bush against OMiT Brooklyn, isn't your fancy, go check out any of those other matches because every single one of them sure to deliver.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I will be honest with you, Telluride Bush and OMiT Brooklyn to kick us off. Couldn't be a better place to really get things going here in the North American Elite, but there's definitely a whole list out there, and I know that plenty of the org owners and fans and player fans and so on will be wanting to see those games. So the fact that we've got them all out there with observers, a wonderful showing here. The evolution of challengers continuing and, well, continuing what's been a fantastic start to the year.
No, this is going to be a really fantastic night of Call of Duty that we have with us. We talked about those two teams, but there's a couple of teams that we want to highlight here in a bit. Let's talk about this next threat black team, okay? This is a squad that we are really all keeping our eyes on because with challengers this year, dude, it seems like the cream of the crop. Any of these squads, we could see them in the CDL next week is what it feels like, right? We have DiamondCon, Standy, Johnny, and Yeez coming on through. Yeez being the newest pickup on this roster. Talk to me about this next threat team and why people should be putting their eyes on them.
I had a hell of a lot of faith on them. They seemingly got better and better and better as the season went on. Top 6 Cup 1, that was with Censor. They then top 16 Cup 2, but then second in Cup 3. And it felt like they've kind of gotten this system that they had working really well. Unfortunately for them, Exceed is brought up to the league. He's going to the Carolina Royal Ravens, and in comes Yeez. Now, Yeez is a fantastic player. What is interesting to me, though, is that is not a straight swap in terms of player roles. So that is where I have a couple of questions. I also missed out that they picked up second in the 4 Invitational, but the fact that Yeez is coming in solely, I'm going to ask a couple of questions about exactly what they look like, but with the talent they have in this team, they should be a threat all the same.
Living up to the namesake, that is for certain. I love this team. I love what they have going on, but there's another squad that we have to also highlight. It's going to be Falcons Academy Green. This is Roxix, QK, Asim, and Rupert. Now, this team has been doing really well, Enigma, but they recently bring in Rupert, and it feels like they've hit a new level.
Yes.
We all know and love Asim. We know what he's capable of playing in both the league and also down here in Challengers, but it's really Roxix and QK that I really want to put the focus on, right? Coming over from that Saudi Arabia side, and QK has really had everybody's eyes on him even since last year in Black Ops 6, continuing the form that we saw at the end of that season here early on.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a tale of a team that's just getting better and better. Top 16 in Cup 1 was disappointing, but Cup 2 and 3, they end up with 4th place. Now, they had Manny for those tournaments. They felt like they were just missing something to break through the glass ceiling. In comes a player that you and me have been a big fan of this year. That is Rupert, and they win the 4 Invitational. Now, if you're thinking, it's an Invitational, how does that line up in terms of the Cups and the Elites? The teams they had to beat were OMiT Brooklyn twice, Falcons White, and Next Threat Black. So they had to overcome some monsters to get there, and they have the potential to do big things in this Elite.
Well, hey, there's a couple different Falcons Academy rosters floating around. Is it green? Is it white? Which one will be coming up on top? But we also got to talk about Project Notorious, Ulysses, Too Real, Awakening, and Geo. Yet again, some CDL alumni playing down here in Challengers, and for a good reason, Enigma. I think while some teams, they have maybe that new superstar, how to play in a system, this is a team that is coming down here and says, hey, any one of us is trying to play for a spot in the league, and they're doing a really good job of turning some heads already.
They certainly are. It has been 4th, 3rd, and 3rd in their 3 cups thus far. The thing for me with this team, they seem consistently strong. They don't really slip up against mid-pack teams or potentially banana peel moments as opposed to some of our other rosters in this tournament. But what they do have is this inability to just see off big teams comfortably, and that's where their next step is going to come from. Obviously, no better opportunity to learn how to do that than in the elite, but that's the growth that we need to see next if we're going to believe that they are true contenders, because a roster with those players on it should well and truly be up there in grand finals.
Yeah, really feels like a team that has an extremely high ceiling, that if they can really kind of mesh together and work over the course of a season that we have here, when it comes time to that bracket, if they can make it out of the group stage here, they're going to be a real contender when we are able to get there, right? But looking at our groups overall, I know you and I have done a lot of talking on these 2 groups, man, and there are so many different teams I think that we could sit here and highlight, but what kind of just jumps out of the case to me is that at least here in North America, dude, there's no easy group. There's no group that you look at and say, yes, you're feeling good about that. No, it is going to be a slaughter for both of these groups.
Well, the thing is, the term group of death often comes in because we look at one of the groups and goes, okay, that's the one where a big team is getting cut. Both of these fall into that category. We tried ourselves to put like who is going through, who is not. It is hard to make that decision, especially then looking at some of the results in EMEA just now. There's upsets on the card at all potential times. You know, you look at, I mean, maybe even the Cabal roster that many people weren't expecting to be here, or the Stallions Black roster. They had to beat big teams to get to this point, so they have the ability to do that. And, well, shall they? We will find out.
Well, hey, listen, you called it at the top of show. There is no better matchup, I think, for us to showcase here to kickstart week number 1 in the group stage, the Challengers Elite here, season 1. It is the Telluride Bush going against OMiT Brooklyn. You can see the maps and modes there on your screen. I think we got to talk about these 2 teams and how they match up here a little bit, Enigma, because this is really just 2 giants battling it out. You have a little bit of the mainstays in OMiT Brooklyn, right? They've been that roster. They've been the team to beat for the last couple of years in Challengers, but the Telluride Bush, they are coming on in here, and that they are definitely making it look like they are the team to beat. But let's talk about this OMiT Brooklyn, right? You have Brack, you have Fellow. They are veterans, but they are joined by 2 young guns in Nate and Aluka.
Yeah, a lot of eyes going to be on Aluka, of course, after getting it picked up by FaZe Vegas as their sub. So much experience in Brackenfellow, and they will be needing to guide the other 2 to get them to where they need to be. But for Bush Gaming, Proloot, Spart, Capsidol, and Fire, all of us should know these names. X-League written all the way through them. Honestly, I think Capsidol's playing some of the best COD I've seen him play in years. I know we're in Challengers, but he looks like a man that can take over at any time. The one thing for this team is they are so back and forth in terms of their form. First Cup 1, then Top 8, first Cup 3, then Top 6 in the 4 Fun Invitational. If we're going off cadence, they're going to be fantastic this week. The problem is you can't afford to have any bad weeks in an elite, so they've got to find that consistency.
I mean, if there's a time to light up and come on fire, it's here in this first week against a very tough opponent. I had a chance to talk with one of the owners of course, the Telluride Bush in Jersey, Jerry, and he said, hey, it's business as usual today. He says, I don't need to tell the guys anything that they don't already know. Some real strong confidence coming out of there. I asked Rafi the same thing from OMiT Brooklyn, Enigma, and he had it nice, short, and sweet. He said, yeah, they're the team to beat right now to be a battle. I love it, right? Both these squads, they realize that, hey, you have some very strong competition on the other side.
I mean, if anyone's been there, done it, and got the damn t-shirt, it is certainly Rafi. That guy has seen many a challenger rise and many a fall on their journey. There is a reason that the OMiT banner are known as the pipeline to the league. He knows how to grow talent, and he's certainly doing a great job of his team over there. That being said, recognizes the Bush challenge in front of them. The Unshaven will be out there en masse, backing their boys, willing them on towards victory. They know exactly what is at stake in this first match. It's about making a statement, not just for now, but for later in this tournament when we're handing out prize money.
Yeah, I think that is really the thing that you always have to keep in the back of your brain is like, yes, obviously for the next couple of weeks, we are here in the group stages, but it's so important that you are maintaining that momentum week over week, right? Because when we get down to the end of this group stage, man, only 8 teams will be able to make it on to our bracket. Absolutely crazy stuff that we have going on here. Some great banger matchups all the way through. We're getting started here in a minute, folks. Let's talk a little bit about some of those maps and modes that we saw, kind of come up, Enigma. I know we were talking about the team a lot. Let's dive a little bit into what we have. We're kicking it off with an exposure hardpoint. Exposure feels like that comfort pick for a lot of teams this year, or maybe you're trying to just go ahead. You're just trying to maybe get a nice solid map underneath your belt. And Exposure, being that map that is across all 3 game modes, feels like maybe a little bit of a safe pick here to kickstart our night.
It's a weird one for me with Exposure in the sense of I feel some teams really thrive here and others struggle to get into that flow on the map. So it's one of those that will lean its way one side. I'm assuming that it's going to be Bush who've picked this, looking at our bits of paper that we've got going on over there. But it's, yeah, definitely one that I think a lot of teams, when it first came into the map pool, when we were first discussing map pool, very Marmite. I think now it has settled into that safer pick. But seeing Colossus and Den be banned out, that says, particularly on the Colossus side of things, we're looking to avoid those very high pace engagement maps. We're looking to look for something a bit more rotation heavy when it comes to Bush Gaming.
Well, even if you do manage to win this first hard point, if we go all the way to that map 4, not to skip, things going on, because you just brought up a good point, right? Are you picking Exposure because you're trying to get out of those mixing maps? Well, guess what? And you look at that map number 4 hardpoint, it's Blackheart. There is no mixier map that we have in the pool than that one. So potentially a saving grace mode for OMiT Brooklyn to be able to come back on in and say, all right, we maybe lose the first hardpoint. If we get to that map number 4, we're feeling very, very good about it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got to get there first, my friend. Colossus, Search and Destroy. I've really been liking how Colossus has been playing in S&D, dude. It felt like a too small of a map, but I think with maybe some of the addition of snipers and where some of these ARs can post up, you can cut off a lot of the lanes, and it makes those SMGs routes a little bit harder to try and take. Very excited to see how this will play between these 2 teams.
I actually agree with something that you said there really heavily. When it first came out, I thought Colossus was too small a map. I thought there's not a chance in hell we're going to end up playing this. Once you started to get into the flow of actually running it, it feels like it runs really nice across both Hardpoint and Search. With Search in particular here, of course, because it's coming up in the map set, it's one of those maps that, although it's, yes, everything suits First Bloods when it comes to S&D, it feels like this one in particular really sits on that First Blood front. Because every part of the map is basically its own chamber, if you get that First Blood, especially on offense, you can just use that numbers advantage to bully the opposition. So we're looking for those openers. We're looking for the playmakers off the starter rounds in particular to have an impact there.
Really feels like a map that you can either really slow it down or apply a lot of pressure if you want, depending on how this map 1 hardpoint goes, right? So be very curious to see maybe whoever loses this map number 1, what type of pace do they choose to play at for this Colossus Search and Destroy, because I think it can really favor both, depending on how you want to play it. But let's talk about this Scar Overload, because I think if we were to talk about a quintessential map and mode, it is probably this one, right? Overload now making its way into our competitive series. Control is out, Overload is in, and it's been really fun to watch teams take this new game mode and really run with it and break it down and figure out. And Scar especially is where I think you will see you get to reap the benefits of your understanding and of your hard work, because it's so easy to get 3 down, even 4 down. You start to influence some spawns, it's some very quick caps that come on through.
I'd argue that Scar is my preferred Overload map. I think that this is where it feels most natural, and I think that the part of that is what you're talking about there with the spawn control. There's this whole thing going around at the minute about lead blockers, playing almost an O-line, if you will, in front of your ball carrier. Someone who is going to apply pressure to the opposing team, not allow them out of their spawn, and force them on the opposite side from where you're trying to score. That seems to be how the best teams are making this map work, and there's ability to play on both sides as well. It's not necessarily forcing yourself into the A capture or the B capture. There is possibly a more preferred capture side in terms of blue or green side, but both teams here will have plenty of opportunities to manipulate the map however they want, and that makes a great map mode to watch.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to exactly what you just said, is those teams understanding each half and how they want to play each side of that map in Overload, right? Because if you manage to come on out swinging, you get a nice little 4-0 in that first half, and you're able to play some very solid defense, you could very easily walk away with that map if you can. Fantastic that we see these maps the most coming on through, though. But for that Search and Destroy, Scar, we're going back there. I mean, we just kind of hyped up Scar for all the Overload, but I think for at least Search and Destroy, man, it's yet again feels like a very sort of comfortable map in mode for a lot of these players. The most COD-esque map that I think we've got in Black Ops 7. Some nice solid lanes. You got routes that can be taken by the SMGs. And of course, you got some power positions, and that sniper is going to work. We're getting ready to hop on in to that Telluride Bush versus OMiT Brooklyn game. Do not worry. There's a couple technical things we are figuring out. And by that, I mean, we are here and we are in Enigma. Telluride Bush taking on OMiT Brooklyn. Let's get it started. P1. kick-starting it here in the middle, and I like what ProLoot is already doing. Look to that outside. Do not let Brack get this route. Unfortunately for you, though, Brack is just a little too good.
Yeah, Brack find the first two, and a third also scooped up by Nate, who does the right thing here to back off. Of course, P1, this is like to be a trade fest, more of a split hill than anything. It's all about that P2 rotation that we're trying to set up for as Felony gets up over the top, and 3 more for Brooklyn will light the feed. 25 seconds left on this. OMiT Brooklyn winning the majority of the opening gunfights. And this feels to me like an important map for Bush because we know their struggles in Overload. We don't want to be losing the opening respawn.
Yeah, you know that they're a fantastic search and destroy team, but it's all about your ability to come out swinging here, set the tone, set the pace here on exposure. It's gotten a little bit mixy through that P1, but P2 is where we're going to start looking over here towards this tank side. I love where Nate is. Lay in wait. Go ahead. Take down ProLoot, but you will get traded immediately. Felony, you have an idea that this player is sneaking in the back up over the top, and 15 in hand will cut you on down just like that. Some key kills going the way of OMiT Brooklyn will give them control, and I love this. Nate, he is just controlling the front line right now for OMiT Brooklyn, not letting any of these Telluride Bush players get on forward. Will eventually get cut on down, but you've done the work. You've done exactly what you need to. As OMiT Brooklyn, they are starting to sprint away with this Enigma. Only 1 point on the board for the Telluride Bush through the first 2 points, as Brack is going to look to hang on.
Yeah, big fan of how OMiT Brooklyn set that one up. They get Nate tucked in just to play a little bit of spoiler, allow Fellow to push out Generator's side, and that gives them a foundation to play from. From there, it's just controlling the solar panels in front of you. They do a wonderful job to already assemble themselves a 60-point lead, potentially near 70 as we get to P3. Nate's got an important job on here. Probably going to be a bit of a spoiler, trying to let his boys play in through the middle and overwhelm with numbers.
I mean, you're just spawning in Narnia. Unfortunately, if you are OMiT Brooklyn, I'm looking at number 5, Aluka. Not anywhere close, and he actually gets cut down on the pushover, but it's Brack on the hill. Tries to go huge. It is just, unfortunately, a couple bullets away from maybe pulling out something crazy, but you've put OMiT Brooklyn all the way back into spawn, so go ahead, hang on through, and I like this. Capsule, get forward, but it's a nade, followed up by with some kills from Nate. We'll open this one on up for you. Can you flood on through? You can. OMiT Brooklyn with a fantastic break here on P3. You're starting to surge on forward and start thinking about P4.
Yeah, I can see the Unshaven right and hold in the Twitch chats right about now, but you don't get it off the first as Brooklyn breaks straight in. It's the swarm effect, essentially hitting different doorways, using that utility, and finding yourself the opening pick to then flood. You're going to begin that rotation on over. Bush will get themselves in for a little bit of scrap time, but they recognize they've got a lot of movement to make here. Luke is already into the point. One thing I will say about Brooklyn, though, you're spread wide and quite deep. You don't have that forward pressure.
I don't know if you need the forward pressure. They've flipped this map right on its head. Capsule trying to make something from the outside, and Nate. It's a nice little wall kick and finding one. Aluka gets backed on down, trying to just stay alive, but that's the info you need is Nate's going to be able to slide on over, play for the trades. And while all of this is happening, it's just Brack in the hill playing his life. Such a great job right now from OMiT Brooklyn to just look at the spacing on this map and try and cut them on down. And Aluka, you're good for 2. Drop it in hand. Can you find a third? No, you can't, but thankfully your teammate's there for the trade.
Beautiful stuff here from Brooklyn, just continuing to lock things down. Feels like if they rotate in first, they're very difficult to break indeed. The one bit of progress, really, that Bush have seen was getting themselves in early at P3. Apart from that, being a bloodbath, ProLoot and Capsule will try and clear out mid here. They will get this straggler kill over at Old as well and start to spawn Brooklyn in one corner of the map. This has to be perfect from Bush. This feels like a moment to drag yourself back into the game. If this gap grows anymore, it's a big mountain to climb.
Spart looking to hold the line, wants to be the first point of contact. You're going to be able to back down Nate, and Nades will confirm. You got a couple of players who want to push on forward from this side, and look who's taking a route right now. It's Capsule. Is this red? No, it is not. It's good for one, but unfortunately, Brack is there. Trades enabled. ProLoot doing a great job. Not the best stat line, but you've gone huge when you needed to for the time being. Holding the line. You've flipped the spawns on OMiT Brooklyn. You've made this read. You're starting to look up towards the middle. And can you cut them on down? And if you're OMiT Brooklyn right now, you don't even have to worry about this. You have such a lead, but Telluride Bush, they've done a great job of getting themselves right back into it.
Yes, but superb hold, and Capsule continuing the fine form that he's been in is at the heart of it. That pinch through middle just left Brooklyn a little bit shook. They were unsure then of the positions from that point on. They were slow to then get out of their spawns, and that's allowed you to claw your way back towards this. And we said it was an important moment for them to do so. There'll still be a comfortable lead for Brooklyn, but at least this is a glimmer of hope in a dark tunnel for the Bush.
You've brought it all the way back. It's been a great job, and I think we're starting to finally see maybe the Telluride Bush start to heat up a little bit. We're seeing Capsule take those engagements we know he loves to do. Brack is going to be a little bit annoying up in through the top, but you're not ready for this. Fellow is good for 2 before Fire brings you on down, and that's the opening you need to get in on the hard point. Telluride Bush, you've been able to bring this one back into your grasp, but you cannot let plays like that happen just so easily as Aluka finds another 2 at the front of the point.
Beautiful work from Aluka there, Fellow. The composed man in the moment recognizes the momentum that Bush were building and just finds himself those 2. Will turn it into a scramble, and that will do for now. The difference this time, Bush have rotated their bodies over towards P2 before Brooklyn could get there. Last time that was Brooklyn's way to extend themselves out early in the map, but a perfect nade from Fellow will give them the numbers. If they flood this, they can certainly break straight into it.
And you can already see numbers 6 and 7. They're starting to make their way through the back here. Can they find an opening into the defense of the Telluride Bush? Fellow's going to swing out through that mid cut, but unfortunately get cut on down, and you find out where this Bush is coming on through. Capsule surges on forward, is good for 1, can't find the second, but Fire on the point will hold his ground. Do not let you push forward. And Telluride Bush here on this second set of rotations, and it looks like they've maybe figured out the strategy of OMiT Brooklyn, as they're looking to hold on through, but a couple of key kills go their way. Capsule's good for 2. That's 3 dead. OMiT Brooklyn, you got to get in on that point. And Capsule, he's reading the spawn, surges on forward. You catch Nate off the spawn, and you are now about to be a thorn in the side. Do you read that the spawn's flipped, though?
Doing a really good job here if you're Bush. You're right about the spawn flip. I think you should be well aware now as Aluka comes in through the back. But Bush do just a great job of 2 things. First of all, before that initial hit comes through, they don't hand any info to Brooklyn. So they're still looking. They're slow to squeeze out and rotate because they just don't know where any Bush players are going to be. That gives them the hold that they so desperately required to tie this back up. That momentum swung in their favor for sure. Fellow's a big job here in the back. If he can play spoiler lids, boys, hit from the front, flood, pinch this, do just what you did in the first set of rotations.
I mean, OMiT Brooklyn's looking for
Everyone dies
in that time, but they get taken on out. It's a huge 2-piece, and as Fellow activates, it's just a little bit too little, too late. You still have 2 members here. You're getting the spawns. You're going to be able to push from both sides if you can, but for the first time in this game, the Bush, they will take the lead. Superstar Aluka coming on through. It's a little wall hop with the Dravic. You're showing why you're one of the first pickups out of challengers there, but unfortunately for you, Capsule will hold his ground, does not let you get that for free. Huge gunfights going into the way of the Bush.
We're talking about Capsule all the way through the open of this show. Currently 24 and 15 when his team needed him the most. He has certainly delivered. I've watched him hit a few beautiful dive movements out of that window through this year, but that is not going to be one of them as he's cut down. Rotation begun for Bush. Brooklyn will try and meet you there, but Fire's going to cut down those reinforcements or at least be a thorn. Brack here to be a pain as well, but he's by himself. Got a lot of work to do.
Now, ProLoot and Spart, they need to play together. Spart's going to go wide. You'll get the spawns here in the back if you are Telluride Bush, but Brack is an objective player. Trophy coming on out, and Nate trying to cause some havoc in the back from this top plat side. Alicia's going to take a lot of that ire on over, but it is just trades all the way through. Brack good for 2 as OMiT Brooklyn. They will stem the bleeding for now. For Telluride Bush, though, they are close to this point. They are starting to move on forward. You take down Nate, top of the silo. You start pushing on forward. Aluka's found in the back. Brack, you have to stand tall here. It's just not enough. Fellow, pistol in hand, is able to let it go to you, but unfortunately, it's all scraps left over as we are looking to the next hill.
Brack finds 7 there, by the way. That will give him the Hellstorm that could be so important, not just for the next hill, which you can hear it already coming in. There's a pause, there's a moment. And what this is going to allow Brooklyn to flood as the numbers try and rotate. They're going to dip back towards the window, and Nate already finds the first. That should clear. In fact, no, you just about stay up if you are Spart, but eventually found. And that now gives an opportunity to break, but Bush hold perfectly.
Hey, you get some close spawns. You are blessed if you are the Bush. You're going to start to flood on through. Fire. And you cut down some of these players looking to push through mid. It's nades. It's an M15 in hand. Maybe you've done the damage, though, because you leave Brack one shot. It's going to let Capsule find a quick and easy kill. Slides on up towards mid. You are marching towards a victory. You can't win it on this hill, but you are putting yourself in a hell of a spot in order to close this one on out. Capsule 30 and 20, holding the side. Slide on out. Spart will get dropped. That's the info that you are looking for, as you are trying to just hold on for the time being. OMiT Brooklyn, they need a break, and they need some time on the hill.
Big set of kills there, though. That should open mid up, unless Sport can be a real thorn in the side. And I love this. Just take your time. Slow it down a second. And, well, not for long enough, because Felony finds the clear. So that now gives you a moment to set up for P1. But in comes the Hellstorm to clear this. And watch these bush arrows flood as soon as this comes in.
Slow on the deployment. Can you find anyone else here? You're gonna find a Luca on the side. Patience is a virtue, and this is the activation you were looking for. Fire finds one, Proloot finds another. You get in on the hill. 20 seconds is all you need for Telluride Bush to take this map number 1, but OMiT Brooklyn, they're not gonna make it easy. Brack playing from the side. He's good for one, but Capsule will hold the line. Luca slides back on through. We'll get some more points on the board for Brooklyn, but Proloot, Dravik in hand, trying to go from top. Silo sliding on forward. Can you find another? No. Brack will not let that happen. 2 players from the bush are here. Brack, though, keeps you in line, but guess what? P2 is spawning on up, and Telluride Bush, they got the close spawns.
Huge 2-piece. Nate's got a lot of work to do. Won't find it. That's Spotty with 3 at P2. Just 11 seconds needed for them. You got pressure up top from Fella, but you can just hunker down. Take your time here. You got to hit if you're Brooklyn. You got to go.
Only 6 more points needed, but OMiT Brooklyn, they've made their way onto the tank. Tax and nades. You know Donnie Temp is in the back yelling it at the screen along with us. Capsule going to be the front man. Slides on out, takes down Fellow. That's another huge kill from Proloot into the back. This has to be Brack. He's not going to be there. Is anybody close to get to the hill? No, they are not. Telluride Bush take a map number 1. Hard point exposure, my friend. Was a little bit worried through that first set, but feels like maybe they shook off the rust. They get back on into the game. They claw that one on back.
Yeah, it feels like there was a couple of individual moments of takeover, a kind of belief about them, especially Capsule there. He kind of goes, you know what, gentlemen, this has been a slow start from us. Let's fix this situation. Grabs the game by the scruff of the neck, goes on a couple of big plays, not to overshadow some of his teammates who then hung out for the entire haul of that map. And it felt like a very important statement. We'll get to why. First of all, let's take a look at the scoreboard here, and it's got to be that, man. 35 and 24. 20 non-traded, 3,700 damage. Get this guy in the league.
Can we also just talk real quick, though, about Brack, who goes 32 and 21 with 2 minutes of hill time? Can he get some help, please? Like, Mr. Do-It-All, it feels like just nobody else really going to try and come on through. But this game was electric from start to finish there. And this is sort of where we start to see it heat up, right? It's Capsule in the back that's just causing some chaos. And then we get a little bit mixy on this hill, Enigma, where it just doesn't seem like OMiT Brooklyn can find the opening they're looking for. It just feels like maybe one spawn flip goes into the way of the Telluride Bush, and they are finally able to hold it on through and really chain some hills together.
It did feel like as soon as they figured out their flow, that was where they suddenly, all right, gentlemen, now, as you said, I think shaking off the rust is probably a good way to put it. Sometimes you start off a little bit cold, and they showed the ability to clutch up. We know this team have that in spades. So, yeah, great stuff from the Bush Gaming team. Obviously under a hell of a lot of pressure, but speaking of which, they're not the only team who are going to be showing out here today. Dan, we got plenty more games to tune in with. Let's get over to Bravo, check out 5 Fears and 4 Fun Esports. They're on Hardpoint, Blackheart.
All right, 196 already for 5 Fears. So a little bit of a lead given to them. Give us the cinema moment. We're coming on in to a Hellstorm already, my friend. Unfortunately, this map doesn't always give you the best opportunity. You find 2. Unfortunately, your teammate Eric Boom gets taken down in the process, but maybe an opportunity for you to start to open up this hill. Dylan Rex from the side. You're good for 1. You're good for 2. God. Okay. Listen, we knew wall bouncing was going to give us some moments this year, but it will just continue to deliver. The trades trying to come on through. 5 Fears, can they make their way on in? For fun, they're making this mixy here, Enigma. They are not giving this up easily.
They aren't. 5 Fears, we're happy to contest that for a moment, but that rotation should start to come in now with just 10 seconds left. For fun, got to figure the way across. It will be a case, though, you've got mid-map control and window control. And actually, just going to full send it straight up the main street. So they're going to hit this front on. They've really got to find a break quickly.
Vic playing from underside, waiting for his time to activate. Jumps on up, is good for 1, but Eric Boom answers in kind. And you know that For Fun is going to be trying to hit through this front side, and you do not let them stay alive. Phantoms caught on down from Eric Boom, who is going on a spree right now. Absolutely helping make sure the front of this hill does not go the way of For Fun, and KB in the back. A recent addition to this for fun roster, and you're starting to see why. Just doing such a great job finding those kills where you need to, but it's only a couple more points here. Enigma, the 5 Fears needs to call this one game. You got 20 more points on the clock. I don't think they could do it here, though, so you got to set yourselves up for new.
Yeah, the tick won't come through. That last second contest will allow it to at least see one more hill, which could hand the rotation over when Darkside's leaving Martyrdoms. That makes it ever more difficult. Eric Boom now will call in his cruise missile. His moment to land it on a teammate's forehead. The answer is no. KB will be in for the hill. You just need half a second. Someone's just got to go and touch.
Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Dylan Rex flying on through. And there you go. Final second gets added for 5 Fears. We come on in, man, to that Bravo stream, and we get to see not one, but 2 different Hellstorms in about like 2 minutes. That was a little bit crazy, and it's off of the back of Eric Boom here by himself. Just some great shots coming out all match long from the little bit that we did get to see.
Yeah, we're going to get a quick look at the board here. Darkseid, 29 and 19. Not a man who's appearing at the top of many power rankings, but certainly a man who's made a statement through this series. So a great performance from him. But the action never stops here in challenges. As we said at the top of the show, it's all about the evolution. It's all about moving it forward. Our incredible production crew in the back are feeding us today as High Treason now up against Next Threat. Talked about these two at the top of the show a little bit, but Next Threat in particular, Yee's coming in. What was that going to do to this team? They were looking real hot, and for Standy, currently 5 and 12, he's been in the form of his lifetime recently. Just a slower beginning here on Scar.
Listen, man, only 2 things I love in life, and that's Call of Duty and caffeine, and I'm all out of caffeine, so give me some more hard points all the way through. High Treason coming out swinging already. Like you said, we talked very high of this Next Threat roster, but it feels like High Treason maybe here on this Scar, letting it go a little bit towards them as Johnny, well, he's just trying to play his life, stay alive in this hill, but for High Treason, they're just going to go ahead. They're going to try and flood, but they're going to be looking to set up for new.
It's Johnny on the spot. Early rotation coming in here. He's going to try and hit out through sandbags. Big fight against Veil through there because that would then set up a pinch on towards this P1 where Dimension's got to win the opening fight. Does enough, but Johnny did find that kill, so Dimension's got to vacate for now and take his time.
P1 coming online and very split right now for High Treason. It's going to give an opportunity for Next Threat to get onto that point, but it's a kill from Icons and a nade from Veil will get there, but Johnny's good for too. DC finds Icons towards the top. DiamondCon, no stranger to finding these kills that are there. Yees will make their way onto the point, but immediately cut on down. This P1 gets mixy here on Scar, and you're starting to see why. It's just from so many different angles, but I like what High Treason is doing. They're already starting to think about P2 Enigma and how can they set up, but unfortunately for you, that setup is immediately deleted by Johnny in a huge 2-piece.
I don't know why we're investing so much in this P1, though. For me, you got to play this rotation out towards the 2. Clearing mid will at least give you a bit of range, but that's the problem. Then Dimensions finds the final 2. It's going to leave Yeez on his own in the hill. Needs his boys to get in. Otherwise, you're going to set up a pinch here, so Dimensions can get himself in through the middle.
Dimensions 24 and 11. Absolutely shooting right now. Next Threat, they've been able to make their way onto the hill. If you can hold this one, you put yourself right back on into the game. And you're finding a couple of key, crucial kills. Close spawns from High Treason. They'll let them continue to fly at this hill if they need. But look at number 5. He's moving on forward. Standy, he's good for 2, and that's 4 dead in the feed. You had a plan if you were High Treason, and Next Threat just absolutely soil it. A huge money hill right now for Next Threat. It's not going to be enough to immediately put them back in the game, but it's enough to apply the pressure that you need.
Dimensions basically hits takeover there, finds 3 to break in. Icons will do the work through the middle to open it up as well. So this will give you a little bit of a buffer back to your High Treason. Of course, the rotation's on. Next Threat should be there first, at least from green side. You're trying to get a bit of a contest in here if you are Aiden, and he will fall. So that will hand the new over to the boys in red, and they need it, and they are clawing their way back into this matchup.
I like the double play there from Next Threat. Play towards this plane side. You know there's going to be players over towards these boxes, and you know that it's a hard heady to sometimes rip off. So, well, make it a lot easier when you get some team shots going on through. Next Threat make their way on over. They've managed to hold for a beautiful amount of time, and Standy Gets some help from the teammates, but gets the snap and the delete onto Icons. And you are just keeping your head on a swivel right now if you are next threat, looking to cut down any of these members of High Treason. Thankfully, it's a nice little win and a grenade from YX, who will drop on top. But next threat, they're getting these close spawns. Enigma, you've worked so hard to try and get into this point, but it feels like it's a little bit too little too late. Next threat, they've sort of clawed this lead back into their favor.
Big fight, by the way, on the opposite side of the map. Icons finds DiamondCon top blue. If you don't get that, DiamondCon technically has control over the new hill and influences those spawns. So a massive moment. I know you and me are a big fan of Icons for a lot of what he does in the intangible sense, and that fight will go down as one of those. And patience being the virtue for Johnny as he drops the rocket on the Mention's head. But a 3v3 as you lose one of the bodies in the fight.
I love it. Just stay back here if you are Icons. Try and manage to stay alive, but you will get cut on down. Yeez. Flies on in towards the point. You find one that's there. You haven't grabbed the lead just yet, but you are really applying the pressure towards High Treason. Dimensions through the top, 32 and 17. Absolutely insane map from the young man thus far. And you're looking to keep it going as you bring out another M15. Cut down one in the back. You're making the hill mixy. Yeez, though, will answer back in kind with a two-piece. High Treason, they hold on to this hard point, Enigma. They do not let this get away from them. Icons good for 2. And you are just swinging this back and forth between these two teams.
Stanley does very well there to punch a hole out because Dimension's entire job is to stop anybody getting out. That way you can simply suffocate the players trying to escape and give yourself as much room as possible in the middle of the map. Now trying to find each other. A big fight for control here and for pressure, and Standy wins it, and that'll let his boy start to flood. And there comes Yeez with a missile as well. Basically tied up at this point. High Treason, they've struggled through the last couple of hills. They have to hold here, or else next threat, they're seeing that ascendancy start to reward them.
Holding this window is so crucial for them so they can look out over that field, catch these players that are at the plane. And when you got Dimensions playing the off angle like this, it is definitely a good spot to be in. But unfortunately for you, next threat, the guns are just a little too hot. They will gain the lead here. And as long as this goes towards them, they're going to put themselves into position to maybe end this map. But High Treason will not let it go easily. Dimensions on the point, sitting top green. You find DiamondCon, you find Standy. Icons takes care of Johnny, and that's going to be your opportunity. Hop out the window, get into this point, force them to play from a different angle. You're contesting it if you are next threat. Good job. Do not let them get on in, but unfortunately for you, it's just all scraps for next threat. You got to think about the next set.
The one thing they do manage to do, though, is, again, an important couple of kills right at the end of the hill. I was about to say to then apply pressure towards P1, but you then get every kill being white, as Icons does a great job to draw a line in the sand from wood towards top church. High Treason in for this one then, but look at that pinch coming through. Next threat, they're trying to set this up, they're trying to squeeze.
I like this. I like this. It's a pinstripe kill feed all the way through. Is everybody is just banging back and forth. Nobody able to get time onto this P1. We might have to turn our sights towards the P2 to end this map, and I believe that is what's going to happen. 3 get dropped from next threat. Where do you spawn? It's over on that P3 side. So you're going to start seeing immediately off spawn DiamondCon trying to take a route, but Vale makes this read, trying to cut you on and down. Very low HP, just being a nuisance in the side of DiamondCon. Going to be able to win that, but it's immediately taken on out. You worked so hard for that rotation, and it is just dropped. 2 members from next threat, though, they're already looking, and they're already on P2.
Yeah, Johnny is starting to get blessed a little bit with that dish side spawn, and Icons will try and hold up through the middle. For High Treason, though, you have time. You can set up a hit for this. Next threat, it's got to be a perfect hold. You lose map 1 here.
Fail. Good on the bottom. Good for 1. Nades coming on out. Pistol in hand. The Jaeger won't be enough to get it on done. His next threat, they start to slide on through, but Icons here with a little bit of help from Dimensions finds the kills, and it goes their way. But oh my god, we have so much action going on here, Enigma. 6 different streams. We are just jumping from action to action to action to get there, and we're keeping it rolling. It's map number 2 of OMiT Brooklyn taking on Telluride Bush. It's a search and destroy. We are here. Oh my gosh, and already it's OMiT Brooklyn up 1-0.
Sounds like a, yeah, it does sound like a sniper to see things off as well in the ends. Felony using his. That is, of course, not the reticle that Felony is using. He wouldn't be very effective with it, but striking first blood here, always important. After losing map 1 the way they did, they had the lead, a very comfortable lead, and then Bush came screaming back to take map 1. An important one for Bush, considering that they have lost the last 2 matches they've played against OMiT Brooklyn in competitive play. With an Alpha Brooklyn to answer that back on round 1, what can you do in round 2 to continue to build your way into this series?
Our question here on Colossus. We said it was a map that you got to really set the pace. Fellow with a nice nade will let him know that fire is going to be on this side. Sniper in hand. Can you get a nice early pick? You said it in the opening, Enigma. It's all about the first bloods, and well, Fellow with a sniper in hand is one hell of a way to make that happen. Bomb's kind of flirting with A over here. You can see a lot of these Telluride Bush players kind of hovering around. Bomb's going to start to go down. ProLoot will get that down. That'll be all you need for OMiT Brooklyn to realize where this bomb's going to be. Do we start to see any movement?
Watch Nade will catch a Luca flush and just about falls the wrong side, or as he had a blood for sure. Fellow repositioned with the sniper. Sails it overhead. Mid control is going to be important. Wait on Brack to activate there to try and take control.
And just like that, Fellow unfortunately gets caught trying to scope on up. It's a lot of huge kills going the way of Telluride Bush, but Brack, he's good for one, but it's just not enough. Maybe heats up a little bit too much from that P1 top side. It kind of felt like that was a stalemate, Enigma, until we got all the way down. You know, bomb gets planted. You start to see some movement come on through. And it feels like Telluride Bush maybe just had a little bit better read on where those players were going to come from.
If there's one thing we're expecting Bush to be good at, it is going to be search and destroy. These kids have been good at it all the way through the year, most of them through their careers. As soon as they get mid-map control, feel very comfortable about getting that bomb down. They waste no time. Forces Brooklyn into a very quick reposition, and by which point Bush have got a control over exactly what they want. They see out the kills.
You are a Telluride Bush fan. It's a fantastic round to see go your way. Ties it on up, 1-1. Fellow. Sniper getting put away. Couple little wall hops, and you get the information that you need. Capsule pushes forward a little bit too fast, but ProLoot answers in kind with a nade. ProLoot has the opportunity here. You might be able to find the timing. You're good for one. They almost line you up for two, but that is all the information that you need. Fire. Going to try and find them. He cannot. It's a 2v1. Almost is able to take that into 2 separate 1v1s, but hey, sometimes search and destroy, it's just about winning the gunfight. And for Fellow, stays alive, makes the read, clinches the round.
Interesting to see that OMiT decided to completely ignore the outside of the map there. Stack 2 bodies through the middle, 2 bodies in through the south side. So that is obviously a read that we're going to pay attention to. We don't have the round 1 data. We missed it. So continues to look for those adjustments. The one person who doesn't need to make an adjustment right now, Felony, currently 6-1 on a 4 spree.
Yeah, this is, I think, a huge round to be able to try and get Fellow, of course, those streaks. Having them in search and destroy can be a huge boon for you. Start to see Telluride Bush a little bit measured, I feel like, in this offense.
Yeah.
This is what we saw in that last round, right? They're going to wait, maybe find their timing to get the bomb down if they need to, and then force OMiT Brooklyn to move. But for now, OMiT Brooklyn, they've moved on up. They're in some great positions right now. Aluka holding this top side will get all the information that you need. Finds one, snaps onto ProLoot with a little bit of help from Nate. Brack playing up towards this P1. He finds fire, and it's just a series of 1v1 chows from the bush. They all just lose them. In blink of an eye, Enigma, you leave Spart in a 1v4. We've seen it in Call of Duty, but I mean, when you're talking about teams of this caliber, it is not going to be enough. A little bit questionable decisions from the Bush in that round, in my opinion.
I agree. Well, I'll try and focus on what Brooklyn do well, and that is that they flood mid. They understand exactly how Bush got the bomb down so freely last time round on their offense. That was by having that comfortability with the mid-map control. Aluka sits there, lies in wait, activates at the right time. It's a difficult job that. You got to check both doors at the same time. It leaves you open to the worst COD timing, but he's comfortable in that. I mean, look, Temp on the timeline called him a dirty kill horde. The one thing he's very good at is finding kills, and that first blood there, absolutely massive to give Brooklyn a little bit of buffer, inside this map.
Say what you want about him. Probably a big reason this team is so scary into these games. Nade over the top for Fellow. Won't confirm anything as Fire's a little bit late on this swing here. See 3 members from the Telluride Bush controlling A. ProLoot sitting backside on that tank, just trying to see, is anybody going to push up through P1? Brooklyn going to take their time for the moment here, maybe waiting on Fellow to get any type of information. Aluka continuing to bounce on out. ProLoot has made their way towards the top. Do you make this read? Well, you do now as ProLoot finds Brack, but Fellow answers back, sniper in hand, and they're going to know where this power position now is. B, wide open, but it looks like a fast wrap right now from OMiT Brooklyn. They're actually going to bring this all the way on over towards A, get this bomb down, plan it for this backside.
It's a beautiful fake, beautiful change up here, and Fellows got a hold of the outside lane, and Sport rips him.
Oh my God, answers back, ProLoot flies on forward, and Nate not able to find Spart. Okay. All right, everything I said in that last round about Bush maybe making some mistakes, sometimes you just need to bully to get those rounds on the board, and that's what that was. Oh my God.
Brooklyn do everything right. It's a great pick on the outside. Yes, you lose the blood initially to ProLoot. That's probably the one thing that goes wrong in the opening phase, but you find that kill. You've faked that you're heading out towards B. You drop very quickly through the tunnel. The fake works. You get the complete control. Fellows looking at the right thing. The one thing you cannot counter for in all of that is the fact that Spot is a demon with the sniper rifle in hand. I also believe, by the way, that's Fellow 2 deaths with sniper, so I don't think we'll be seeing it out of him again, where Spot definitely still has it once. Could be a factor through the rest of this.
I think that's a great shout out there. Some early rounds, get you on the board with that sniper in hand. Great, fantastic, but you're now 3-2. 1 round away from Telluride Bush tying this one on up in the search and destroy. It's a wide open A site here on the offense. Gonna get that bomb down. Shout out Bows. Capsule here towards P1. You're begging anybody to come up these stairs, and you will be rewarded. Fellow, cut on down. You find another one. Can you find 3? No, you can't, but you should get a little bit of info in that death cam. They're going to both be top P1. Spart, he's looking towards this back. He's trying to hold that, and Nate from top side will explode the barrel onto fire. Quickly makes this a 2v2. Spart Jaeger in hand. Trying to play up towards top mid. Get a different gun in your hand if possible. You get an M15, you find a Luca, it comes back on down into a 1v1. You don't have time if you are Nate, though. So can you cut Spart Spree down? You will be able to. No defuse, but you get maybe just a little bit of rewards on the exit. At least, don't let Spart get too hot.
Yeah, potentially eliminates that sniper now as well. Not sure if that's his first death with it, but it is at least one of them. So that will then tie us all back up. The one thing there, Brooklyn, they blindsend. They think that you're finally getting a hit out of Bush on that outside, on that B lane. It doesn't come through in the end. The one thing that they gave up importantly was that mid-map control, and if Bush ever get a hold of that, they're very happy then setting up for in that post plant.
Definitely feels like this Colossus is just who can ever battle and control this mid side is great, but Fellow, it's an unfortunate nade. We'll bring him on down early into the round, and as both teams look to control mid, it is just the Telluride Bush. I mean, Fellow goes down early in that round, Enigma, but it's the key gunfights that then followed up. I think the second they realize they have the numbers advantage, it is just full sail from there, and they are just able to very quickly take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really much to analyze there. All 8 players said, let's square up an A,
gentlemen. Don't die to your own nades. And that's really the analysis.
The one thing I will say is I've had that before, and it's someone else's nade has set off my nade in my hand. So I will asterisk it with maybe Fellow got popcorned, but yeah, try not to die to your own stuff, gentlemen.
Well, do we see maybe a little bit of the same here? Spart still sniper in hand, so that death that we saw is going to be the first death. The wall hops trying to come on up. Can you get the information you need? Well, you're going to get some information as Capsule. Found by a nade from Fellow. So Luca makes his way up towards top P1. Laying in wait. Trying to control this. Luca gets dropped, and just like that, it's fire. In a 1v4, make it a 1v3. You're not going to be able to get out of there. So as quickly as Telluride Bush go up 4-3 into this game, well, OMiT Brooklyn, they answer back in kind, my friend. They tie us up 4-4.
Certainly do. Great work here from Nate on the initial 2. He'll also end up with the third. 10-5. This young man is having himself a map. 18 years old. I could barely string 2 sentences together. This guy is putting on here in the elite map. This is just what his team need. Keep themselves in this. So Luca needs to step it up just a little bit. We've seen the 1 kill that he had. It was from top middle in that defensive round that they picked up against Bush here. So need a little bit more out of him to get Brooklyn back on the board. Bush, they've changed it up. They're actually sending a few more bodies through middle.
I don't hate that. Don't hate that at all. You know that the snipe is now taken on out from both teams. So You can start to get a little bit more aggressive on this B side. Tax and nades coming on out. Capsule. He'll catch a Luca on the slide. Backs on up. Get that HP regen going. Nice little bait there. You got the last 3 members of OMiT, Brooklyn, and Spart. He's here on the middle. Get some fantastic shots on in, and you're going to put this OMiT Brooklyn team into chaos. Starting to back on up. Nate trying to be able to get through mid. You find some on the exits, though. And just like that, OMiT Brooklyn, they'll make it a 2v3. You move on out. Brack, you have to be careful here, buddy. And this is why it's a nice little double swing from the Telluride bush, and it's just up to Fellow. Playing through this mid side. On the way back, slides on forward, and it is just not enough. Some good patience, the right time to move on forward, puts Telluride bush on that point.
Love, love, love that mid-map adjustment that comes in there from Bush. There's a moment where the chaos kind of all kicks off. Spart gets those wall bangs through, and Capsule nearly falls for the bait. That counter push kind of comes out from OMiT Brooklyn. He does end up dying in the end, but it gives his boys enough of a moment to kind of realize, we have the numbers advantage here. Why would we play this split? Let's come back together as a 3, all hit the same lane, and they overwhelm with those to put themselves on that point.
OMiT Brooklyn, chance here to send us to another round 11. I've lost count how many we've seen here today between EMEA. Capsule's going to be the one. Tip of the spear. Gun was hot all through the hard point. Not maybe as hot, but the 3 kills he's gotten have been absolutely clutch. Pro loot. At least is going to be able to find one before Nate is there for the trade. So a little bit of information gathered. As Capsule gets those shots on out. We'll back on up. Fire. Trying to play from a little bit of an angle, but the young gun Nate slides on out. Cuts you on down. And Spart with an M15 in hand can't manage to find the kills. Capsule has picked up that bomb, rotated it back to A, and will get it down. You're in a 2v3. If you could put this into a couple of 1v1s, it's still doable. And Capsule somehow able to play his life, stay alive. 1 HP in a dream as Spart has made his way up through P1, trying to be able to find them. You're good for the trade. Spart on the outside, but the bomb is getting diffused. Fellow's on it. He's diffusing it. He's begging you to come check it. Spart finds one, but it's just not quick enough. Fellow, the veteran move, 2v1, hop that bomb, get the defuse, force the round 11.
Brooklyn do incredibly well there to recover from the blood situation. Fellow, with the experience and the stones to just simply hop the bomb will do enough. Honestly, both teams there do a lot right, and I think it purely comes down to the fact that in the end, Brooklyn overwhelmed with numbers on that outside lane. They just set themselves up with the deep 3, make sure the bomb doesn't go down, and force Bush to rotate late. Great stuff from them. It will be Bush on the offense here, round 11.
Early nades will come on out. Pro loot, do you catch anyone? You don't. Trophy system will stop that, but lets you know that somebody's on this side if you're investing a trophy system, that's for certain. Capsule. Good shots. Can you catch Fellow here? It's a nasty little heady. Thankfully, you fire. Will cut down a Luca in that top mid side, but Nate there for the trade. It is just a flood on through. Capsule is able to find him. Brack hesitating. Do we push this top side? No, you're going to go ahead. Get back with your teammate. 2v3. Spart, good damage. There's only one more needed, and you make it happen. Telluride, Bush, and around 11. Come back on in, and they put themselves up 2-0 in a very pivotal series here, Enigma. Bush are looking a little too good right now.
It's got to come back to something we talked about just before we went into the map. Well, when we talked about the series at the very top of show, and that is the first blood situation. Again, the way in which that map works, the way in which Colossus works, it's very chambered. You can very much play almost in your own mini arena inside each segment of the map. Bush end up with 7 of the 11 first bloods that we get to see on screen, and is this working properly? Okay, one of the first bloods won't have ended up counting because Fellow actually technically nades himself. So 7 of the 11 were handed out to Bush, I believe. We obviously missed round 1. And with that, they often just restacked, set themselves up again to basically snowball around the map and overwhelm. And with that, they saw out enough rounds to put themselves on to that map point. Glorious stuff. Again, some impressive mid-map rotation, mid-map adjustments even, from Bush. I think for OMiT, that round 10 looked like a moment where they'd managed to upset the odds, but stuff like that. You're up 3-1, you've done everything right in the 5th round, and Sport's ripping you off headies. Can't account for pure talent sometimes.
Sometimes it's just ice in the veins, and I gotta imagine that this round is really what really super juices them, right? Like, to be able to come on in and win that huge, it's really just that Spart anti-snipe is kind of what feels like was the turning point for me, because that round goes their way. You have a couple of very quick rounds that get there, and then it's just, I think, a little bit of a deep breath. Like you mentioned, this Telluride Bush roster, they are a team to beat when it comes to S&D. They're going to have that knowledge of how do we reset in these moments, and they make it happen here all the way into that round 11. Just beautiful stuff. You called it out. The ability to be able to make those mid-round adjustments is crazy. One last map, though, for the OMiT Brooklyn boys to try and get back on in it. Scar Overload. They want to try and push this to a Black Heart hard point. It is going to be a fantastic thing to watch. Maybe we'll get all the way to that Scar Search and Destroy there, Enigma. But the way the Telluride Bush have been playing, I don't know, dude. They're looking a little bit too icy right now.
They are, and the thing we will say as well for the picture of the series, the one thing Bush are bad at is overload, right? They are terrible at this, and you don't need to ask me about it. Go and get Jesse Jerry's opinion. He's very vocal on how they perform. What I will say, though, is this now guarantees at least that map 5 should we get there. There's no one better at map 5s than Bush. Doesn't matter if it goes to round 11 either. We've seen them clutch out plenty of those through this year. Another one happening right in front of your eyes. These guys have the ice in their veins. Very talented team indeed. And for Brooklyn, it's got to be perfect from here. They've won the last 2 times these two teams have met up, but they did lose all the way back in Cup 1, and that was also a Game 5. And I wonder just how much of that is playing in their brain.
Got to be a little bit. I'm also looking at Superstar Aluka. A little bit of a dud there in Search and Destroy. We're getting ready to go back into a respawn. So will the gun continue to heat on up? We'll find out. We're going to go to a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll be jumping back on into the games here as part of the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you missed the Telluride Bush going up 2-0 over OMiT Brooklyn. But don't worry, this series is not done yet because we're getting ready to head on into a Scar Overload, a mode that we know is not necessarily the Bush's favorite, and it's a chance back in the respawn for maybe OMiT Brooklyn to keep this series going.
Yeah, it's exactly why we're talking about that map 1 comeback for Bush being so important. Not only making a statement after losing to Brooklyn the last 2 times they've played, but also a situation of you gotta find those hard points because your overload kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it's a weird one. Usually, if a team is solid at hard point, they don't have an issue with it, but they certainly did. But it's a case for both teams now. Okay, Bush, do you close it out here over Brooklyn? Is this building momentum to get yourself into the back half of this series? Can't wait to find out.
Well, don't worry. This hasn't been the only banger series going on. The Huntsmen pull up an upset in overtime. I want to go ahead. I want to take a look at this, my friend, because this comes all the way down to the end against Falcons Academy White. We knew this was going to be a banger, and just look at this, dude. It's Kips trying to stay alive. You got Paul X, EMP in hand, trying to make it happen. You got some extra time on the board. And it's a hellstorm from Neum. Where does this go? What happens here? Calls it in. Oh, no way. No way. Wow. Talk about lightning. Talk about lightning in a bottle. And I guess in this instance, it's a missile. Lightning in a missile.
It's a weird one. Like, you end up with a situation where Neum's calling that in. I think you end up with a bit of a scramble if you're Falcons White, but it turns out that actually Neum didn't really need to bring it in. His boys were around that area anyway. They just squeeze, collapse, and find the kills. So it's cinematic. It gives us an overhead view, but if you're the Huntsman, you won't care how it was done. Seeing that off in Overload. By the way, a 6-6? We missed cinema, apparently, in that matchup. So, yeah, Huntsman looking great. And we've been talking about them. They're getting better every single week, especially since Major Maniac's gone in there to coach as well. Does feel like he's had that impact. A lot of eyes going to be on Neum after being picked up by LA Thieves. They have been incredible. But we've got even more action to show you guys because we've got a round 11 coming up. With plenty of these already through today. We just watched one with OMiT and Bush, and now it's Cabal and Stallions Black's turn.
Yeah, I saw in the break that Stallions Black had managed to take map number 1 against Cabal. Now, I'm curious where this ends, because is this the Stallions Black going up 2-0? I know we've got a lot of fans for the Stallions around here in Challengers, and I like this. It just looks like a little bit of poise right now coming out from the Stallions. Staying together. You're just trying to maybe figure out a way that you could just find one type of opening that you can manage to happen. And look at this. Cats might be good for a solid opening here. You are Young Swag Check taken on down. And that's going to be the opening you're looking for. So look at that bomb. Bottom left of your screen. Starting to make their way over towards A. And I love the discipline from Cats here to back on up alongside the teammate. Get back on over. Help support the team.
Great teamwork there as well, because Cats needed to get out. He was trapped essentially, but Manny was on overlook from the plane. That's going to allow the escape, keep that numbers advantage. And now look at them start to rotate that bomb over. And now it's a 4v2 all against Stallions Black with bomb down.
Symbols is going to try and do his best from top church here, but a couple of those shots let them know. And look at this, Manny in the back, just trying to be a thorn. They're not even looking over here. Symbols trying to play wide. Okis is found in the middle. Symbols is good for 1. If we see a Symbols 1v4 here on the first week of Challengers, I will eat my own shoe live on broadcast, because this would be honestly insane.
I'd pay to see that. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit too much for Symbols. Come on, do the right thing. Throw a couple of shoulders and welcome him into the Lion's Den. So that will be yet another round 11. I feel like we were watching the EMEA earlier. I feel like we saw about 4 or 5 then. We've seen another 2 now. I'd hate to think what the actual record is. I'll be checking out CDC Intel later to find out. But it is, every team scrapping for their lives here, taking it to the wire.
And at least that'll tie that series up as well, right? Stallions Black, they take the hard point. Cabal answers back in around 11. Take the search and destroy, at least going to a map 4 into that one. So I'm sure we'll maybe be able to hop on over and maybe catch a little bit of that map 4 if it does manage to go there. But a couple of our squads, man, I mean, I think the fact of the matter is this many round 11s just tells me that the competition is maybe higher than it has ever been here in Challengers. Search and destroy, we've heard it time and time again, it wins championships, right? And it feels like everybody really on their P's and Q's this year on understanding how to play that game mode on the maps that we have. Fantastic stuff that we have there. If you want to check out more of those other matches that we were just showcasing, make sure you see there in the lower third. Go ahead on over to youtube.com/COD Challenger. See all 6 streams of action that we have going on. But we're going to be sticking here on that alpha stream with continuing our series of the Telluride Bush going against, of course, OMiT Brooklyn. This is obviously not only it's a must-win map for OMiT Brooklyn, obviously to keep the series alive. Feels like it's a must-win map overall, my friend, just to try and keep their energy and momentum up. So let's get ready. Let's hop on into it as we are here with that initial sort of break-off EMP in the middle. As you can see, Telluride Bush going to be on that southern side of the map. OMiT Brooklyn on the north. So you're going to start to see a couple little trades come on out. OMiT Brooklyn, they'll come out on top in the first wave of kills. And, well, you're going to put Telluride Bush into the back. And this might be a nice quick cap fast on over to A.
Well, if Jerry and the crew were hoping for a better record in Overload, that was certainly not the way to start that. I will say, you're right in the sense of Brooklyn desperately needing this map. Multiple reasons. Again, we talked about it. This isn't Bush's weakest mode. You've got to be able to show that you can take that map from them. But also for Brooklyn, just to not lose 3-0 on your opening matchup, it's pretty important to the morale of the team, considering that you want to be one of the squads that's able to compete to win it all. So, certainly a big one for them. Capsule will do great work to punch out through middle, but they're just going to recoup for a second, hold that ball, welcome a couple of Brooklyn players in, and now start to figure out their routes.
Yeah, this is kind of when we're in this overload. You know, it's not enough just to win a couple of those kills. It's almost you got to win 2 wave of kills that start to come on through, and that's exactly what happens. As OMiT Brooklyn, they will be able to win some of those early engagements. They pick up the EMP, and now they're starting to put themselves into a position to get a fast cap back on to A. Fellow EMP in hand, maybe gets a little bit too zealous, as Capsule is good for 2. You'll stop this push in its track, get the transition that EMP into your own hands, and start to go on to the offensive.
Great work there from Cap. Just reads that there's an exit route for Felony, and when he attempts to hit the dive, finds all the important shots.
Okay.
And, well, yet again, this boy is so good at this game. You will scoop the device, rotate it through P2, and the first kill there will just open things up. But you need a front man. Spark needs an offensive line, really. Needs to be part of that. As Capsule just takes his time for a second.
Looked like ProLoot was supposed to be that player, but unfortunately, I think it's just a little bit too early on that push-up. Gets caught down, puts Telluride Bush into sort of a 3v4 there for the time being, and it just becomes a little bit awkward on the timing. You're waiting for ProLoot to come off of spawn to maybe help out the team, but a little bit of pinstripes that will go on through 6 and 8. They're back towards A. They're starting to filter over towards B. And Capsule, EMP in hand, Jaeger in hand, gonna be able to find a huge kill. You drop them all in. Nate, he's the last one alive, but it doesn't matter. Capsule, 10 and 5, 5 spree. Doesn't even matter that, hey, we can change whatever settings you want in Overload. I'm still gonna be shooting. I'm still gonna be capping.
I was about to say, like, are we sure Capsule should be running this? This is your straightest shooter at the minute, and he's reduced to his pistol. Doesn't matter. You know, it takes over anyway. Great patience as well out of Bush, just to slow down, understand that they need to recoup, find those opening kills, not force that device forward, as so many teams try to, and it will reward them by tying us up here. Fellow took off to the side, and be aware of the device nearby, and Sporty slams him.
Cap finds a huge kill onto Brack in the back while that's happening. And look at this. You can get those kills, and Fire is going to be the one, going to be the front man for the Bush, trying to clear a path in order to get that EMP on into B. Unfortunately, though, won't be able to happen, and that's until you find a couple more kills. ProLoot picks it on up, and it's a full sprint at the B zone. Slides it on in at the last second. The Bush, have they figured out Overload here, Enigma? They are looking very clean right now.
I'll let my chickens hatch first, but I will say this is supposed to be the less favored side. It's supposed to be the more difficult area to score from. And yet Bush are making it work despite that slow start, despite the fact that ProLoot hasn't really gotten himself into the game yet. It's certainly a mode of moments, and a man for the moment is Capsule. Puts himself 15 and 8. 3 spree becomes a 4, and punching his own hole straight through the enemy's heart.
I mean, Capsule, if you're just popping 2 pieces like that, you're creating so much space on the map for your team. You can see they've taken this EMP, starting to rotate it through mid. It's only 3 of them, though, but ProLoot might be able to find the kills that you need. It's good for 2. Where's the EMP? It's in market. Can any of your teammates pick this up, follow you in the back? Unfortunately, that stun will get blocked by the trophy system as all 4 members from OMiT Brooklyn have made their way towards this side. Spart, though, going to be in a good position to find another as the EMP will continue to sit on this mid P1 side. Spawns coming on through for both teams as it seems like maybe a little bit of an opportunity at the end of this first half. Nobody wants to really make a move. Telluride, Bush, they're feeling good about it. Anybody going to try and pick this up, Enigma? We're going to try and force a little bit more time on the map. If we grab this, 5 seconds. Cap's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. But a lost gunfight might make sure that it doesn't happen. Spart's there to also ensure we do not spend any more time here on this first half. Telluride, Bush feeling pretty good after that one.
Important kill from Spart there at the end, because otherwise you basically get a free hit if you're Brooklyn. But I will say, Fire has 2 very big moments. His score's not looking too pretty right now. I think it's like 9 and 12. But right there, there's a moment, and we've been talking about this a lot in this Overload map. The mode, sorry. And it's basically to be a lead blocker. Now, teammates fall, device is down in market, as you called out. He's kind of isolated on his own little island, pushed up towards church. And what he does is just try and take a fight against 3 or 4 different players. And he understands that at best he's going to get 1 and get traded. Yep. But the importance of that is, first of all, you're forcing that deeper spawn away for Brooklyn, and it doesn't let them move out freely. If you get any kills, that makes that even better to defend, but he does a wonderful job of just slowing that down and allowing Bush to get the defensive line back in place. After that, he also has a huge read on Brack to stop the pinch coming through, being a very impactful man in the moment.
Huge plays from the Bush here. They're up 2-1 after the first half, and they were on the unfavored side, like you mentioned. So after the half, we're going to go ahead and swap, and, well, it's 4 dead in the feed. It's a picked-up EMP, and it is a nice bare runway all the way to the A point. Bush will get their first point of the half.
I mean, you said it before the half, and I didn't want to echo the statement just in case we jinxed them. But have the Bush figured out how to play Overload as the 4th goes in, and there is no response from Brooklyn. They are hemmed into the blue building, using it as a sanctuary rather than a foundation to play out from right now. And eventually you will find 2 kills. Spart's going to rotate over for the next device. And at this point, you can just simply defend it, scoop it, run away with it. You don't need to do too much. You don't need to make it very complicated.
I like the patience there from Telluride Bush. You get the spawns immediately on top of the EMP, while the rest of them at Brooklyn, they're kind of getting those deeper spawns, and they got to move on forward. But you do find the kills if you are a Luca. You've started to open this one on up. You become the lead blocker, and you catch some of these players pushing in off of spawn. The setup from Telluride Bush is there. You find 1 deep. You got another sitting on the stairs. It's Capsule. Unfortunately for you, though, he's going to rip down one of your players before Brack is good for a trade. Spark continuing to hold the line. You're getting these spawns. If you are the Telluride Bush, you are looking for where could OMiT Brooklyn go. They have control of that Overload device, but it looks like for the time being, they're going to be able to find the kills, but just nobody has the device right now, Enigma. All these kills are for naught.
I mean, Luca technically is doing the right thing. The problem is the boys are so slow to get there. And Capsule's nade drops straight on Nate going for the device. What an incredible read. And all the hard work Brooklyn had done is undone right in that moment. Relieves all of that pressure, allows Bush to escape, and begins to burn through time. Something that Brooklyn can't afford right now. 2:50 left on the clock. Needs to start to come together. Otherwise, this is running away.
Yeah, I think if you are the Telluride Bush right now, I mean, you don't even have to try and force anything, but guess what you can do? Find some huge kills and just slide that bomb on in. ProLoot might be 15 or 12 and 21. Mind you, I don't even think he cares. 2 scores for the team, and it's finding the kills that matter. Bush, 5-1 right now, 2:20 left on the clock. OMiT Brooklyn, you have to have some hero plays, and it has to start now. Fellow, Overload in hand. Shimmying his way left to right. Luca's there for some trades. You're trying to get on into this B point if you can, but Fire and Spart will make sure it is not going to be that easy. But Brack is huge for 2. Nate, you got to pick up this EMP. You got to win these huge fights. But unfortunately for you, it's Capsule, top church, just ready and waiting for you to try and make that play.
And Bush is defending this so well. It's non-committal, if anything. They're happy to simply draw up their irons and force Brooklyn to cross the line. And they are getting through. Aluka's 28 and 18 right now, but I'd ask where the impact is from those kills. There's one at least to start to clear out this backside and will allow the device to come in. So that's a moment. 5-2. Okay. Takes 10 seconds for each device to spawn up and be ready. So that's 30 burn through. You're going to have a perfect minute of gameplay. Otherwise, this one's over and the series is done.
Unfortunately, you lose all those fights. EMP is going to spawn up towards that P3 northern side, and you're all spawning so deep right now. And ProLoot is going to take advantage of that. Puts himself inside blue. It's about to become a menace. Is good for one. Finds a Luca for a second. Can you find a third? You are going to be able to. Pistol in hand. Spark, good for 3. You get the team kill in the meantime, but if it means you get the cap, who cares, dude? You put yourself up 6-2. Only a minute remaining to play.
Well, we may as well start to call it. Fat lady, please begin your hymn. The Bush making a statement here, 3-0 to start off the afternoon. We talked about the flip-flap that they have gone on through this season, the waves of form that they show. They have those moments. They slip on banana peels. They have been upset several times, but when they are hot, they are untouchable. And they've shown that through this one. Clutch up in map 1. Solid work in map 2, doing the usual round.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the end of that overload. Technical glitches, gerbils on the wires, whatever you want to call it. A-okay. What's more important, though, is that the Bush did finish it. It was, of course, a 3-0 for the Telluride Bush over OMiT Brooklyn. Rafi said he wanted it to be a battle, and I feel like the first two maps were, but this overload Enigma did not feel like a battle at all.
Yeah, and not a battle in the way we certainly didn't expect it to be. Sport 31 and 20, Capsule 32 and 24 lit up that map. 4,000 damage from Cap, and moments like where he's carrying the MP device, and I was literally, if he'd have died, I've been sitting there waiting with a line saying, yeah, we shouldn't be having Cap on that. He's far too effective with the SMG. Turns out he's Mr. Do-It-All as he put the heart straight to the sword and sprinted through, popping in the device. Aluka does drop 33 in response, but wow, we end up with one score off that. Maybe not enough impactful kills, not enough teamwork coming out of OMiT Brooklyn there to really seal the deal or make that competitive in any way.
Yeah, felt like Aluka really going crazy, but no real conversion from OMiT Brooklyn to maybe help back up some of those kills. That is going to be that matchup here on Alpha, but let's check on in with one of our other matchups going on right now, Enigma. It is Cabal against Stallions Black. We knew we were going to be coming to this map number 4, and here we are on Scar.
Certainly are. Relatively even as well, with Stallions Black in control of what remains for P2. That being said, that control doesn't last for very long, and well, Simple's made a whole bloody mess of that. And Catch, yeah, you're allowed those ones. That was a weird fight. Manny's on his own though, over towards P3, and he's going to be squeezed in from behind. We'll find a couple of shots, but that will be enough to open this up. There will be pressure through the middle of the map, so Stallions aren't completely set, but those couple of kills will give them a standpoint at least to set up.
Yeah, I love where Okus is right now, just laying in wait, waiting for any of these Cabal players to flood on through. Cots with a huge nade onto Rayn. At least we'll be able to find one, and there's a second. Okus gets found. Nezro might be able to slide on through the middle here. Can you find the necessary kills you need? It's a little bit of a pinstripe kill feed, and you find them that they're spawning on close. Nezra, quick thinking, turns their sights back towards top window, and is just letting the M15 rip right now. You got the couple teammates flooding on in through the back, but it's a nice little 2x2 deja vu. That'll give Stallions Black control for the scrap time here on this P3.
Yeah, one of the things we can say about this Stallions Black roster, they have been improving bit by bit. Of course, Simples comes in pre-Cup 3, and maybe that's part of it. But another is the element of teamwork coming out of them in moments like that, showcasing it to aplomb. That being said, next hill in control for Cabal, and the boys in purple have drawn a close line as well as some mid-map pressure. So Black have got a lot of work to do to break through, and, well, the kills aren't going their way just yet.
I love where Katz is right now. Just being a nuisance. You can see Symbols reads that there's a player going to be in towards the mid, but you have so many members of Cabal around you. They're just not giving you any space here on this map, and that's until a young swag check is good for 2. Make that 3. Can you find 4 on the point? No, you can't, because Cabal, while getting punched right in the mouth, guess what? They don't go down without going swinging, as they will find another 3 for them. Okus on the point, Jaeger in hand, trying to just get any more points on the board, but a heroic effort will help them keep this close.
Okus did very well there, even if it was only 5 seconds, but it's 5 seconds that don't go the way of Cabal. For all the heroics, though, Cabal will be plenty in the lead, 25 points up on their opponents and beginning to make moves to the middle of the map. That opening kill will relieve mid-map pressure, so start to get them a further forward line, but important wins out of Okus and Symbols in particular to continue to hold. Great work thus far, but the spawn flips in, and I don't think you're going to read this.
I don't think you are. I think you make an idea that you have these close spawns. You see these 2 members of Cabal. They'll sprint at this point. They'll gain control of it. And all 4 members of Stallions Black, they got to push over towards that blue side. In the mid, you play by 2. Hamza trying to do his best on the block. Go ahead, back on up. Stay alive, knowing that you can manage to hold from here. You got 2 members from Stallions Black going in through top broken. Hamza finds one onto the outside. Taken on down. And just some huge kills going your way if you are Cabal. Stallions Black, they did a great job of getting themselves back on into this game, but a couple of key gunfights going the way of Cabal will make sure they hold on to this lead.
Once the game is won by less than 40 on the Cabal side, Stallions Black will be thinking back to that hill. Just don't have a blocker in place. They're not paying attention to that spawn in the back. It's a moment where you become a bit tunnel visioned, and they'll certainly want that hill back. But all you can do is focus forward from here, and Okus with 1 kill, Symbols with 2 is a great start to P1, but the contest will come out of Frosty, and if the boys can get over the top of him, protect him, give him more moments to breathe, and it could buy you ever more time. The perfect nade will open things up, allow the numbers to flood.
3 down for Stallions Black. You push on forward. Last final 30 seconds here of this P1, and you're starting to try and set yourself up for P2, and that's exactly what Cabal have done. Look how widespread they are on this mini-map, not letting Stallions Black get any presence here. Trying to play through market. Symbols get surprised. Nezra good for 2. Okus is there for the trade, but Manny will make sure that you find the last remaining member of Stallions Black. Swag check from top broken. Trying to get the damage that you can on in, but it's the team shots. They're just too good. Glow Frosty on the point. We'll make sure that you hold this on in. You start cutting down some of these players. P2 is going to go ahead, come online, and key gunfights going their way. Stallions Black, if they can hold this for a full 60, Enigma, it can definitely help get them back on into the game.
Extremely important break there. Cabal hold on to this and cross the 200-point marker unchecked. It feels like the map is essentially over. Stallions Black, well, I started to fear they may spiral. They just win the key gunfights, no doubting the shooting capability of the lineup. And there's 3 players from Cabal do line up and just punching through the front. It's going to turn into a bloodbath, and Okus finds 2.
Good job. Hold the line if you are Stallions Black. Get these couple 20 seconds on the board. Set yourselves on up, but look at what Cabal is doing right now, Enigma. They make this read. They say, hey, we have enough of a lead. Go ahead. Get some of that scrap time. We want to set up for new.
You got to rotate, really. If you're Stallions, you lose one to Nezra, who's going to start to push out. Finds himself that little corner just underneath the boxes in front of Swag checked here. Do you read it? Yes, and just about comes out on top of the fight. Big one to win, but still Cabal in control.
Oh my god, Manny.
That is
good
tough.
For 3. Some team shots will come on through, but you find a nice little 3-piece, and Manny, you only need a couple more to get that Hellstorm. And on a map like Scar, those Hellstorms can be devastating. Could help you the nail in the coffin in order to take the map, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. It's just going to be Rayn left alive close to that point. All 4 members of Cabal starting to flood on through, and I like what Nezra's starting to do. Hold this mid side, hold this market. Do not let any members of Stallions Black start to get through here for free. And Okus doesn't even check over towards market side as Nezra finds another huge 2-piece. And, well, Stallions Black, I don't know what's happening, but it looks like it's starting to slip through their fingers.
I feel like I don't want to see players hitting this for 10 seconds. You're so far behind, you need a huge hold. I wanted to see this from Okus 20 seconds ago, maybe. I wanted to see a big rotation out for 4. Unfortunately, the numbers of Cabal will get in for blue. And now you've got to find a way to break in. And do you read Nezra through the back? The answer is no. So bad position becomes worse, and you can win it here and finish the series if you're the boys in purple.
It's just no easy way to get into these points right now for Stallions Black. Feels like they're taking a fight in the front, and they're getting shot from the side. They're trying to make a wrap towards the back, and it's just somebody laying in wait. You do get some close spots. Symbols finds 2, and you're starting to flood through this point. Symbols finds 3 on top of all of that. And that could be the exact type of multi-kill you're looking for to try and soak up a large majority of this time. Spawns flip, though. Cabal, they don't need to hardcore commit to this point if they don't want to. And I think that's exactly what you start seeing. Number 4, Frosty. He's already made his way on over towards new. Top broken. Wants to hang on.
Yeah, Hamza making that rotation. 1 player still around here, but that will let you out if you're Stallions Black at least. But you got to run. It's essentially a foot race. 13 seconds is all Cabal require. First kill will be an important checkbox on that, but you lose the next 2, and it's tough from here.
Only a few seconds remaining. Okus has found himself up towards the top window. Key gunfights that are there, but you have to take down the player on the point. Fantastic job. You find Manny. They only need 2 more points, though. All it takes is 1 break for Cabal to take this map number 4. You have to play flawless here. Cutting down the players in the front. That's a good start, but you lose a key gunfight. 2 drop for Stallions Back. Starting to fly on forward, but Rayn keeps alive with a Jaeger in hand. Anybody from Cabal going to be able to get on in to this point? It doesn't look like it. You've put yourself close. You still have 18 seconds left on this point, but you have to win the gunfight. They're dropping like flies. Stallions Black, they have to get on into this. Can they do it? They cannot. Cabal going to be able to take the win. 250 to 183 in a map number 4. What a close game. Stallions Black, they definitely made that one, I think, a little bit more difficult than Cabal would have liked.
I think Stallions Black made it maybe more difficult as well for themselves than they would have liked. I mean, looking at this, 250 to 183, we're obviously going to get the stats to come up here. OK symbols go positive. It's tough elsewhere. I think you're largely good across the board, but yeah, we'll come back to that. That P5 just lets them down. They kind of spiral from there, but we've more action on the card. Game 5 between Project Notorious and Falcons Academy Green. 1-0 up if you are Notorious, but down to a 1v2.
This is a game number 5, folks. A huge game for both of these teams. Awakening loses track of the player on the hop up. Gets just a little bit too mixy at the end of Falcons Academy Green. They're going to be able to take this round number 2. We talked about this Falcons Academy Green roster at the top of show, Enigma, and I think we love the progress we've seen from a lot of these players. And I think when it comes to Search and Destroy, we know what a team can do.
Oh, we most certainly do. We've been watching it for many a year. A great mind, without a shadow of a doubt, flanked by incredible young talents. The Project Notorious certainly do not lack in that category either. Be their option to move this bomb forward. It looks like 2 players punching through the middle with it will be the initial target.
Starting to play. Throw some shoulders. Down this lane if you need. 2 real. Starts to cook that nade. Won't manage to get the damage hit markers that you're looking for, but you're looking in all the right places. Constantly throwing these shoulders. You do get stunned. Will force you to back on up for a little bit. It's a bit of a stalemate here in the mid. Nobody wanting to hardcore commit to any type of strategy just yet. You do have Yuli lurking on that outside. Could maybe decide to push on up. Try and find you a gap. Doesn't look like it. There you go. Finally, first blood. Goes into the way of Falcons Academy Green onto 2 real. That could be your sign to maybe get a little bit aggressive if you are Falcons Academy Green, but no. Anyway, they're just going to back on up. They're playing the defense.
With the amount of time burned through as well, and a drop bomb, there's only 35 seconds left here, so does it just turn into a shootout if you are Notorious? Yuli loses a big one, 1v3. Gio will answer back in kind, but 1v2, bomb dropped. Just gotta go for the fight. Doesn't happen.
Yeah. I really like what Falcons Academy Green did there. Even though they get that first blood, they know they have the space on the map. They just back up, force Project Notorious on in, and I think it's just a little bit of patience that will get them all the way through, especially with Rupert catching this player pushing in from the bottom side.
And certainly, it was an interesting one, of course. If you do find that win against Rupert, you've got a 1v1 to set it up, but being on the offense just means time being against you squeezes you into that situation of do or die. Falcons Academy now, what do you decide to do? This is our first look at them on an offensive round. And very similar on the 1-2-1. Bomb moved slightly more, though, and I say slightly, considerably more, up towards the northern side.
Starting to see some movement. Push on up from Project Notorious. Looks like Yuli loves playing this tank side. Really just kind of wants to make sure anybody's there. But QK with a sniper in hand tries to line it up onto Awakening, who cuts down at 2, and Yuli finds Rupert on the outside. Blink of an eye. It's just Roxas. Gonna be the only one alive right now for Falcons Academy Green. Bomb is gonna be down on that solar panel side. Already getting tagged on up. Really think this is gonna be that worth it until wait, no, okay.
I was about to say, let's not start feeding ones, gentlemen, but thankfully we clean it up. Defense is on top early then. 4 defensive rounds in a row. And of the 2 full rounds that we've seen, that was certainly the weaker of the offenses. Very little damage made there. Steady from Project Notorious. You will also lose at least one sniper life. So trying to assess exactly where we sit. Obviously we come into this slightly later. It's looking at the chessboard where the dust is settling. What tools all the players have in their arsenal. I mean, I want to see a bit of a change up here. We've seen these 1-2-1 strategies, and we're going to get it out of Notorious. They're flooding towards that B site.
Yeah, it's one thing for Awakening to pull up a 2-piece. It's another thing to be able to catch one of those sniper lives in it as well. A huge moment there for Project Notorious. Even this one on up into a 2-2. It's a full 4-man flood over onto the B side. QK not going to be able to win that fight as Yuli hops up over the top, finds Rupert. Roxas now just has to lay in wait, but the smoke will cover the tracks of Geo. He's made it into the back spawn, and it's just going to be Roxas alive yet again in a 1v4 situation. A bomb gets planted, and you can really play the waiting game if you want, but Roxas, well, you got one player skipping up over your forehead on top of you, another player in front. Project Notorious, an actual plan gets executed, Enigma. It looks pretty flawless.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was speaking about. Try something just a little bit different. Turiel almost had the assassination in there. But yeah, you've just got to throw those in every now and again. Keep your opponents on their toes. Never let them know what is coming. And if you can steal away an offensive round, then that's the cherry on the cake. And you certainly get that if you are Notorious. First Blood as well sets them up in the lead in that column. Newly 4 in a row, building his way towards streak. So great stuff from them. Falcons got a responding kind.
Huge round here for Falcons Academy Green. You will get tagged up if you are Roxas, though, towards that silo. Smoke starting to come on in as Rupert has found himself in a forward position. Anybody going to be in that zig cut? There is, but you are trying to maybe push forward a little bit too fast. You get caught sprinting. Asim, though, he's there to find Yuli. Geo from the top side. Managing to hop on out. Brings down QK. Playing with your teammate. Play as a duo. Take down this player in the cut. You don't even need him because Turiel takes care of him by himself and finds the last player yet again. It's Roxas in a 1v2. A little bit more manageable position this time, though. The bomb is down. Going to have to win these fights, I think, if you want to try and take this round.
30 seconds on the clock, so you do have the opportunity to change this up. Nade. Gonna go into Zig and catch nothing, and that should tell Turiel and Geo exactly where you are. But the bottom door might be a surprise.
In hand, early shots, and you see the arrows swivel rapidly over towards side door as Roxas tries to find one. You're able to catch one, but it's just not enough. You think that the other one maybe is away from there? No, they are not. Project Notorious Enigma 4-2. We're seeing, it feels like on the side of Project Notorious, some real setups. Academy Green, I don't know. It feels like maybe they're trying to play a little bit too loosey-goosey here.
It feels like, I mean, I like the change up. They try flooding 4 through mid. It just felt once they managed to get Project Notorious where they wanted them, which was stuck inside P3, they then slowed everything down, which allowed then Notorious to just kind of reassess and do what they wanted to do. And a big play there out of Geo. Decides to dive out the window, find the kill that he knows he's got for free to reset the numbers. Otherwise, that could have been a very difficult situation to maintain.
Well, last time on Attack, we saw Project Notorious do a 4-man flood all the way over to B, and it was very successful. I'm not going to opt for the same thing on this offense. A little bit of a wide spread here. Continuing to throw some shoulders down the lane. Rupert doing the same. You're going to catch Turiel here. Does the nade land? It does. And unfortunately for Geo, does he not make the hop up? It looks like he doesn't. So, you know, maybe you die to a errant nade. That's one way to do it. But not making the hop up, that is one way to lose a round. As well, Falcons Academy Green, they'll find 2 more, and it's just Turiel and a bomb, and unfortunately a death.
I mean, for Geo's blushes, I hope that was a simple case if you got caught by a stun or something. Otherwise, that's a tough pill to swallow, but you're still in the lead, so it won't matter too much. Falcons answering back again on the defense. The problem for the Falcons is Notorious have won an offensive round. You've got to find that same answer if you're Falcons, or you are losing this matchup, regardless of all the hard work that you have put in through. Relatively even on the first bloods. Of course, don't have those numbers from the first 2 rounds, but both teams doing just fine there. I'm looking at QK. You're 1-5 right now, and that seems to be the standout metric across these 8 players. He's got to get a little bit more active. Seeing a sniper in hand, this would be his last life with it. Got to make it an impactful one.
You're heading out towards this open side. Do you find Awakening? I like that. A little hop up from Gigawake. You're just back on up right now. I like this. Project Notorious, they make the read that something's happening on this outside. So let's go ahead. Let's just back up. Play a little bit of defense. Falcons Academy Green starting to move their way on over towards A. A pick here from QK would be huge. Well, that is until Yuli is good for 2, and Roxas answers back with his own. Rupert finds Geo, and Turiel, he's going to surge on forward, though. He finds Roxas, bomb down in the back. You put this into a 1v1. Wow. 2 pieces on 2 pieces. Call it a combo, my friend. As we get down to just this 1v1. Less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Turiel saw a bomb, so he knows exactly what he's setting up for here. Does Rupert read this? Does Turiel hear him? See him cross, maybe? Neither.
I think he understands. Says, even if you pick up this bomb, I know you got to make your way to A. I'll cut you off. There's no way you're going to B. Rupert playing on the outside.
Oh my God.
He's going to get on the bomb site. Turiel! What?
He double guessed.
Oh, sometimes the thinking is just a little bit too fast, too real. Thinks it's going towards B, but the bomb is getting planted at A. Rupert now, maybe in a little bit more of the strategic position, Enigma. He can watch this spawn, but everybody just moves so quietly in this S&D clock, continuing to cook down.
Rupert's investing a lot of faith here. Belief that Turiel will challenge him because he hasn't looked at this bomb in some time.
Oh, no.
Will be forced to. And Turiel, they're going to meet. Rupert does enough just about in a huge round for the Falcons. Talked about it. They needed an offensive round to push this the distance, and they'll get there through an extremely tight 1v1 in a stairwell. Because Turiel, I think he lands first bullet there as well. It's the reposition from Rupert's the slide left. I got to give a lot of credit to Roxas, though. We see that opening 2-piece come out of Yuli. He answers back. I think without that moment, we're staring down the barrel of Project Notorious taking this one. So huge work from him, 10-6 right now. Notorious will be unwavered. It will only tie things up as far as they're concerned. And now they've got their own chance to make an offensive push.
That's what we call a juice round here in the industry. That gets the juices flowing if you're Falcons Academy Green. It's been a little bit of a rough map so far. You tie it on up off of a huge 1v1. Yeah, you're going to start feeling yourself a little bit. You win the offense. You go on to this defense. Try and maybe close out this map number 5. You can see Asim starting to just hold some of these outside angles. No real movement yet from either team. It was back-to-back huge 2-pieces in that last round that led us into a 1v1, but now we're starting to see a stack come in from Project Notorious. Geo making sure nobody's hitting a little bit of a route. QK is going to get the information, though. Backs on up, and you're starting to see some of these arrows start to move on over. You give up the bomb site. You're going to let this go down. How do you play the retake?
For me, Falcons have got to set up a pinch. You got to hope QK holds the back here and send bodies through middle. And, well, it looks like they're deciding to send it all from one way. Notorious will be waiting.
Smokes. They're going on out. Rupert maybe overheats, flies up over the top. Roxas not realizing you got a player in on top of you. Hipfire's going on out. It's just not enough. Project Notorious, they lay in wait. They decide, get some information, and then it's all about just taking over the bomb site. It's half the aggression, but also half of Falcons Academy Green just kind of giving it on up.
Yeah, I mean, at Falcons Academy, I feel like you give up that site a little bit too easy. Then the retake is all one-dimensional. I'm a little bit concerned about all that. What I will do is credit Project Notorious. They push very aggressively. As soon as that bomb goes down, you've already got one player backed off towards P2, sat in a tank to pay attention to if that mid-hit's coming through. So you would have had the alert system there just in case. Great job. They find themselves an offensive round to answer, put themselves on that point.
And here we go. And Project Notorious take round number 10 here.
Math.
Listen, math is hard.
Hey, I don't.
It's pretty tough.
I know.
Seam. Playing on this outside, I like the nades. You're causing a commotion. You're trying to maybe get some attention. You're seeing you've attracted a couple of those arrows from Project Notorious. They're looking on over towards this B site. Meanwhile, bomb gonna go down at A. All 4 together. You are Project Notorious, but you'll put 45 seconds on the clock. You're going to force them to have to make some moves. Obviously, they clear out that other bomb site, so they're making a realization no members of Falcons Academy Green are going to be here. You have this nice setup. Kind of curious about QK in the very, very back here. Are you just trying to hold this wrap? I think you are, but Asim, he catches Geo, but while that's happening, Roxas will drop in the back from Turiel. UK has to move on forward. You get in some early shots. Onto 2Real. Yuli from the back, though, finds Rupert. It's just QK in a 1v3. Make it a 1v2. Bomb. Down. You have to hop it if you can, but it doesn't matter. 2Real able to snag it, and just with a couple seconds left on the board, Project Notorious, they will take down Falcons Academy Green. It is 6-4 in the map 5.
Wonderful work there from Project Notorious in those 2 offensive rounds to take it. That last one in particular, Falcons had managed to get their own offensive round to answer things up. A grueling 1v1, a way to lose a map like that advantage that you had, that can unsettle you, but they had a game plan, went out, executed very well over at the bomb site. I've got to say, I'm also curious about what the playbook looks like, because in that final round there, they were very happy to say, you know what? Pick a bomb site, plant it, yeah. We'll happily retake wherever we decide to go. So clearly, the Project Notorious defense, very, very strong in S&D.
Yeah, I really liked how they were able to just take control of that B site. Said, hey, we'll leave A wide open. Go for it. But then the second that happened, guess what? They were able to answer back and retake, like you mentioned. Let's take a look at how we're seeing through our first couple of matches here today. Well, we can see there between Group A and Group B, we got dubs on the board for Telluride Bush, who took down OMiT Brooklyn. High Treason also getting their first win on the board. 5 Fears as well for Group B. Huntsman Cabal and Project Notorious, like you just saw, able to put up their first wins of the night. But don't worry, all of these teams, they got to play one more match here. So maybe an opportunity for some of those teams who maybe lost their first game, Enigma, to bounce on back and the day in a 1-1. Not a terrible situation to be in.
No, it's not. You've got an opportunity to kind of answer back. What I will say, though, with High Treason managing to beat out Next Threat, I know that Yee's coming into that roster. That's a new roster, but that is certainly a shock on the cards. This is a team that has largely finished top 16 through the year. Icons has come in pre-4 Fun Invitational. I know you and me are a big fan of him, but you still finished top 8 there. So the fact that you managed to beat Next Threat Black, very impressive result. Could be the difference between them qualifying through to playoffs and not. So a huge moment for sure.
Yeah, I mean, reminder, folks, we have a couple weeks of our group stage where we will then be taking the top 4 teams from each group to be able to move on to our bracket here in the Elite Season 1. So even though you might be thinking, hey, my team ended the week on 1-1, that one loss could potentially be the difference between them making it on into that bracket and compete for $54,000, or be sitting and having to play through some of the cups trying to earn their way back on in. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a quick break, get some of these next round of matches set on up, because the bangers do continue here. So we're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. If your name is Orbital Elena in the chat, you are going to be very excited because, yes, we are indeed watching Stallions Black versus the Huntsman here for our next matchup. Hopefully you all enjoyed my little dance break in there. You know, I just want to keep the vibes high for chat because we have an absolute banger of a match that's coming up here. Enigma, give me some first initial thoughts about this match that we are about to go ahead and see.
A statement from two very well-backed organizations, I feel. With the Huntsmen, we're obviously looking at a team that have developed week on week, and as shown in their first showing here through the Elite, they're looking better every single time we get to see them. And this is a moment for Neum as well. Is the pickup justified, or is it all noise? Also, a player on the screen there that's very important to pay attention to. Obviously, Rispy Kips, we're not going to overlook them too much, but Renegade, the growth that he individually has had through this year is nothing short of phenomenal. Putting in the hard yards, putting in those hours, and being every part a bit of this team's success. On the opposite side of things, it's Stallions Black, and it will, of course, be Swagcheck, Symbols, Ryan, and Okis, and we've just watched them in their series, and it feels like if we go back to that Cabal matchup, we saw plenty of moments where they were flying, where they're straight shooters. We have no doubts about that. But there's a P5 where they completely miscontrol the spawns, and from there they were late to every single hill. You cannot allow that to happen. If you have a slip up in there, we have got to watch you manage to recontrol the situation, lock in on those fundamentals.
Well, let's talk about Stallions Black, though, because we got a little bit of glimpse about what they can manage to make happen, right? And I think that this is a really good team that I'm glad that we get to see more of here. I know when we were talking about our matchups that we get going on here tonight, I was very excited to see it was not only the Huntsman, but also Stallions Black yet again. Because reminder, folks, this is the team that beat the quote-unquote main roster of the Stallions Red, right? In order to make it here, they have something to prove. Symbols himself had some words after that match as well, saying, hey, I deserve to be here. I shouldn't have been dropped. Look at me now. And obviously, we are seeing some highlight moments throughout even just match number 1 that we got to see on that Scar hardpoint. My little man Swagcheck popping 3 pieces like it's nothing. That is there. Very excited, but let's talk about our maps and modes. And whoo, baby, we're kickstarting it with an absolute doozy. It's a Blackheart hardpoint.
Yeah, I love to see it because, I mean, let's face it, Blackheart, incredibly high engagement. It's going to be a bloodbath, which is great for you, me, production, all the viewers in chat who can't wait for this one to kick off. Everyone is going to be there for the flank and tuning in to the various Optic watch parties. This is going to be one of those that really gets the blood flowing. The one thing I will say, actually, as good as Huntsmen are, and without question looking phenomenal every single step of the way thus far, the Stallions Black are set shooters, and if there's one map that you really want to see them on, it's certainly Blackheart.
Well, and guess what? We're then going to a Colossus Search and Destroy here in map number 2. We saw how that played out in our first match that we tuned on in here today with the Telluride Bush and OMiT Brooklyn, and I wonder if we'll see the same. Which team can really control that mid side? Do we see the snipers come on out to control that outside lane? Going to be very, very interesting. And then we are back on a Scar overload, okay? Very fantastic stuff here, but guess what? Yet again, still not only the one game we have going on here, you can see there over on youtube.com/COD Challengers. You can tune in to any of the other games that are going on here. Every single one of these going to be a banger. I'm looking at that Falcons Academy White versus Project Notorious. We'll get back on into that in a minute, my friend, because guess what? Blackheart Hardpoint has started between the Huntsman and Stallions Black, and I'm looking at that kill feed, and the Huntsman already getting 4 dead in the feed, controlling this P1, putting Stallions Black into the spawn in the back, and looking to hold on to the front. Kips gonna try and control here for a hot second. You find a good shot onto Ryan. It's a little topsy-turvy. Swagcheck gonna be able to find you. Thankfully, Neum there for the trade.
Neum does an important job here. Not only slows it down for a second, he was also holding on to potentially P2 rotation, but will be eventually cleaned out. That being said, Huntsman then clear out all of P1 and will find themselves a free path. Anyway, Rispy's here will no doubt have company. The Stallions plays alive right now, need to hunker down and hold this line.
I like where Symbols is sitting, though. Trying to maintain position for this P2, and you win 2 key gunfights. Let your teammates fly on forward. Ryan, he finds 2. Okis is good for a 3rd. So Symbols does the job that you need to do. Hold the spawns, give your team the opportunity to get into this P2. Look where Okis is, playing a little bit forward, trying to watch that outside hop up. Symbols continuing to be a nuisance over here on this other side. Flying on forward, those two members of the Huntsman. Renegade, he finds Okus. Rayn through the front, not going to be able to hold the line as Symbols continues to start to dance in the back. And, well, it's a little bit of a gun to mouth in order to find one more. The Huntsman will be able to get on into P2, though. Start ticking up this time.
Big fight from Symbols, though, as the handed spawns to Huntsman and Hill control. They were in a great position. Symbols, with the help from Swag Check and Okus, will break straight back in. And this is the thing on this map. You are not going to get a second to breathe, especially if you're seeing those big fights. One on the flip side for the back, and Rayn now trying to rotate in for 3 will be cut down, so that'll give you a little bit of breathing room. But just at the net.
I like this. I like this. Push on forward. Catch Neum not paying attention. You've made your way here onto this point. The only problem with this point, though, Enigma, there's so many different ways that you could enter on in. There's so many different areas that you have to watch. And Swag Check tries to do his best. Catches at least one, trying to hop on through, but Symbols through the back. You might be able to get a hop up here. Nade comes in up over the top, but it's all 3 members of the Huntsman. They're watching for this hop up, but Symbols finds one and is good for a second as the teammates flood on through the front and will be able to flip this back into your favor. This is neck and neck through this first set that we are looking at. Huntsman spawning on up towards this outside. They're just trying to fly on through the front, but Stallions Black, they are cutting you down at every turn.
Swag Check goes nuclear. All the work that he does at the front, not just to find the kills, but to buy time and stay alive, allow Symbols into the back, and then obviously it's a moment of magic from him, but a force spree, make it 5, getting closer towards that Hellstorm missile. This guy's having himself a moment right now to give Black the lead, and that would have been a huge one for the back spawns. Rispy with it all to do.
Rispy tries to hold the line for the team. It's not going to be enough. You can see the rest of the members of Stallions Black. They'll make this back spawn. Symbols, a huge gunfight to win. Make sure that your team keeps spawning back here. That is exactly what happens. Renegade through the front. He's going in up over the top. You got trophies invested. If you are Stallions Black, you're stunned. A little bit slow on the turn. Kip's not going to be there for the trade. Symbols good for another 2. 4 dead onto the Huntsman. Some deep spawns coming on through. Stallions Black, they're starting to run away with it.
I like that word from Swag Check as well. Yes, it's only going to look like a death in the column, but it's important to find that mid-pressure and the information. Nokis is just going to line them up in front of him, force Rispy to back off for a second. His reposition will get him nothing. Over that 100 marker, as you said, 170 to 53. Very, very bit of a miscom. We step out a little early. There's going to be someone to chal it, but Okus deals with all comers. 6 in a row for him. A Hellstorm to break this next one open if he wishes as well.
Unfortunately, while Okus is doing this, though, the rest of your 3 members, they get dropped in the back, so you have to come off the spawn. Symbols, though, going to be dropping in. Of course, the Hellstorm. Where is it going? Couple of kills with the missiles. Anybody home at point? Doesn't look like it, but the kills on a Renegade and Rispy is enough that you need. And Okus is going to start pushing this back computer side. You're able to pick up somebody's Dravik, make this a little bit mixy, and you've now managed to gain control of this back spawn side. Rispy trying to push their way through the front, but Rayn holds the line, does not let it come on through. Good points right now for the Stallions Black. 2 members trying to hold on through. Rayn, you might be able to find a timing. You at least get one. A little bit of a hop up. You find Rispy for the second. Great defense right now coming out of Stallions Black.
Yeah, doing a very good job here. We will be back into our second set of rotations, and you're doubling up on your opponents if you are Stallions Black. We talked about it. These boys are shooters. This is a map that certainly suits that pace and aggression that comes out of these 4 young guns. And right now, the Huntsmen are feeling that. That being said, Neum will find 2. Kips with 1. If you can clear this last body, it gives you an opportunity to defend. And this P1, compared to many other maps, is certainly a holdable one.
If you can manage to chain some of these hills together, Huntsman, you can find yourself right back on into it. And Kips trying to do their best to hit these shots that you need to. Unfortunately, Rayn gets a little bit too aggressive, cuts you on down, and Renegade is taken off of P1. Just going to be Rispy. Crawling his way on in, maybe trying to find a timing. Will pop up, finds Okus. The Swag Check able to turn, doesn't matter. You tried to slide out from underneath, but Rispy, the shots are a little bit too close. Can you set up for P2? Stallions Black spawning in on that northern side here of the map, and already you have Symbols in on the point.
Renegade's got all of it to do. Do you read Swag Check? No is the answer, so the spawns will be in your favor if you're Stallions Black. You also have mid-map presence and control of the hill. You're spawning Huntsman on the opposite corner of the map. They're going to try and play out through that P4 side, but they got a lot of work to do, and they've got a Symbols waiting, lurking, hoping that prey around the corner.
Map's way too small. You lose that fight in the middle, doesn't matter. You're going to spawn up around your team in about 5 seconds anyway. Symbols, we saw him do this on the first set of rotation. Just hold this backside. Do not let the Huntsman get in on this corner. But while you're too busy checking on in, they're going to be able to hit 2x2 through the front. They'll swing it back into their way. 35 seconds still on the hill. A great job for Kips just to get in on this hill and hold the line. Renegade in the mid will finally get found on out, though, but you're going to have to wonder at what point you start thinking about P3. Kips, you're finding the kills on the point. It's a fantastic job, but have you done enough as Rayn continues to find 2?
Yeah, Renegade's hitting a bit late there as well. Feels like you can, at this point, you just need to set up and do the Huntsman drop back. Big win for Kips. Swag checked as well will be found. So finally you draw a line in the sand if you're the Huntsman. Feels like the first in a little bit, because last time swag check was the problem for you as well. And that one there gives you pretty much everything. Symbols throwing himself off the map. Also not going to help the boys in white and black. But you take a second to breathe if you're the Huntsman. Everyone take a moment for yourselves, because Okus, he's bringing in the Hellstorm.
Okus bringing in the Hellstorm, and by the way, Ryan's on a 4 streak as well. Make it 5. You might be close to a double Hellstorm. You're fine Rispy with it. Anyone else a computer? Yup, it's Neum. Dropped on down. And Rayn in the back. Find 6. Can you find the last one? You do. Another Hellstorm in the back pocket for Stallions Black as they look to cross over the 200-point threshold. 80-point lead on the Huntsman as they will continue to find these crucial 2 pieces. The Huntsmans were set up on that point, Enigma, but it's a fast little break from the Stallions Black.
It's just beautiful where you bring in that Hellstorm and you execute off the back of it. You know where the players are going to try and flood through, so you go and clear that out and then fight instantly for the spawns. Leaves Huntsman with very little in their palms when the dust settles. Swag checked in a big fight. We'll lose it to Neum, and that will give them at least P4 for a moment. But we've watched them be broken over and over again. They've got to hold off this first wave.
Stallions Black. Slow the pace a little bit. Let the players come off spawn and join you. But it's some great defense from the Huntsman right now. They get 3 dead. Symbols tries to go huge on the point, but Rispy, he'll shut you on down. And no opportunity there. It doesn't matter, though. It's a wide open point. The Huntsmen are on it. It's a Hellstorm from Rayn being brought on in. Can you find the confirmations? I have a feeling you will. You missed some of the initial clusters there, but you will be able at least to find Neum and Symbols on the point. Just trying to make this mixy, and Kips is good for 3 in the feed.
I feel like Ryan's going to drop that missile straight onto the point, regardless of if you're seeing the targets. You know it's occupied. Either way, won't matter too much. You're still up by 60. But Huntsman just gaining a little bit of momentum. That's a very strong hill from them. Best so far, without a shadow of a doubt. Renegade clearing out mid. Important thorn in the side, potentially, to clear. Just going to hit from the front here. They don't see this coming if you're the Stallions.
I love this. Renegade trying to help be the player. Was recently asked what's his role on the team, and he says, I just got to do whatever it is to win. You see the trophy in the back pocket. Tries to play that front side. It's just not enough. And unfortunately, we're going to have to go ahead and maybe reset this game a little bit, as it will end. Do not worry, folks. We'll get that one all set up. But Stallions Black were looking pretty good in that one. But the Huntsmen were definitely keeping it mixy. That is for damn sure.
Yeah, it was a case of the Huntsmen were building their way back into it. Felt like they suddenly had seized plenty of momentum. And, well, Stallions Black doing what we thought they would. Breaking it over and over again. Very happy to take the gunfights. Huge credit in particular to Symbols, constantly fighting for those P2 spawns. But there's a certain moment in that matchup that we didn't really get to speak about because of the chaos of Blackheart. And basically, the Huntsmen take control of P1. It's the second time round we're going into these rotations. So the one thing about P1 in this map, compared to many other maps where P1's just like this open bloodbath, it's all narrow doorways, so you can control it very well. What Rayn does is sends himself through that P4 side, cleans out through the back, so then he's got control of P2. Now, what this forces the Huntsmen to do is consider that. We can't just sit inside P1, soak it, and win the gunfight. We got to start to send bodies off in that direction. And from that moment, it feels like you kind of had the Huntsmen unsettled. Stallions seem to all be on a wavelength, doing a really good job at that point, and just honestly winning the gunfights in the ascendancy over and over again. Very much a team that, we said it, coming into Blackheart, they're shooters, they were going to enjoy it. They looked great.
Yeah, I think they definitely look great. We're going to figure out what's going on with that game here in a hot second, but while we do, let's hop on over to the Delta stream to get an idea of what's hopping on over here. Guess what? It's another Blackheart hard point. It's still a Nailbiter. It is the next threat taken on OMiT Brooklyn. And as we come on over, it looks like DiamondCon is having himself a game already at 22-17 as we are on P2 of the second set of rotations. I would assume And starting ready to get through. Actually, P3, my bad. A-OK. All that matters, though, next threat. They're starting to set on up.
Yeah, indeed. Just to give you guys a bit of a clue here. The last 2 times, the only 2 times these 2 teams have played this season, Next Threat have won both 3-0. So OMiT Brooklyn desperate to take this map 1 and at least get a strike against their rivals. And this is, of course, a different Next Threat with Yeez in the team. And having lost the first map of the first series, of the day, it's all about the response from here.
I like this. Start to get set up. Start to try and find these kills. You got 2 players hitting from the front. Great job, Johnny. Good for 2. And already you start to split if you are Next Threat. Leave these 2. Win these gunfights on the point. Start setting up for new. And that's exactly what Next Threat is going to look at. Johnny makes the read, backs off the point. Says, you want 5 seconds? Go ahead. Have my scraps if you can. But OMiT Brooklyn, they're starting to make some waves on the outside of the map. A team kill, unfortunately, comes on in onto Fellow. But Nate will be able to stay alive and still continue to have that pressure. Standing on the backside. And you manage to cut down these players of OMiT Brooklyn that you are looking to do. You're able to find one, but unfortunately, trades are there. Spawns coming in close for OMiT Brooklyn. They're going to be able to hold this one on in. And Enigma, as we are looking to just go point for point here, this is not going to be an easy game for either of these teams.
Certainly not. Both approaching that 200 marker. Brooklyn will cross that first with complete control of backside. Important for Felony here. As he starts to squeeze up through mid, he could actually just suffocate this team, pinch them in as they continue to try and hit through the front. So Brooklyn in the lead and looking to begin that very short trip over to 4. Do you read this? Important fight from Nate, and you're in 5 in a row, building towards that Hellstorm and looking great to seal it off soon.
Stay alive here, Nate. You only need a couple of more kills in order to get that Hellstorm, and on a map like Blackheart, a couple of these hills, you can crack them wide open. Great damage coming on in, but he says, boys, I need one of these kills if we want to try and get this Hellstorm in our back pocket. Managed to find himself on up. There's the stun.
There you go.
You find Yeez. Can you find Diamond Con? No, you cannot. And you start to see the bodies will drop here. This Next Threat, they try to hold on through. It's a couple of kills in the back. We'll let them hold on to these last 30 seconds. If you're OMiT Brooklyn, do you try and push on forward? Do you try and keep this mixy, or do you maybe just try and set up for new?
It's a tough call, and one you got to make right about now. I've said it before, though. P1 in this map is defendable. You won't have anyone playing in for P2 because you can win it there. So do you just lock the doorways down? They've decided to send, and that means they've vacated middle. You can't win it here, but you can get pretty damn close. The Next Threat's got to be perfect from here, and that won't be the opening fight you need.
And the Next Threat, they have the spawns, Enigma. They spawn on that P2 side of the map. I mean, as long as they don't give these up, this is very, very crucial. But like you mentioned, they got to fly at this. Only 15 more seconds needed from OMiT Brooklyn if they want to try and hold this one on out. Diamond Con, can you hit a cheeky little hop-up? You can, but it's a crossfire that comes on in, brings you down. Aluka is there for some cleanup. Standy slides on in and tries to maybe get a cheeky angle, but Aluka, the shooter that we were looking for in the earlier series today, has come online. 30 and 29, a nice little 3-spee will help OMiT Brooklyn clutch that one on up, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of, we were asking, are you going to make the call to hit P5? Are you going to make the call to stay in P1? Yeah, they do a little bit of both, and they get away with it as well, because I think that your opponents did the exact same thing. So you end up in a bit of a trade-out situation, and OMiT Brooklyn come out on top. Feels like Next Threat, I mean, we came into, obviously, this elite with a lot of faith in them, a lot of stock placed in them. Of course, they lose Exceed last second. Yeez comes in. And while, again, Yeez is a brilliant player, not necessarily his fanciest map at 24 and 32, but he's not a like-for-like replacement with Exceed. And I'm just wondering, right now, how much of that is having an impact on the system that you'd built?
I do like the 12 assists coming out from Yeez, though. I will say that that's there. But I'm also looking at the assists on the other side, and we're seeing, 3 players on that team all have double-digit assists that are there. 20 non-traded from Nate, 22 from Aluka that's there. Also with 2 minutes of hill time as well. Aluka maybe finally realizing, hey, if I can just manage to hold the line here, use my gun skill where it matters to cut down some of these attackers coming on through, maybe we can come out and squeak out a map win, and that is exactly what they do. Well, let's go ahead. Let's hop on into Echo Stream here, Enigma, and I was wondering when we were going to get a sense to look. And it's the Telluride Bush coming on in their map number 2 against 4 Fun Esports. They're already up a game here. maybe feeling themselves a little bit as we come on in, and ProLoot, he finds 2 just like that.
And well, Vic makes too much noise, essentially, and Sport slams him for it. And there goes Phantom. So simple as you like. Well, we know the prowess that Bush have when it comes to S&D. It is not a surprise to see them making rounds very simple here against this 4Fun Esports roster. To make it clear that this 4Fun roster are definitely one of the underdogs in not only the group, but the elite as a whole. Yep. So they've got to find ways to nick maps away. Considering the lost map 1 here, S&D is a very tough place to answer that question.
Yeah, and I think when we kind of look at how good Telluride Bush looked in that first series against OMiT Brooklyn, I'd be a little bit kind of curious to see if 4Fun can manage to answer back in this search and destroy. Now, granted, the S&D we saw over there in that first series was on Colossus, a little bit different of a map than necessarily Exposure, but you got to know that obviously on this Telluride Bush team, they got the strats for S&D in their back pocket. You know that for sure. So you might be able to outsmart your opponents a little bit. We're starting to see some movement from 4Fun over towards this B side. ProLoot gonna be the one to find first blood here, and that's gonna start to see the movement from Telluride Bush. They get it on that B side, and it's immediate. Fly over to A, get the bomb down. Spartan ProLoot get dropped though, and that's gonna have Capsule. He stops putting the bomb down. Can you work with your team to find them? No. Phantoms holds the back line. Fire's good for a trade, but it's a 1v2. Do you make this read? You do, but you unfortunately lose the gunfight. 4Fun answer back in kind.
Phantoms has a massive round right there. Picks up 1 of the kills just as the bomb was going down, and then 2 to see the round out. Does a wonderful job here, just reading that Fire's going to collapse through the back here. And great stuff from the veteran. A man who, by the way, has been around since Advanced Warfare. That's how storied his career is. But wow. An interesting read off of that one. 4Fun heavily defended off towards A there. They really didn't want to give that up. Left B completely exposed. If Bush read that, in future attack rounds, we may see them just flood that site. But either way, 4Fun clearly don't want to give that A side up without at least an early challenge.
Similar strategy we saw from Falcons Academy Green earlier on, right? Just give it up, back on down. Be good. But also another strategy we saw in that earlier game was fly towards B, and that works up until Capsule is good for 2. He'll stop that in his process. You play 2x2. If you are Telluride Bush, you bring down Zvik, and now it's just Phantoms in a 1v3. Bomb is down over on that B side, right outside solar panels. You slide on out. You find Capsule. That's a huge win. Got it back on up towards the silo. Can you take this in a series of 1v1s? I don't know if he sees the player underneath him, but you see the player at range, and you just need to be patient right now if you are the Telluride Bush.
Certainly do, because Phantoms, in the end of that gunfight, landed a headshot on Spark and picked up all the information. But yeah, great work from Bush. Just slowed it down, forced Phantoms to move forward. One of those moments we kind of go, boys, we're the defensive team. Why are we flying at him? And, well, Phantoms recognize that, tries to push the equation. And, well, this was the answer from Fire. Go up 2-1. Defenses on top. You could argue that the last round, Bush threw away their offensive round a little bit. But either way, you will stand tall. And this seems to be the way with Exposure. You just need that one offensive round to come through. Because largely it will be the defenders in the forefront. And I'm curious to see what Bush do here. Like, again, do you read that they vacated B last time and send more bodies there? It seems you might get 2.
Maybe thinking about it. You kind of have 2 playing that southern side of the map. You got ProLoot and Fire playing up towards the top here. A couple of nades going on out. A lot of noise being made on this side, but look who's hooked on through. Capsule is here. Can he manage to find one? It's good damage. But you're unfortunately not going to be able to grab a kill as you are in between 2 different players, but it doesn't matter because maybe you have grabbed the attention of some of these 4Fun members. You'll lose Phantoms and Zvik in the process. Leaves B site wide open. ProLoot's going to get that rock down. You got Peel and Proto who are just going to play 2x2 together. And they might be able to do this. I mean, Spart's really nowhere to make this trade. You line up. Fire finds one. The shots land. The headshot is there. ProLoot surges in from the back. A fantastic plant and a fantastic hold.
Yeah, huge win by Fire initially there. I gotta give Sport credit. The fact that he sits in middle tells Fire exactly where he needs to be looking, and that probably gives him the advantage in the initial engagement. ProLoop hot off the information as well there will seal the deal. So that's the offensive round we've been talking about. That's often the important checkmark of an exposure S&D. They played that B side, recognizing that 4Fun tend to give it up, even off the weird opening engagements that both teams had. And that's one thing. We've seen 3 rounds thus far. 4Fun have had 2 of the first bloods, but they're being instantly traded. They're not seeing any sort of advantage out of them. That's got to change if they're building their way into this map.
Trophy's coming on out. Hopefully delay some of those nades coming in and Zagan. Look at Capsule. I don't know if it was that early series or maybe just needed to shake off the rust a little bit. Just flies on forward to bring down Phantoms. Unfortunately, Zvik is there for the trade, but so is Spart. Cuts you on down, puts us into a 2v3. Bush, understanding from that earlier round that, hey, we don't need to make the moves here. We just need to hold on. But unfortunately, Peel. Shots are a little bit too straight, but ProLoop cuts down Proto on the outside. It's another 2v1 for the Bush. And this time, they're going to make sure they don't let this one tick on down. 4-1 for the Bush.
You do very well here if you're ProLoop. Win the final 2 fights, but it's the one before this. I mean, this one is just playing off the back of the information, holding down a bottleneck, and it's an important one to not lose. But it's the one before. If you don't win that, I think you're opening up that B site. You end up in a situation where you got to retake with numbers disadvantage. And he's 7-2 on a 4 spree, so having himself a map and putting Bush in the driving seat in this one. Saw a sniper get pulled. We haven't really been able to track the position of those thus far. But this is Call of Duty Search. We always want to see them.
Get rid of this 2-life rule. I want to see a sniper every life. Flame me if you want. It's A-okay. Spart on the outside, M15 in hand. Gets a little bit of a information there with some of those tacks. Pro loot gets dropped in the meantime, but Capsule finds his own. Nice read from Fire. Holding this outside. Okay. Well, guess what? Hey, Cap, that's a great route until you're taking the end of a boomstick just that fast. Spartan Fire going up against Peel. And Peel gets that Dravik from Capsule. Continuing to fly on through. Gets some early shots and then just backs up. Hits the route. Doesn't want to try and take the challenge. Maybe you can hit this from a different angle.
It's so interesting how Omni movement has changed how those engagements work. Historically, you would have chased after that, but Peel has to look up, expecting the wall bounce child to come back. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Well, Peel doesn't get there, but
nope.
With 5-1 on this one, we'll head back over to the wide shot of all the action going on because Stallions Black and Huntsman has started back up. I believe that will be a clean reset, so let's get into it. They served us up a beauty last time round. I don't expect anything different this time.
Yes, we will go ahead. This was a full reset from that first map, so do not worry. We're going to be able to watch this action all the way through. And in EMEA, we got to kind of be curious. What did they learn from that almost kind of a little bit of a first scrim map that was so close that was there? As we get ready to fly back on through P1, it's just as mixy as it was the first time. And it's the Stallions Black being up a little bit of a 20-point lead.
Well, one thing the Huntsman should have learned is that Symbols likes to play in for these P2 spawns, and for shocker to nobody, he will be here again. Big gunfight, though, against Rispy, and he's just got to stay alive. Let his boys arrive.
I like this, though. They're bringing the aggression all the way in the back. Rispy going to make that read. You said it beautifully. You know that Symbols likes to play this backside P2. And, well, Rispy surges forward. We'll be able to get some good damage onto Ryan, but no trades are there. A couple members of Stallions Black. They're starting to surge through mid. Maybe play this outside. Huge gunfight for Rispy to bring down Ryan. Does not want to let anybody from Stallions Black get into this backside. And Kips finding another. Huntsman looking different here on this reset of the map. Enigma maybe taking that learning that they need. And Rispy up over the top gets in some good damage. It's not a kill, but it's enough to back down that player.
Yeah, Rispy has himself a moment. Will finally fall to the Stallions Black, but because of his work through the back, Huntsman will take the lead. And that's despite a very poor P1. Being said, you've cleared it out, so now the rotation begins. And you've already got Okis sat in the deep back. He's waiting for his numbers to arrive, his boys to get here. And Rispy reads it just in time. Boy's shooting right now. Absolutely slices Okis apart.
7-4 on a 2 streak. Finds Ryan. I mean, this is a completely different Huntsman team than we saw in this first game. Symbol starting to push into the back. Computer is able to find one and will look to hold these spawns. But Neom finds 2, almost finds 3. But a huge kill there for him. But Ryan will answer back in kind. You're getting some spawns up here on this plateau for the Huntsman. Stallions Black, they'll manage to hold on for the time being. Only 25 seconds left on this hill. Huntsman, do you hit old or do you set yourself up for new? Looks like they're going to try and hit old here. Make this one a little bit mixy. Do not give these easy spawns to Stallions Black.
Certainly won't. Yep, do you read swag check coming in behind you? The answer is no. The root man will get paid as well, as you've made that happen. Then again, the spawns are going to be out, and spawns are in for Huntsman. So swag check's got a hell of a lot to do. You see him move, though, because the comm comes through, but can you handle the pressure?
Yips. Finds one. Playing with your team around the point. It's a pincer onto Ryan. Gets cleaned up. Neom good for 2. And look at that. Immediately off of that 2-piece, Neom puts himself deep into the spawn, keeps holding the front line. I mean, Stallions Black, they're just not playing together at all right now. Ryan cut on down, trying to play in through new. They managed to hold on in, and it's, oh my god, it's swag checked with a multi-kill that comes on through. And we're going to go ahead and see what's going on there with another early-ended map. Do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll figure out what's going on. All I know, though, is that looks like a completely different map from the Huntsman. That is for certain. While that gets figured out, guess what? Cool part about Challengers, we got 6 streams of matches going on. Let's hop on into a map number 1 hardpoint between Falcons Academy Green and Cabal.
I don't know what it is about these second set games, but Black Hawk hardpoint, certainly the flavor of the rotation, needs to be a testing ground for pretty much everybody. In Cabal, they're happy to mix on it. Falcons Academy Green. Remember, they won the 4th Fun Invitational not long ago, and this has been a slower start than they would have liked to the day. Roxas just hunkering down here, P1, trying to set yourself up again. This hill that you can mop up a lot of time. It's a sleeper for the amount of points you can take away from it. It's controlling all these different doorways at the same time. Marupu is going to get shot from multiple angles, and that is great work for Cabal.
Yeah, Nade will kind of open that one on up. QK and Asim, they try and stabilize it where they can, but Glow Frosty there for some trades. Only 20 more points needed for Cabal in order to take home this map number 1. Even a mixy, though. Up over the top. Frosty! Okay, breaking ankles, taking names, reminding everybody why he's man of the kings of challengers here. Gun is shooting, but Asim not going to go quietly in the night. We'll keep this contested. Finds Manny. Do you find one more towards the top? You're looking for a gun with ammo off the floor. Making your way around this hard point. You see that it goes towards you, so you know that P2 probably going to get popped here. And you do have the spawns for it, so you'll slow the game down for the minute if you are Falcons Academy Green. And now I think Cabal realizes, Andrew, they cannot let this one slip away.
Certainly can't. One clean break here and you'll win it. Green have got to hold at least 2 waves. They can also take this here. So it's all about who just slays out for the better here. And that's those first 3 will be Green. Cabal will answer back with 1, but that's 4 dead. You can push up, draw a line. Cabal are going to have to come swinging again.
This is what I love to see. It's that immediate 4 dead. You push on up. You got Rupert trying to hold that mid. And you want to come on over. Can you help Roxas on this outside? I see him playing through the mid. You catch a player with a nade. That's a trade. You'll take it if you can. You find the crucial kills in the back, but from the front is a Nezra getting dropped by Rupert, though. You are flying at this point if you are Cabal, but I don't think they can get there in time, especially when Rupert Skywalker himself will take down 2 members of his old team in order to help Falcons Academy Green take a nice, solid map number 1.
Great work there from the Falcons team. Just that bit of composure, that moment of, okay, we just lock this down, win the gunfights. We're more than capable of doing that. And prioritizing that towards the back end of that P1. They knew how close Cabal were to winning. So it's a case of we're trying to focus all of this P1 fight as much as we can, but also recognizing how important P2 would be to win condition. And they get there. Over to the next threat, OMiT Brooklyn game. And OMiT Brooklyn took map 1 in the end. But next threat, they're up 3-1 in the Surge. That being said, OMiT will get there first on their board. So can they build some momentum back into this matchup?
I'd love to see that. I think these are 2 very good search and destroy teams. And listen, there's no better map I'd love to see 2 good S&D teams on than a good old classic raid. You can see Diamond Con. Recon in hand, bringing out the boomstick. Okay, I'm a liar. Grabs the M15.
Well, technically, you're not a liar, but you know.
Well, true.
He's making you one.
He was making me one. Good shots on DeFellow. Backs him on down. Aluka there, maybe looking to slide on out. Find another, and he does. Cuts down Yeez on that push on over to the ring side. Sliding on forward. Got Brack. Playing the basketball court. Maybe if he gets the right timing, could maybe find Standy, but Bomb does go down at B and gets no looks. Standy's able to get out of that. You see Yeez on the heady, and they're just going to go ahead back on up. Love the movement right now from Next Threat.
He said Standy's going to be caught by Aluka.
Okay.
Oh, Luca's doing it all. Is that an Aluka ace? I'm pretty sure it's an ace.
I think it is. Aluka ace.
6 in a row, and they leave the bomb to him as well. Can we just check on very quickly? I think that will be Hellstorm. Okay. All right, so Aluka hits takeover here to get Brooklyn their second round in a row. And well and truly put Next Threat up against the wall at this point. We tune in at 3-0. Feels like the map's kind of away from them, but well, do a very good job there. I mean, you talked about it. There was some great movement coming through. I think if Aluka just recognized his ability to be a bit of a lurker, a bit of a thorn, a bit of a pain in the ass. And moments like that just upset everything Next Threat thought they had hold of.
Kind of, you get that first one, which is really the important one, and now you get greedy. And for Aluka, well, hey, the greed pays sometimes. Nade comes in towards bottom bed. Get some info probably if you are Yeez. Aluka throws a shoulder, gets dropped to 50 HP, backs on up. You're starting to see some of these players from Next Threat move their way on over. Fellow, sniper in hand. Looking to see if anybody's going to throw a shoulder that he might be able to pick off of. Tack finds no one at home, and it looks like we're looking at a wrap over towards A. And I like that they're leaving Fellow here, waiting for maybe a nice first blood, alleviate some of that pressure. I don't know if you need it. It looks like Johnny's the only one home over on that A site.
Fellow will make the noise that just drags a couple of those Next Threat players back. He says, is that the Hellstorm I'm hearing coming? What is that?
It is. Johnny. That's back on up. Hellstorm coming on in. Doesn't look like it connects onto anybody. And with all of this commotion over here at A, bomb gets put on down. Trade starting to come on through. Brack's able to find Standy, but a snipe comes in from across. Up top, Standy, good for one. Can you find two? No, you can't. Nate, he'll stop it. Aluka takes down Johnny. It's just Diamond Con. Sniper in hand. You only have seconds. You have to move. You have to hit some crazy shots here. And unfortunately for you, it's just not enough. No opportunity to save that sniper. As OMiT Brooklyn find a nice round on the board. Tie this one on up. You mentioned it, but we came in onto this in a 3-0. And just like that, we got a tie game.
Lucas had 2 huge rounds. We don't see the one really just before that, but in that one there, he calls in the Hellstorm, obviously earned from that previous ace. That forces Next Threat to scramble into some sort of cover, which allows you to get forward, plant the bomb for free, back off. But there's a moment where Standy kind of squeezes through. He manages to find Felony in the back, which his sniper did in one part, and just as he's looking to be traded out, Aluka steps over the top and protects his teammates. Does a wonderful job to keep a hold of that bomb site.
I mean, 9-3 right now, looking fantastic. Next Threat, though, looking to maybe bring it back, but it's a nade, it's some shots, and blink of an eye very quickly into the round. It's just Johnny. He'll find one on the exit, but OMiT Brooklyn fire in their bellies. We'll start bringing this one back into their way. 4-3 right now.
And those are those preset nades right there. That's why you spend hours, whether it be in the scrims or in the bot lobbies. You practice them over and over again. You watch your theater back. You check your VOD. You make sure they're landing, because every now and again they can just hand you a round for free. OMiT Brooklyn striding through this map. Looking at Yee's 0-6 right now. The new man needs to step up. The opposite side, Nate's now on his own 5. Would be close to a Hellstorm just on kills.
Luka making this read. Hey, they've thrown these bottom bed nades a couple times every one of these rounds. Let me just kind of wait back on up. Somehow Brack able to stay alive, but Standy going to get aggressive through that mid. Backing on up. Brack will try and hold that garage side, but the rest of the next threat, they've pushed all the way through mid. Trying to play through that laundry area. Standy's going to get up on top with a Dravik, but look at this from hit Brooklyn. It is just hot on the foot all the way, wrapping back to B. And next threat, they seem to understand what's happening here. Johnny, if he had the timing, he would see this bomb going on down. He's going to hop on up. Do you get the bomb down? You do. Fellow able to get bomb down and almost get out with his life. Brack is taken on out. Trades into the mid. You're looking at stairs, Fellow. He's good for one. Pistol in hand. Nate's there for some help. It's now just Diamond Con. Going to be rechecking the stairs where his teammates just got dropped and will get red. It got Mixie Enigma, but just like that, we're on to a 5-3 and a map point.
Insane work out of Brooklyn. They recognize their disadvantage, so they're just going to keep shifting that bomb all over the map. Keep next threat on their toes, keep them guessing, shift that defensive pattern around. But Nate's the big man in the play. Don't get me wrong, Fellow gets a lovely little two-piece to kick things off, but he's the man sat in the middle of the map. And the importance of that is the two players planting the bomb, sure, that's one thing, but it's next threat never see Nate coming. So when he activates, all of a sudden, players are exposed, they get cut down, and that numbers disadvantage turns into advantage for Brooklyn, puts them on map point. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah. Really love that Brooklyn just kind of realized that if we just play together here, we might have the opportunity to cut down these players where they need. And you talked about set nades earlier, my friend, and Brack, you know he's got him in his back pocket. Brings down Johnny just like that at the beginning of the round. So now next threat, you're down a player. 3v4. You do have bomb starting to go down at A, so that's going to shift over these two players from OMiT Brooklyn. Standy is lucky. He can catch someone on this mid side, but if he's also not careful, Aluka starting to make their way up the steps. Shots going on out. Can you make the trades? Looks like you can. You cut it down into a 2v2. Best case scenario for you. 30 seconds on the clock. Next threat. They're going to start to shift back on over. Hold this laundry side. OMiT Brooklyn, they've decided to push through pillars. Ease. Finds one. It's now just Standy versus Nate in a 1v1 in order to keep the map going. Nate's gonna hop. Time is ticking down. Listen, we know Standy's a veteran for a reason. He's gonna check that bomb. Next threat. Put it up 4-5. Enigma, do we get one more on the day? Why not?
Why not? That is the question. But great work from next threat. I think that just buying time, just bleeding down as soon as that bomb goes down, just forcing Brooklyn to come to them, just gives them that moment there where you're forcing Nate to hop the bomb. Stanley's going to check that all day. It will at least cauterize the bleeding for now. And a time when you most desperately needed it too. But you need a little bit more than that just yet. Gotta find a solid defensive round. We haven't seen one since we tuned into this matchup.
No, we haven't. And we're starting to see these nades pay dividends. Looks like no early nades this time. Brooklyn gonna slow the pace down just a little bit. Luka with bomb. Waiting for some of maybe these early nades to hit bottom bed like he's been reading. But with no movement over towards A, you can see some fast times already coming on through. Standy tries to stay alive. I believe that was another Hellstorm that just came on through and didn't really reap anything. Doesn't matter though. You find Yeez already early on and you answer back onto Aluka. That's bomb down in Tiki. You find another one. Nate trying to play his life. Stay alive. 2v2. Nate, can you catch one more? The shots are good. Try to back on up. And Fellow's able to grab bomb.
It's got to go down. And Nate loses the fight.
Oh my god. Huge. Where do you go? Do you make the read? 15 seconds on the clock. Trying to make his way back towards B. Do you check inside this window? You see the tip of the gun, and you are able to make it happen. Fellow, time not on your side, but it doesn't matter. You check the right window at the right time. See a little bit of tip of the gun, and it does a little double take here. Finds the last final kill on that player. And next threat, 6-4 for OMiT Brooklyn.
Veterancy on show there from fellow. A man who has played that map competitively more times than I've had hot dinners, I'm pretty certain. And the thing is, he understands, look, if I'm going to go and plant this bomb, this guy's going to be set up either defending over B or over A. And if he's over this bomb site, then he's going to be sat inside bed. Makes that check happen, and that will pay off. Avoids that round 11, which seemed so certain when we were 20 seconds left of that round. Great stuff. I hate to say it. He's 1-9. That's not a particularly great start line to line up in front of your boys. But again, he's trying to figure his way into this team, into this system. And I don't think there's any mode harder to do that than search and destroy. And the action, my friend, is continuing all on through this evening. Falcons Academy White against Project Notorious. Notorious will be up 1-0 after the hard point, but currently down 4-2 inside the search.
That's good shots already. You see some trades coming on through. We'll leave Priesta and King of Body in the 2v2 against Yuli and Geo. You have the bomb if you are King of Body. You can get it down at A. You force Project Notorious up. Looks like you're in front of the bomb site. You're not bringing it down just yet. You got Priesta in the back getting caught by Geo. Unfortunate that happens. Project Notorious, they're going to be able to take another round, put you up 4-3, keeping this one close. We had a chance to talk about Project Notorious and anyway, but this is our first time seeing Falcons Academy White on stream. I know this is a team that we definitely have our eyes on.
Certainly is. The story with them is just they're always strong. They're always a team up there. They perform very well. It's just getting themselves over that line and into grand finals. That seems to be the one place where they stutter. An elite would give them the reps required in competitive scenarios to certainly figure out where those gaps are coming from. And, well, Yuli 9-5, certainly plugging his own right now.
A 3 streak. Plays this round right. Could find one of those Hellstorms. Some good nades coming out. 2 real. Wants to get some of this market control. Can you land a wall bang? Doesn't get any confirmation. And King of Body doesn't care. Gonna stare it right down. Feet of cement blocks.
An outline of bullets around his body, apparently. But this bomb's being sent forward. The thing is, with King of Body's still not cleared. He could set up a pinch here once that bomb goes down, unless Geo finds the time.
Yeah, you can already see some movement over here onto this A bomb site. Body through the back. I think wants to try and clear blue here, but you're going to miss Geo, like you said. But maybe you found the slip. Maybe you found the timing. You go to the top. Do you go to the bottom? He's going to come up here. Finds Awakening. What? Oh, the shots are in on God. Awakening. Doesn't get the kill. Thinks he gets it. Snaps a little bit too fast. And will get cut on down. Paulex from the other side, pistol in hand, just nothing is landing, and Awakening is finding all of the kills. Project Notorious stand strong, even us up here in 4-4.
Look, we've all been there. There's just too many targets in front of us. We know what we want to do. Chain one gunfight into the next. You stop shooting before you've closed business. We've done it. It's all happened. Main stage in the elite, that is rough. King of Body, you made the right play. You found the timing. But unfortunately, you just didn't get it done. And Notorious will profit 4-4. Great work from them. Came in 4-2 down. 2 rounds in a row. Yuli on 5 will be close to a Hellstorm. Making it happen. Boys in gold.
Alex. And attack. Couple early shots. Backs them on down. But it's some quick movement from Falcons Academy White. Over here towards this A set. Arcides, bomb in hand. Gotta put that thing down fast. Playing on this bottom side. M15, looking for a shoulder, looking for any type of info. There's 2 real on the side. It's good damage, but you slide on forward as 2. Yuli, the nade, takes down Arcides, and it's a Dravik in hand for King of Body as Geo finds Priesta. Paulex drops in the back. A collapse from Falcons Academy White after a quick plant. And Project Notorious puts us on 5-4. 1 round away from a win.
Yeah, I felt like the one big thing there for Falcons Academy White, you lacked intel. You get the 2 players over, you get the bomb down, sure, but they're kind of isolated because of the fact that the other 2 can't come and join them yet. They're worried about the flank. They're worried about the lack of mid-map control. And with that, just ends up in a situation where once Project Notorious decide to send bodies and plenty of grenades the direction of Arcides and go, it just opens them straight away, blows their defensive post-plant position, and Project Notorious will instantly hop the defuse. That is 3 rounds in a row, and we also have a Hellstorm in play should Yuli decide he wants to make it work. And, well, aggressive towards B.
Yeah, there's a round to use it. The round that wins you the map is there. Yuli finds King of Body, and I like that. You make the opening first blood on that outside. Go ahead, back on up, and here we see the Hellstorm. Starts to come on through. Yuli 14 and 5. Can he find any more with this? You see a lot of these members of Falcons Academy White. They're on the inside. Let's Geo push on forward. Finds Arcides. Anybody home and top broken? Doesn't look like it. So while the Hellstorm won't manage to find kills itself, what it does buy you is map space, map presence. You get the bomb down. Priesta gets dropped, and it's just Paulex in a 1v4. Try and keep the mask alive. You find one. Okay. Make it a 1v3, buddy. I guess we've seen crazier stuff from Paulex. But unfortunately slides on out. Geo laying in wait. Project Notorious. It's a fantastic round 10.
4 rounds in a row is a pretty critical way, a pretty brutal way even, to see out a map too. Just as Falcons White think that they have a hold of a map and a way back into the series, it's quickly snuffed out from them. And I think, unfortunately, I'm going to go back to that round where King of Body just gets it wrong. I think if you make that happen there and you find that round, build your way back up. You tie things up a little bit. But individually, it's got to be Yuli. 14 and 5. And a reminder that when Falcons White had control over that B-bomb site, the player picks up 2, but one of them's off the perfectly cooked grenade that lands at RCT's feet. It's moments like that. It's those impactful kills that just blow post-plant situations wide open, allow you the easy retakes in the rounds. Not just putting them on a board, but making sure they have the impact to win whole maps.
Can we just talk real quick about the damage across these two teams? Like, I'm looking at 800 for Geo and 2Real, and it doesn't matter. It's 3 members over 1,000 for Falcons Academy White, but it just feels like when I'm looking at Yuli and Awakening, probably just playing together, right? 6 assists on Awakening. Yuli's 14 and 5. Tells me you're just getting the team shots rolling, and you're really going, bringing that into your favor. And it's not even like really off of First Bloods, right? I mean, First Bloods look pretty even for the most part on that side. So just some really good teamwork coming in from Project Notorious. And that's really what we saw. And it felt like what you see on your screen now was almost every round. It was like an opening pick, and then just immediately the rest of the players would fall.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, this team have been together since the very start of the year. So, I mean, this is a system now, a bunch of players that understand exactly how each other wants to roll, exactly how each other wants to run, regardless of the scenario. I'm seeing that come through. Don't get me wrong, Falcons Academy White, they've also had the same roster, but we've got a story about Falcons Academy Green where they feel like they're getting better every single step of the way. There seems to be a little bit of a slipping coming out of White, and they have something that's kind of, if they go through tough periods, they struggle to bounce back from them. So the fact that they've lost the first 2 maps leaves me a little bit concerned for the rest of the series.
It does, and I think Project Notorious, our question has really been like, when are you going to show these real signs of greatness that we've come to expect from a roster like this, right? So I like that we're seeing some stuff here. The hardpoint looks good. The search and destroy looks phenomenal. I'll be curious to see how that overload looks by itself. Man, these matches have been electric, Enigma, going all the way through, but we are not done yet. We're going to go to a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to be checking on in with some more of these matches across our 6 streams of gameplay here in the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Elite Season 1 here. We've been checking in on a lot of different games, but I think it's been a minute since we've seen an Overload here on the main stream. So, Nemo, what do you say we go check in on the Delta stream to see how we are looking? And, well, we're coming on into OMiT Brooklyn against Next Threat. We saw some pretty solid moves in those first 2 maps, and, well, OMiT Brooklyn, after getting a shellacking from Telluride Bush earlier, seems like they have now figured out how to play Overload.
Yeah, certainly seems to be the case. Could be, of course, map dependent. We're a very different way of playing here on Den. But Nate, 20-9 before we came into this round, is also probably more part of the story. This fellow, Jesus, rips DC as he tries to jump out of top blue there. And Device is going to be left kind of in the middle. And Brooklyn can do this. They can just kind of take their time, set up the way they want to play this. Onus is on Next Threat to be the aggressor.
I feel like we don't really see as many quick caps on Den. So I think a lot of times, you know, it's teams I think are less worried about that happening on a map like Exposure, right? So to see them here just kind of maybe kind of fly at some of their opposition. You know, you find those kills, it's great. You can see already in the back, like, players just being annoying. Johnny's got to deal with them. I mean, they are just flying through Dojo over here. EMP's in the center, and you're just trying to find kills. Can you burn time right now? You're already up 3-0. You get one more score. That'd be the half. It'd feel good. Like, I think if OMiT Brooklyn can make that happen, you'd feel pretty solid.
Absolutely. Johnny will do his best here. Takes his time, tries to bob up, and Brack says, you know what, gentlemen, I'll take 3 of you to the grave with me. Lovely stuff. A Lucas stun will be perfect. Finds DC. That Device has not moved an inch. And Brooklyn will be delighted with that, as Next Threat lose 2 bodies. And that could set up now the movement of the Device, and it's headed Dojo way. You will lose the first, so Luca has no protection and makes the right call, backs off.
Yeah, I like that. You see Fellow kind of being that lead man, trying to maybe clear a way for the EMP. It just doesn't happen, but Luca makes a nice little hop up towards the top. Getting sandwiched, though, by some of those members of Next Threat, so it will get dropped. EMP gets passed on over towards Next Threat. Some fast movement on this broken side over towards A. It's just going to be Brack alone as the defenseman, but you have Nate on the route. Will unfortunately get cut on down, and, well, you're going to have DC picking up that EMP, but very quickly, OMiT Brooklyn will not let you get down these steps, will not let you score that into A. Already a solid amount of time burned off the clock.
Quick wrap going to be in for Next Threat. Device will only have 1 protector, though. It's Standy and Johnny's problems elsewhere, and, well, that should pause that attempt in its tracks. As you're actually going to see Johnny's managed to get through here. Offside position for sure. Nate needs to clear this.
Does he know? Here's some shots go on out. I think Nate a little bit more worried about that front side, but like you mentioned, if you're not careful, you may find a player shooting you in the back. Yeez from front. Good for 1. You've cleared a path right now. Okay, you're on that B side. You know a couple of these players are going to be spawning over on that A. Flying on forward. Yeez, a couple of gunfights. COD timing, though. You're just not looking the right way at the right time. Next Threat continuing to pick up this EMP, but just feels like they can't really bring it into that offensive area that they're looking for, right? It's just they're picking it up in mid, getting cut down in mid. And OMiT Brooklyn is just doing such a good job of keeping it mixy.
We've only 90 seconds on the clock. Next Threat have to find something. Again, it takes 10 seconds per upload spawn. So it's got to be 60 seconds of perfection. And you're not getting it as 2 bodies die. So I feel like every time I've said that, the team that needs that to come through just dies. So my bad, guys. I jinxed that. That's totally on me.
Okay.
That was satisfying.
That was very satisfying. Listen, you know, when I was going through Singularity, I was a little bit worried about these pistols. And guess what? When ranked play comes out, I'm not worried about having to use this Jaeger at all in Overload. This thing is a little gross, and we've seen that displayed here time and time again by some of our teams. Last final minute here of the first half. As OMiT Brooklyn, I mean, they don't have to commit to anything here, Enigma, right? They can kind of just, what we've seen from them, you can put it deep into enemy territory, and if you get 4 dead, hey, it's all good. Next Threat, they got to win 2 waves of fights in a row. For the time being, though, Aluka continuing to play towards this top side here. That's a nice nade through the top. Does it manage to land? No, it does not. But you've managed to at least find the kills that you need. Final 30 seconds here. Next Threat, they'll pick up the Overload device, and, well, they're starting to full sprint towards B.
And with those kills, that'll just entirely confirm that OMiT Brooklyn will take the series 3-0. Again, it's been a tough series for the new boy. And that's just how it goes sometimes. You're being thrown in at the deep end. You're literally joining a team before the day before the Elite starts. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Because with Exceed, this roster looked pretty untouchable. And for OMiT Brooklyn, well, that is the response you needed, really, after how things went against Bush. You lose 3-0. You lose the Overload in convincing fashion. You flip the script entirely here in this second series, make light work, and put yourself in a better position going into day 2.
I think that's exactly what I wanted to see out of OMiT Brooklyn, right? I think we got to be realistic about that Telluride Bush 3-0, right? It was a really close hard point in map number 1. We go all the way to around 11 in the search and destroy, and they kind of just get outclassed, honestly, in the Overload, which, I mean, we were both surprised as well, because Telluride Bush, they haven't looked good at Overload all year long leading up to this, right? So it seems like they finally figured out, and I'm sure OMiT Brooklyn a little bit surprised as well, thinking that, hey, we can maybe kind of, reverse sweep this, get this there. But they come on in here into this series, OMiT Brooklyn, and they show the signs of life that we were really looking for against a very good next threat roster, especially here on the Overload. 33-18 from Nate, 28 of those being non-traded Enigma. We've heard a lot of stuff about Nate, and I'm glad to see that we finally have some scoreboards in some of these matches that help reflect that.
Yeah, he's one of those young men that's burst through from the under-18 scene. Him, alongside players like Hyde and Aluka, are all part of this next wave, this next generation that are going to burst onto the space. And, I mean, what better way to do that, of course, for Aluka here, who's now the FaZe Vegas sub, but then Nate making his own claim as to why he should be on the shopping list of many, and delivering in the Elites the best way to do that as we progress through the season. I will say as well, Rafi probably punching the air, and the rest of the crew over there are part of the OMiT leadership, because it's the first time this season that Brooklyn have beaten out Next Threat. So that's at least one on the board when it comes to the org warfare.
Yeah, I mean, good for the head-to-head graphics that'll be coming down the line. That is for certain. But, like you mentioned earlier, we also have a fresh Yeez into that roster as well. So,
yes,
could be also a little bit of a different. You could see there maybe struggling in that search and destroy, struggling a little bit here in that Overload. 14 and 26, not exactly the best stat line. But it kind of has me curious, Enigma, because the great part is that, guess what? These players get to play today and tomorrow. So do we see something a little bit different maybe tomorrow come out of Yeez? They hit the drawing board here tonight. We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, from our first day of North American Challengers, because we had some fantastic moments all the way through from some of our top teams.
Yeah, oh yeah, we've certainly had bangers. I mean, this Black hard point, the way it was playing out, it just, I mean, you're getting to see it. Kips going on a tear. We had moments where plenty of Stallions players were having their comeuppance as well. Just beautiful stuff. Okis starts 1-11, then starts to spring little pieces like that together. And across the board, we've been treated, not just in EMEA, but also here. Game 5 round 11s in general, just all over the show. Close hard points. A couple of Overload blowouts, but that's just kind of how that mode's playing right now. It is either on the wire or one team is decimated. It's not one of those, like, one in it all the way through kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw earlier, right, in that first set of matches, the Huntsmen go to a 6-6 overtime in Overload. Like, first time I've ever seen that. Absolutely crazy. So obviously, Overload becoming one of those game modes that we are keeping our eye on. But speaking of the Huntsmen, I mean, this hardpoint against the Stallions Black was really, really, really fun to watch, because I feel like it was just sort of a nice little reset mentally for them to be able to come on in. They were not looking great. Unfortunately, we did have to kind of reset the map. A-okay, we get back on into it, and they are looking so much better. They definitely know what they're doing now, and that is the Huntsman that we have come to know and love when it comes on down to, of course, to some of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's unfortunate for Stallions Black, because, of course, they were in a great position, but that being said, they were leading. The Huntsmen came back swinging. They certainly had momentum on their side, and before that reset. So we go again, and this time Huntsman made the adjustments. Now, it's going to be things like controlling those P2 spawns, something that Symbols himself was so effective with. Unfortunately, Okis in that final reset just has a tough one, 16 and 31. But on the opposite side of things, it is Neum and Kips going very, very big. And Neum continuing to show everybody that his pickup is well worth it. There's a reason we've had eyes on that boy since midway through last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard some rumors, right, of Neum maybe potentially making some moves as well, similar to Aluka. It kind of has me wonder, are we seeing sort of the new blueprint for Challengers Enigma? Are we starting to see maybe some of these pro teams say, hey, there's some Challengers kids making noise, and while maybe we don't need a substitute right now, We might eventually. And so let's try and sign some of these early superstars. So that way, God forbid, you know, somebody gets sick, we need somebody in for a match, we have the best of the best who can get there. Or even better, for some of those teams that are struggling, guess what? They now have another player already signed, ready to go, that they know is talented and could be next up. We saw it with Mercules last year. Could a Luca or Neum be similar? But let's go ahead. Let's keep looking at some of these other games that are brewing in the background, my good friend. And well, it looks like we are coming on into a map number 4 with the Telluride Bush and For Fun Esports. I do believe this is probably the Bush. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can fix it for me. I'm assuming Telluride Bush lost in overload.
We'll get confirmation, of course. But what I will say is, right now, if we are looking for more extremely talented miracle makers or German prodigies, not many better teams to be looking at than Telluride Bush, who've been at top of the pile most of the year. And how the hell do you win that gunfight? I don't even think he'll know, but either way, it won't matter. Continues to lock down the point. Builds way back into the game, but an opener from Phantoms, a perfect nade from Proto, and it's just going to leave Capsule on his own to contest this.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing right now from For Fun. It's some early aggression that comes on out and is able to kind of just kind of run some of these points. Honestly, For Fun doing a great job. You see just the final moments of that last point comes on out. New spawns on in. For Fun, they're already set up here, Enigma. They're looking to hold this one on out. Fire from the outside. Can you manage to rip anybody off these headies? No, but you are caught reloading as Peel goes up over to the top, to the skies, able to bring you on down and continuing to push on forward. We'll cut down Spark. Can you find Capsule inside control room? Getting some good damage. Back him on down. You're holding the line right now if you are For Fun. Peel with a 14-7. Looking really, really solid. And I'm looking at that kill feed, Enigma, and it's pink for days as For Fun continually just trying to find all of the kills possible.
Talking about young talents and potential pipelines, Peel and Vic are two new rookie-esque players. They are rookies in the sense of playing their first Challenger seasons, make it to the Elite, and Peel, well, he's putting on here in the hard point. Got to answer your question before, by the way. This series has gone exactly as you would expect. It was 250-205 to Bush in the hard point, a 6-1 win on the S&D, and then a 6-1 loss in the Overload. So, yeah, pretty much as it was written in the stars. And Peel, all his hard work has resulted in a hellstorm. It'll rain down on this hill and allow his boys to push up.
None of the cluster missiles will land, but the final missile will hit Prolute. So he'll rip them off the point for now. 3 starting to push through the front. Capsule, though, looking to hold the line, but unfortunately, a team nade will rip him down. Thankfully, you got Spart, who's good for 2. Pops on up. Phantom's not able to bring down another. It is just team kills central here on this point as both teams are just flying at it. Proto, though, might get the last laugh. Good for 2. Can you find any more? Zvik now has moved on forward. Takes down Spart. Trying to find fire. You leave him one shot, but you try and exit away. You want to hold down this P1 side, and it looks like For Fun, they'll continue to do that.
Certainly will. Up by 100. Scoreline in no one's script thus far, but, well, Blackheart has every potential for comebacks. Fire with a 2-piece. Unfortunately, just can't get himself in through the doorway for now. You might miss Vic as well arriving from window, and he finds an important 2-piece. Reopens P1, allows his boys to flood. They get a line share of the points here. Get close to that 200-point marker. Bush are scrambling big time. We head towards a map 5. None of that's comfort for anybody facing the Bush right now.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic map from the Bush. Blackheart, maybe not one in their repertoire, but For Fun. Oh my god! Yeah, they're loving this map right now. Peel flies on forward. NPC, by the way, in hand, deletes 2 of them, and is just continuing to fry. We usually like to say P1 is where it gets kind of mixy, and, you know, you have a chance to get some points on it, but For Fun has just run away on this rotation with this P1 here. P2 starting to come online here, Enigma. And, well, For Fun, they've drawn a line in the sand.
Certainly have, and Peel will be at the forefront. The tip of the spear, if you will. And the trades do enough. Fire will be there for the final one, but, well, Phantoms then answers that. So, over 200. Can win it here. So, Bush have to break. Oh, Phantoms, he's just a nuisance. Just drags Prolute away. Boys do the rest. You hold on still.
Yeah. Fantastic play there Prolute maybe saying, hey, I basically have to go for this kill. I've invested so much time. Peel throwing some nades out at the front, but fire's good for 2. Spart finds a 3rd. That's 3 dead for 4 fun. It will go back on over towards the Telluride bush. Can you manage to hold on to the rest of this P2 and start getting into the P3? Capsule through the mid. Almost gets dropped into the arc below, but will not make that happen for fun. They move on over to P3. Already gaining some control. Spark gets an idea with a nade of what's going on here, and Prolute's going to be the tip of the spear.
Spark's there to trade over the top as well, and Prolute kind of uses him as a bit of a meat shield, really. He takes the bullets for him. Spark then up over, fighting for these back spawns. Huge fight, and... well, Vic does well, but is eventually traded out, and that allows his boys to hit through the front, buying that time. I mean, the Bush never got that defensive setup in place, and again, for fun, they can win it here.
It's back and forth. For fun only need 20 more seconds in order to take the win here. Some great shots coming out of Peel. MPC in hand. A gun we don't often see here, but hey, if it's a bang out like Blackheart, no better time to get that gun active. Fire brings in the Hellstorm.
Well,
and unfortunately, it's a team kill. And, well, that might just be the nail in the coffin for you. As well, you do find 3. You've got the last final moments of this hard point. But for fun, they just need to sniff this P4. And we'll go ahead and take this map.
You know what? The entire year, I haven't seen that animation where people are floating through the water. We've just seen it twice in all of 3 seconds. And for fun, they'll... call game, end business, with a Hellstorm over the top as well. And, well, for the rest of the series, it very much so went the way we expected. That one, not so much. But this seems to be how Blackheart's playing a little bit. Like, it's a case of, if you're just a set of straight shooters, you're looking great here. And I think that's why it gets vetoed out quite often by your bigger teams, because they tend to rely on the fundamentals. Can they shoot? Obviously, but they're relying on great rotations. They're relying on those comms, those setups, and so on. Blackheart is just about getting your gun up. So you're seeing plenty of that come out of that young man, Peel. He has himself a hell of a map, and, well, sends us to a game 5. Now, what I would say, map 5 typically belong to Bush. I think they've had like 8 this season and lost only the 1. I think that was to the Huntsman. But the one thing that we do know that Bush do is slip up on weird teams. So it kind of wouldn't be against them to lose this either.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we can tune on into that map number 5 with the Telluride Bush and for fun. Well, let's go check on Charlie. What's happening over here between these 2 teams? Well, it looks like maybe, I'm guessing, a search and destroy between Falcons Academy Green. And who is this? Cabal? No, it's an Overload. I'm a dirty liar.
Yeah, this time you are a liar. There's a zone right there for you, brother.
That was straight up am.
There's a 1 apiece between these 2. Falcons Academy Green on... series point. I just need to see this out. It'd be interesting to get a look at how these 2 teams approach this, because Den offers 2 different options, really. You kind of play a bit more traditionally, as you would through the center and through the dojo side of the map. But if you want to just straight up fight, headbutt each other over and over again, you fancy yourself to win the gunfights, you can just stick it into that isolated lane on the north side and just continue to almost tug of war it. So, look at a look here as Nedra just takes his sweet ass time.
I mean, I don't hate it. Play through this middle. Find some of these picks coming on out. You can see Falcons Academy Green, like, as they're coming off spawn, they're trying to hit through mid, but you're trying to activate here, and Nezra is good for 1, and so is Katz. So you find some good kills here, but look at number 1. Look at Manny hitting the route, finds 1 up top, and is looking for anybody down below. Will get cut down, but that's going to be the space for Katz to go ahead, activate, push on up, try to get some of these shots on through, as the device has been picked on up. And it was starting to go to B, but you've now rotated it back on over towards the other side. You need your teammate to push on forward, give you some space, find the necessary kills you need. It's Glow Frosty, EMP in hand, pistol out. Unfortunately, gets cut off down.
It's a patient play out of Katz initially that caused problems. There's Nezra and Manny that activate elsewhere, but yeah, device will stay where it is. And Rock says, well, it felt like great shots. I think you hit 2 heads through there, but not the all-important 3rd. And that's 3 in purple. So you can start to surge. And Rupert's got a big job here to hold at the doorway. And honestly, just buy time. And he's doing a great job of that because his boys can reinforce.
I love this. You can see already, Katza with the EMP is just jumping back and forth, getting you to waste bullets. Manny is going to be able to follow it on up, but Roxas will go ahead, back up your teammate. Try and get some of those kills. On the outside, though, towards this broken side. Rooper's here. You're good for one, and man, he stops you in your tracks. EMP gets close. But Asim, I don't know if he falls off the map, gets stunned or what, but will get dropped. So just like that, Cabal, they pick up the EMP, start pushing it on forward, rotate this back to mid. Rooper's ready and waiting, but pistol in the hands of Glow Frosty stops you in your tracks.
Oh, that's very well there for 3. God. Dear God. First one was clean. Second one was a great read. The third one, just disgusting work. Will now hand mid-map pressure and presence to Cabal, who scooped the device and sent it towards B pretty quickly. And there's only one player here, really. The second will rotate over. It's got to be perfect.
Manny tries to push out, maybe play a little bit of a cut. Not going to be successful. Rox is in a great position, though. Glow Frosty, good for 2, but Falcons Academy Green, they answer back. I think we're starting to see it, Igmo, why maybe the first half was only 1-1. Both of these teams are shooting right now, not providing any space on the map. Is Manny. He tries to maybe find one on the flea there, but Rooper, he's a little too slippery, that one. Gets on out, starts rotating his way back on over towards that B side, and that could be a huge kill on the Nezra from Roxas. You might have opened it on up. Roxas, you got to win these gunfights if you can. Hamza being a nuisance on the side. That's huge. Can you get it on in? You can. The score comes on through. 2-1. Falcons Academy Green.
No, Roxas goes so big there. Finds the first to turn that fight into a scramble. And as the reinforcements are trying to flood through this back temple side, he's just lighting them up. Softens them, hands out information. His boys then set up a pinch through the middle. It just puts them into scoring position and, well, make it 3. And suddenly, the dam has burst. Cabal being flooded out from the back here as Falcons Academy continue to rinse their opponents apart and score. And, well, with less than a minute to go, is that the moment that seals the series?
Definitely could be. Cabal, I mean, if you can get one of these just real fast caps and then maybe get just like a couple waves of kills your way, it could be an entirely different story. But some great defense coming out from Falcons Academy Green right now. I love the crossfire they've created. Nezra tries to slide on out, getting some good shots, but it's just not going to be there. Manny playing from the jump up side. Cut down by QK. Final few seconds remaining. And I think this just might be it when it's all said and done. 3 dead on the side of Cabal. And, well, Manny, I don't think it matters how many kills you get on this dojo side. Falcons Academy Green. The patience will be great for them. They are just going to be able to get in those quick 2 little scores. Get down to the end, and, well, even though Glow Frosty has an EMP in hand, yeah, I was about to get a 2-piece with the pistol. Just not enough. Finally, we'll come on down. Falcons Academy Green, take the overload.
So to do, and that will be the series as far as I'm concerned, unless we had any changes at the start, and, well, the action will continue to roll. We're back, same place, same map, same mode, same tied position, high treason and 5 fears. It only takes one moment, and of course, the way overtime plays, you gotta keep that in the back of your mind. But at 2 apiece, every boom, he's actually deciding to back this off. Maybe one last full send.
Definitely could be it. Rex playing through this lobby side. It's good for 1. Not gonna be there. Eric Boom up through the top. Oh, unfortunately throws the shoulder. Damage comes on in. Can you catch the nade? Oh, you are caught with it in hand. Veil slides on out. The trades are there. Are you going to pick up this EMP? You're not. Sudden death. No more respawns. Ladies and gentlemen, we move this into a 4v4 S&D. You're going to see that EMP goes down towards that southern side of the map. Go ahead and spawn. Teams are going to play very cautiously now.
KB's kind of trapped here. Needs some timing to get out. Stun will connect with nothing. Was supposed to clear the path for Veil. Let him know it's at least free in front of him, but the returning frags will let him know plenty of danger. And there come the initial gunshots. And I mentioned stays up. We're burned through the first 30 seconds. No blood so far.
Eric Boom on an island over there. Just trying to watch something. Meanwhile, it's basically a 3v3 between the rest of these players on each team. High Treason slowly trying to work their way on up. Can he create some sort of crossfire situation where if any of these players move, you can cut them on down? I'm just waiting for the movement to happen though, Enigma, because there's only a minute left on this clock. Icon's just continuing to watch this hop up, looking for any sign of movement that's there. And now you have all 4 members of High Treason. Eric Boom not going to be in the mix. If you can get this into a trade war, you could come out on top and sprint it B if you needed to. Icons gets the first sight.
As well to get the first. So now you got to flood the numbers because you have the life advantage. That's how it works. If it finishes 4-3, it goes to Treason, so they back off. But have they red KB in the back?
Oh! Ooh! Icons goes huge. Darkside is there, but like you said, it comes down to HP, and it's 3-2. Dylan Rick found again. And wow, comes down to the final moments. High Treason. They get that opening blood in that sort of final moments, and they are able to convert that to the best of their ability. Some great work there. Some really thinking. That's like, you got to discuss what do we do in this situation, and you're going to be able to execute on that. Great stuff from High Treason.
Yeah, just take their time. Very patient about the play. Knew what they wanted to do. Popped Icons inside of that Gen's area and just said, look, can you get us a pick? We can cover over you. We can help you escape out. And then that puts the onus on the opposing team to chase us down. Great stuff from them. Obviously, high risk, high reward. But, of course, if you do it right, you see out the reward portion, and that will give you a map. And High Treason, I think, performing very much so above expectations right now. I'm pretty sure they won their first series of the day against a team that they most certainly wouldn't have expected against Next Threat. So, continuing on a very good path here early on in the league. We had this down as one of the teams that will either scrape in or just about fall out when it came to playoffs. Maybe they're doing better than that coming the end of this week.
Yeah, I don't know if it's, week 1 nerves or what's going on. Maybe they've, kind of been able to really just hit the grind, hit the VOD review, do what they wanted. It felt very good. High Treason, like you said, coming on out. I really like what we are seeing out of them. I think that's going to be really the storyline over this, basically first elite that we have here at Enigma is these teams that I think everybody overlooked week over week coming on in. And we get down to those final weeks where we're looking at who makes it into the bracket. We're going to be looking back at some of these games of High Treason taking down a Next Threat who is an expected, winner, and be like, whoa, that was the game that you needed to win. Okay. And for other teams, they got some games they need to win too. Let's hop on over to the Echo stream as we have a game 5 on our hand, friends.
To no one's surprise, we're seeing a game 5. I feel like it's about the 15th game 5 tonight. Someone in production will definitely check that and let me know. But we are deep in this series. 300th comes to calm in my ear. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. Bush
Correct
Gaming are tied up here at 1 apiece. Now, again, Bush is often wonderful in these scenarios. They have the ice in their veins, but they just have those moments where they slip up against teams. And let me remind you, For Fun Esports were called Team Proda and beat them in the qualifier.
Yeah. So maybe this just could be like a play style thing. Have to wait and see. But one thing that we know, Telluride Bush, they're search and destroy some of the best that we have seen amongst the Challengers circuit. And ProLoot will be able to open this up. And oh my god, the rest of For Fun falling like dominoes. Phantoms, only one alive, gets Spart on the exit, but they're going to know exactly where it is. Hold up, wait a second. ProLoot dropped. Fire, you got to get over here. You got to help Cap. You might be able to take this a series of 1v1s. Okay, that got a little too shaky for me, my friend. I thought we were about to see something a little crazy, but Bush, they hold. Get their second round on the board.
Of the work there out of fire. Love a little mid-fight adjustment against Phantoms. Hell of an AR himself. In moments like that, just little one-gun fights. Just reaffirming that these are the favorites for a reason. The Bush are the side that everybody else looks to as the standard. They're the squad to beat. In the words of OMiT Rafi. What's the rollout here? Looks heavily A set. You do have mid-map pressure. Nothing, though, over towards Plains side. So if Proda does decide to get aggressive there, he could be a thorn. And you see the Fire's trying to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd see a little bit more of an aggression through the mid there, seeing the 2-2 split, but you can see it's you slow it down just a little bit too much. Spart does get dropped. So that's a first blood onto the side of For Fun here. Telluride Bush look to maybe answer back. Good shots onto Peel and Phantoms. He slides on out from top church.
Oh,
sniper in hand. He's able to hit it, but you answer back if you're Pro Looting Capsule, and just like that, you thought you had it made in the shade if you were For Fun Esports, but you're gonna back on out. Phantom gonna put on that active camo and get found out just like that. Telluride Bush, man, you lose the first blood, but I don't know if it matters.
Well, there's a team kill that comes through. Somehow Peel manages to pick up Vic. And in that moment, everything falls apart because Bush finds 2 kills instantaneously. And while it looked like a winning position, that is a tough way to watch a gap appear in front of you. 2 now to the Bush Gaming. Phantoms as well will, of course, now lose a life with that sniper. We don't know if he's already lost one beforehand, but got to assume at this point it's just the one. And the mute field as well. That's invested. Would have handed him, of course, Ninja and a couple of other bits and pieces. And now gets nothing.
Yeah, I felt like maybe one of those panic uses you're using to try and maybe win a clutch round, but unfortunately for you, you are just found on out. Let's just continue to move our way on through. Telluride Bush now on the defense. Capsule doing a great job throwing some of these shoulders. He's going to get aggressive. Moves on up. We do see Spark gets dropped and Phantoms with a 2-piece. Sniper in hand. Those are 2 huge kills looking over your team. Looking to try and get the bomb down at A. Pro Loot, though, irons up with the M15. Finds another one on the outside, but it's just a little, too late. For Fun, answer back, 2-3.
The one thing, at least, is Pro Loot manages to find the kill there on Phantoms, which insanely unlucky timing as Phantoms descopes, but you can see the impact he has with it. Such a good AR, such a good sniper, finds those 2 openers, which then essentially hands the round to For Fun Esports, is what they're building a lot of their S&D around. So the fact that you removed that from the board, we've watched him die twice with sniper in hand, that will be at least a comfort to Bush, and they still hold a 1-round lead. So stacking a couple of dominoes on their side. For Fun, one of the ones that needs to fall for them is that donut that Peel's currently sat on. He's got to find his way into this matchup.
Yeah, I love the call out. We're very early on, and to see that sniper already get invested from For Fun definitely maybe could be a breath of fresh air for Telluride Bush, right? You've kind of play a little bit more aggressive if you need to in some of these lanes. But for the time being, you're starting to make your way up towards A. Peel, you get your first of the round. No, you cannot, as Pro Loot will get you first blood, but Zvik takes down Capsule. Starting to see some movement, and on the backside, Prota, that's a huge win. And on the front side, Phantoms, that's a huge win. It's just Spark now. And a 1v3. And yeah, unfortunately, knows that there's players in front of him, knows that Prota's got to be behind, tries to make the read, but it's just the timing is too good from For Fun Esports.
Prota does incredibly well. Just plays sneaky, waits for his timings, gets himself off into the window, and that big gunfight against Fire. Once that goes down, it's a case of, all right, well, the players that had pushed up into that B site are trapped. And you can see the panic in a moment. Try and find a way to punch through. And For Fun mop up everything. Great stuff to tie us 2 rounds in a row. Momentum on their side. And Phantoms, I feel like he's having himself a map right now. I know it says 6 and 5, but each of those kills involved in the openings, involved in moments when it's shutting Bush down.
Very, very crucial kills that we're seeing out of Phantoms here. Shots going out to top church. Back and fire on down. Pro Loot, though, will be the one to bring down Phantoms, but Zvik goes huge for 2 by themselves as well. You start to throw the shoulder, you get an idea of the Pro Loot's on this side. Prota from the mid side. You are just softening up everybody for Zvik, and I didn't get a chance to see that last kill. Was that a Zvik ace or not? I guess, well, let's wait and see here.
There's Peel getting his first on the board, so that will be just as welcoming for Fun Esports. Need all 4 shooters. But what it does hand them is the lead in this matchup, and just 2 rounds away from taking the series, doing the double over Telluride Bush Gaming, the S&D team, the Map 5 team, the team that are the standard bearers. Holding on right now. Must win this round, or it is a long climb back.
Zvik in a possible situation to get a Hellstorm in this round, and You'd hate to see them go into a, map-winning round with a Hellstorm. You see them play a little bit more relaxed here. ProLoot start to make their way on forward. You're going to back down Zvik. Trophy system is there. It's going to stop that nade.
Big kill.
Smart. That's a huge kill there. That's going to allow ProLoot to move his way on forward. You got one player top broken, another player on the back stairs. Spart, he's got the read on Proto that's there, but look at Peel. Peel might finally be able to pop on up, but Spart, turn and burn, baby. ProLoot brings down Proto in the back. It's just Phantoms alive, but it doesn't matter. Telluride, Bush, do what they need to do. Tie us up 4-4.
A huge one from Spart. Shuts down Vic, which not only then stops the build towards that Hellstorm, but they gave ProLoot that space, as you talked about. The second one they wins against Peel, he's no right. He's no right. Peel's on his belly, crawled his way along top wood. Maybe Peel gets a little bit over antsy, springs up at a moment where he just wasn't ready for it yet. Either way, Spart shuts him down, ties us back up. If this is 5-3 right now, everything about Bush is nervy. But instead, they know the ice in their veins. They know what they can do. All the pressure goes back onto their opposition.
Yeah, you shut down the streak as well, so that's a huge, huge momentum swing back into the side of Telluride Bush. Capsule flies on forward here in the market. You see the nade go through if you have a keen eye. And I think you're just going to wait patiently. Two members of 4Fun. They've started making their way up towards A. Fire. Does this nade land? Doesn't look like it. A Spark continuing to shoulder. Peel yet again. SEAL Team 6 activated. Tries to pop on up. Won't let Spark get the jump this time. Slides on forward. He's going to find Spark. Backs on up. Smoke comes on through, but the trades are immediately there from Capsule. Zvik going to try and backfill this opportunity, but ProLoot is dropping your team in the back. 2v2. ProLoot and Fire taking off Phantoms and Zvik. ProLoot finds himself top broken. Bomb will get planted. Fire somehow stays alive in that moment. He's able to back away. 30 seconds on the clock, but ProLoot, he's hopped the bomb. Already Fire, he's moving on forward. Do you check this at the right time? Zvik is found on out, surges on forward, and just in the nick of time, stops the defuse.
Heartbeats. Not only in mouths, but in the bomb defusal. This was so close. Vic gets there just in time. Good lord, what a map he's having. 9 and 6. Great stuff from the young man. Puts them onto series point then against Bush, who I thought had done so many things right. That first blood comes through. Capsule gets the trade, ensures you don't have that numbers disadvantage. The problem is you've completely given up the A site, and the retake doesn't happen. What's your answer?
Huge, huge round to Telluride Bush. They want to push this to a round 11 and some early nades. We'll get some damage on in. We'll cause a little bit of stutter step for 4Fun on the defense. But you've managed just to kind of hold this southeastern side of the map for the time being. Peel's found his way into market. Stopping any sort of quick push there to hit a route onto A. See Fire sitting that top blue side. Capsule's made his way through the rafters. Hearing shots go on out. Capsule may be looking to do a similar move to Peel. Phantom's backs on up. Zvik, if you're not careful, here. Capsule sees the shots go on through, but Phantoms has managed to take you down in the bait. ProLoot, though, playing on top of bomb. Good shots. Finds Zvik. Keep this into a 3v3. Peel on the backside. Do you realize Peel is here? ProLoot is there. You find Spart. A huge two-piece for Peel. It's just going to be Fire. The new player on the roster. This would be a huge moment. 20 seconds remaining, though. You're looking for Proto. Do you see him? No, you don't. You don't see him at the last second. 4Fun Esports 6-4 against Telluride Bush.
Made the boogie team of the best team in the game right now. A reminder that 4Fun, under the name of Team Proto, won in the qualifier to send themselves into the elite, to shock everybody, to put Bush into a situation where they had to play in through the losers bracket in order to get to the very elite that seemed so destined for them, so guaranteed, and yet it ripped away from them. And here, yet again, they managed to see off their bigger foe, you should say, in OMiT Brooklyn. But For Fun Esports proved to be that banana peel for them yet again. And they do it in some style as well. Even in that final round there, Capsidol, he's baited into that initial engagement. Phantom's on Overwatch, covering his young gun, finds the blood. And from there, it is all in favor of the boys in pink.
I think if we would have come on in and saw a 1-1 record for the Telluride Bush, we maybe would have been surprised. Said, oh yeah, I could see them losing against OMiT Brooklyn and take a win over For Fun, but it's the complete opposite. And I think all that means is that Challengers is feeling real good, ladies and gentlemen. But I can tell you is that the fun doesn't stop, because here we go. It's an exposure hardpoint between High Treason and 5 Fears. This High Treason team has been looking fantastic, but we are here on the map 4. They have an opportunity to end it here, but we come on in and they are down 70 points. 5 Fears feeling pretty good in this respawn. We can see Dylan Rex on 20 and 12 by himself, absolutely reaping some of this High Treason roster.
Just very quickly, we were able to get like a vibe check on KB, because 6 and 8 we come in with. He's seen only 14 engagements, but he's got 1 minute and 54 in the hill. That's some soulless Dog Sensor Martin level hill playing time. That is insane. A guy as well who could shoot like that, just being the hill kitten, is just incredible stuff. Either way, it will be 5 Fears solidly in the lead here, off by 70. High Treason need a great hill, and they won't get the setup in place on P2. Dylan Rex opening with those kills.
You got the close spawns, though, so if you can win these gunfights, that's huge. YX is good for 2. Icons finds a 3rd. So that'll kind of close up this spawn, but just look at these spawns, man. Everybody so close to this point here, just trying to flood on in, maybe find some of these picks from the top side. Dimensions doing such a great job finding one. Icons on the point, just being slippery. Can you find one towards the top? You back down Dylan Rex, you slide on out. KB is there, but Vale finds 2, and Eric Boom brings you on down. All I know is that this hill is getting mixy, as it is just blow for blow right now. High Treason only down by 40 points.
It's clawing back just a little bit, but 5 Fears scrap time here should send that. Gotta lock this next hill. And if you are the royalty lineup, 5 Fears looking for route through the back. Outboom's done well, gets close spawns. Now you can set up the pinch to hit.
All 4 members of High Treason sitting on the point, looking to have you push through this back door, and Eric Boom does a great job. Cuts down YX on that bottom pillar side. You have another drop on down. Says, hey, keep going to that corner. That's my corner, man. But look what happens on the point. It's Dimensions. Clears out from the underside himself. Team will continue to flip back on through as through mid. 5 Fears. They're looking to get back on into this point. YX holding the corner. Darkside just taken on down 2 by 2. Here they come, and you are just into an onslaught of bullets from High Treason. Such a good hold from them. The back spawns come in from 5 Fears, but the 3 members of High Treason, they're already on the rotation.
Yeah, Darkside's got a little work to do here, and doesn't even deal with the first fight. Gonna be in trouble with the second. The stun actually catches Flush. Detonate won't do much, and you are eventually sniffed out, but the reinforcements get here in time. Everyone ignores the hill, and then, well, Dimensions, who is in the form of his life, finds 2 to open. Will be cleaned up in reply, and, well, the fight for these back spawns is just continuing. Not much going on around the hill, actually, as Eric Boom finally seizes it.
I mean, while all this has been happening, Eric Boom has just been in the hill, hanging out.
Chilling.
Just chilling, right? And doing such a great job of getting that hill time that obviously 5 Fears needs. He came into this, they had a pretty solid lead. High Treason able to hold down that P3, get right back on into the game, but you know, giving this P4 a little mixy here. Still anyone's game for certain. Vale getting a little bit lost in the sauce on top of that point. Darkside good for 2. Dimensions in the back, though. Helps you clear out that point. Final 10 seconds to go to High Treason, but we're looking towards that outside point where Eric Boom has already set up shop.
Naden with the big one. Sky Nade to try and flush the point. Eric Boom actually decides to get aggressive off the back of it. That's essentially a bump. Trying to play forward, let his teammates fill the hill behind him, and just up that pacing a little bit. Change that pressure. And while Dimensions and Co are trying to stay alive, Icons has got the job through the middle here, and isn't even needed in the end as Vale finds 2. Aiden with 2 of his own, and they can get themselves in the lead off this hill.
Yeah, Icons great job. I mean, the double two-piece. Those are just things you'll love to see in a kill feed. Dimensions. Trying to just play this outside. A little bit of a do-si-do. And well, you get cut down by Eric Boom in the process while Aiden on the outside looks to try and hold. And you'll lose it for the time being. Five Fears, they crossed the 200-point threshold, but High Treason right behind. Both teams praying for a break right now and ability to get on into this hard point.
Vale's hitting the route through the back here. Big fight against Darkside, loses it. KB and Dylan Rex do enough then on the front. Sees P1. And win it here. Of course, this is usually a very split kill, but when Dimensions and Icons lining up, you're trying to do your best to give Five Fears the advantage. That being said, the trades will continue, and High Treason will keep it open for now.
P1 gets popped. 25 seconds needed for Five Fears. High Treason, you can't let this one go easily. Trophy system starting to get dropped on in. Dimensions, he's going to find an early kill, and KB gets dropped as well. Eric Boom dropped. Is there a fourth? There is. Icons goes huge for 2. Going to force those spawns onto the outer side, and if you can manage to hold on in here, this could be great. Set yourselves up for P2 if possible. Do not let them get that setup. That's exactly what High Treason is going to look to do.
Yeah, Vale's pushed up already onto the solar panels. On Five Fear spawn side. That being said, yeah, the open is now through the middle. Vale does enough to find his 5th. Icons is there. You shut that push down. Hands it to the team in red. But that one from Dylan Rex opens up at least a channel for Five Fears to hit from. We'll settle it at the tank.
Huge win from Dylan Rex there. Ensures that they can get out of their spawn and stop pushing over these solar panels. Dimensions, Icons, dropped. Aiden trying to play from the other side. You'll get the toes and the turn with a stun and pistol in hand. Darkside trying to keep this one alive, but High Treason, they have the point. They have everything they need. 20 more seconds on the clock will get them the win and take them the series. But KB, Dylan Rex, they're going to keep this one mixy. You got Darkside on the other side as well. The players of High Treason, they begin to fall, and Five Fears, if they hold this all the way, they could still bring this one home.
Great play from Darkside. He plays in through the backside, sets up a pinch, and then clears out the point. But High Treason, though, will hit this once again. Less than 10 points each.
Oh my god, Darkside tries to play on the point, but it's 3 players dead from Five Fears. High Treason, they'll get on it, but guess what? They can't close it out here. We gotta go to new. Vale through the mid, finds 1, finds 2. He's coming down the members of Five Fears. It's just Darkside alive, taken on down. High Treason in round 4, able to bring it on out. We came on in and they were looking a little bit down, but it's through that second set of rotations. They put on the afterburners, man, and they bring it to Five Fears.
2-0 on the day. Next threat, Black, dealt with, dusted. Five Fears, the comeback happens, and you manage to see a perfect start. I know we do the community pick'ems, right? We've been doing all the challenger pick'ems alongside Ben and the boys. I don't know if anyone's going to have this down. I don't see anyone having them down for 2-0, so incredible stuff from them. Continue to prove people wrong. Of course, this was a roster that Aiden, Dimensions, and Vale have been around for a very long time. Is Icons leaving that Cabal roster? And you said we like Icons a lot. While his scoreboard never looks pretty, he does a lot of the glue work, a lot of the intangibles. He joins pre-4 Fun Invitational. Since then, they've looked better and clearly ever so much growing coming into today. I mean, coming off the back is today. You're feeling pretty good in that camp.
Yeah, you are feeling very good, I think, if you are this High Treason roster. And I think if there's anything that we've learned here, man, is that it is anybody's game week over week here in Challengers. There is no easy matchup, at least here on the North American side. I think we had teams who maybe people thought that they would go 0-2 this week, go 2-0 like High Treason. We're also seeing some of the giants like Telluride Bush get taken up by teams that we wouldn't have been expecting. So really, really fun to watch all of these matches just kind of happen throughout the day. I love that we got a chance to really just jump from game to game to game and really just kind of keep our pulse on so many of these games. Because even though maybe we didn't get to watch full series, just even seeing glimpses like that of this High Treason roster play an exposure hardpoint like that, be behind and manage to kind of ice on up with some huge moments to be able to bring it their way. Mwah! Chef's kiss, my friend.
100%. I mean, it puts more eye tests on players, more stories. It's almost like putting a face to a name kind of situation. It's like, okay, we understand that Treason won that series 3-1, but how did they do it? And I don't want to just hear, oh, they won the hard points and the surge. I want to see it. And in moments like this where the production crew have gone, you know what? Let's show everything. Let's get it on a carousel. Let's throw the casters into absolutely everything. It is delivering. I'm hoping you viewers are enjoying it just as much as we are.
And it's been a really, really fun reminder, folks. If you are here enjoying the alpha stream and you want to catch some more matches, guess what? We got 6 of them for you. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. You got alpha through FOXTROT for all of your matches here today. You go back, and if you missed some from the first set, hey, go back, go ahead, take a look at them, because it is really, really fun to kind of be able to go back and see that. I know there are some matches that we're going to want to go back and watch because we didn't get a chance to see them because we were here on the broadcast. And so I love that we are going to be able to go check out those games. And I love that we have all of the coverage here that you can go ahead, you can see. I want to see a clip or a picture on social media from one of you people who's like, you know, kind of got 8 monitors up and you got a game on every single monitor. I would love to see that, mainly because you're way cooler than me, who has to, you know, be here and talk about the games.
I mean, it's hard to be cooler than you, my friend. But, you know, I'm looking forward to it. Sorry, my bad. All right, we'll talk about that one later.
Bro.
I mean, yeah, that was on me. But yeah, I mean, look, I want to see. I mean, people like CDC, Intel, the Pit, etc. The fact how they managed to keep up with everything, I have no idea. Like the fact that we got 6 games going on all at the same time, everything's being tweeted out, all the storylines being covered. Wonderful stuff to see the community going through every pore of challengers right now and enjoying every second. It is a delight, of course, for us to be here and honor, of course, alongside this production crew. But yeah, this community really putting on, and with all the games that are happening, all the great action, whether it be round 11s or incredibly close hard points, Challengers is delivering on day one here in the Elite.
Challengers has been delivering all day long for these last 8 hours between EMEA and North America. It has been a blast to just watch all of these teams. I know there's been a lot of energy brewing over the last, 2 months, really, getting up to this point, and to kind of see it all really feel like come to a head, right? We're all looking forward to the Elite. Who would qualify? How's this first week of games going to go? It feels like we're finally starting to get some answers on how some of these kind of games are going to go ahead and do. Reminder, folks, all our games are wrapped. I just want to let everybody know, hey, Huntsman, they're going to actually end that last game with a 3-0 over Stallions Black, okay? I feel like that this is going to be a matchup that we're going to have to go back and maybe check on out later. That is for certain. With that being said, that's all we got for you here today as part of the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1. But guess what? If you enjoyed today, we're going to be right back here tomorrow. So make sure you're following on social media. Make sure you're subscribed and following all the different channels so you can keep us up to date with everything Call of Duty Challengers related. With that being said, I'm Dandro. That's Enigma, and we will see you in the next one.